Hello, everybody. My goodness, I'm late. I'm late for a very important date. Look, it says so on here. I'm late. I'm late for a very important date, and I have got one of my Alice in Wonderland mugs. And of course, it's been the 1st of July this week. We had Alice in Wonderland Day. So I was late, and I've been with friends. Kath and John have been here, and I was just going to get on live stream, and Kath had to come back indoors because she left her handbag here. So I had to go back down, and it doesn't matter. So I am live streaming here, folks, what is it today? It is Sunday. It's Sunday the 6th of July, 2025. And it's very important to me that I actually put the dates on the beginning, because I have just been going through thousands of my live streams, and it's very useful if I put the date on the beginning, because then I know when I live streamed. And some of the ones going back, I don't know when I live streamed because I didn't say the date. Some of them I did, and some of them I didn't. Hello, Heather. Nice to see you in. So we know that we're live, and we know that we've got YouTube in. Hopefully somebody will come in from Facebook and tell me that they're there on Facebook. So, wow, what an amazing week I've had. Let me get organized. And partway through the week, I lost the will to live, but I gained the will again, fortunately. Let me just put my new laptop on so that I can see other things going on there if I need to give you any references. Oh, and I have got something in my bag I need to get out in a minute. So, Facebook is live as well. Thank you, Heather. That's good. We are cooking on gas. That's good. Right. I feel full of the joys of spring. It's summer, I know, but I feel I've had a marvelous week. And today I have written down some of the things I did this week, because so much is happening in my life. I keep forgetting what I've been doing. And so I last saw you on Facebook and live stream and YouTube here last Sunday night. I was home. I was sitting in the chair over the other side, but I've decided to come this side today and catch you up. It's been a very busy week. Hang on, my computer does not want to decide. Is it deciding to load or not? Is it going to load? Let's see. Let's go over there on, that's it. Let's have a look and see. So, what a busy week, and what wonderful things have been happening in my world. I don't know, just so much happening, and so many nice people, and so many new friends, so many wonderful people coming into my across my pathway. It's just amazing, and I feel just so happy. So as I say, so many good things. So let me tell you how my week went. But first I will have a swig of my lovely coffee. And my lovely friend Kath made my coffee for me just now because they were here. I've been with Kath and John all day. Kath started, hang on, let's have a swig first. Kath joined my live stream community way back in COVID time. I just popped up into her feed like you do, and she's been following my live streams ever since then. But of course, she used to live on the island. She and John lived on the island, and so we met up, and we've done lots of things. We've had lots of time together and lots of lovely things. And then they moved off the island, and if you're coming in, that people coming in, I can see some people coming in. Do say hello in the comments if you're coming in. You don't have to if you want to remain quiet in the background. But if you don't, just say hello and I'll know who else is joining us. I know Heather's here because she's commented. But it is okay to watch and not to comment if you don't feel you want to join in. But if you do, it would be marvellous. So, Kath and John and I have known each other for quite a long time. Then they moved off the island a while back, but there's still the pull of the island. They like to come back, and they came back on Friday, and they popped into my house on Friday night, and we caught up. And then today they took me out to Arraton Barnes, and I'll tell you all about that later. I'll go through. Hello, Alexandra. Yes, Alexandra's here. She's in the house coming in from YouTube. Nice to see you, Alexandra. So, I don't know where to begin. Well, I will begin on Monday. Are you sitting comfortably? Then I will begin. So on Monday, I think I had a fairly quiet day, having had a busy time before that. I decided to, I think I stayed home most of the day on Monday. And then I was going to catch there's a bus that goes at 5:30 from the end of my road. It's the last number 37 of the day. And that's a 3-minute walk to the bus stop from my house. And I was going to get the bus down to the seafront and then walk along and go to Apley Beach Cafe, where Derek Sandy was going to be entertaining the crowds. Now, Derek Sandy comes from Trinidad and Tobago. He lives half the year there. When it's cold here, he goes back to Trinidad and Tobago. And then when it starts becoming our nice weather, he comes back to the Isle of Wight. And he lives on the Isle of Wight for half the year. He has a song. It's a wonderful song, and it's called Welcome to the Isle of Wight. And I'm just going to see if I can, let's see if I can get it on here, because some of you might not know that song, and I love that song. Welcome. Now I've got 2 gadgets. I can do that. Sorry. Welcome to the Isle. Here we are. Song by Derek Sandy. So what I'm going to do, if I can, and Derek Sandy appeared on Britain's Got Talent. And let's see, I don't know if I can I flip this camera around? I don't know if I can flip it while I'm on here. Can I flip the camera? I don't know if I can. What I can do is put this on, and hang on, let's see if I can enlarge this. Wait a minute, let's see if I can do this, folks. Let's see. Wait a minute, that's just you've heard Derek sing it live many times, and it is amazing. Sorry, there's an advert just coming on there, and then I'll oh wait a minute, let's stop. Right, so let's turn this round. Oh, you're on a tripod. I don't know. Can you see my, yes, you can see my computer. Right, so let me just, I don't know how well you can see this, because I'm now cricking my neck to look at this. This is Derek Sandy. Can you see? How well can you see, folks? Can you see that all right? Because I've turned you right round. Anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip this along. Right. I'm just skipping the introduction. Can you see? This was Britain's Got Talent. Well, folks, what I will do, oh, thank you, Deb. So Deb's has just come in and she says, yes, it was fun. And I will give you the link. How do I put the link in? Wait a minute. I'll get the link from, how do I get, oh, let's get the share link. I probably can do this on my, let's copy that. And let's see if I can, on the laptop, I might be able to put the link in. And if you hello, YouTube comments were not working. You've added link to Gordy on my live. Thank you. And that's a reference I'm going to share with you in a minute about Gordy, because that's where I've been today. I've been to see Gordy. So let's see. Oh gosh, oh, wait a minute. Let's see. Oh, let's take off that. Let's go. Right. Let's see if I the technology again, folks. So let's see if I can find my right Go Live Granny live stream on here. So right, so I'm going to kill the sound on here, otherwise it will be playing feedback. Wait a minute, let's kill the sound. You know, having these gadgets is good, but I'm now confusing myself what I'm doing. Let's see. Can't find my live stream. Where am I live streaming? It says I'm live. Wait a minute. Let's have a look. Oh, here we are. Right. I can see myself on here now. So this is for you Facebookers. Let's put in there. So that is the YouTube. Anybody on Facebook, I've just put the YouTube link to that Derek Sandy singing. And let's go on. Let's see if I can find me on, wait a minute. Let's see if I can find me live streaming on YouTube. If not, maybe somebody can copy the link across to YouTube. Let's see if I can do it. I don't know if I can. I should be able to find YouTube. Let's find YouTube. There we go. I don't know. Let's see. Actually, let's see. Oh, it might do it. Let's have a look. Let's see what's going on. Hello, Susan. Susan coming in on Facebook there. So this is just, let's bring you a bit nearer to me. Right. Oh, yes. So I found me live on YouTube. I found me live on Facebook. And I've killed the sound. So I can put in the comments. Have we got the comments coming in? Let's close that. Oh, yes. So there we go. Let's see. Look, I can put, oh, look, I now can do it. Oh, we're cooking on gas. There we go. That. So I've put the link in to the Welcome to the Isle of Wight song that Derek Sandy did when he was on Britain's Got Talent. So Derek is one of our amazing ambassadors for the Isle of Wight, and he created the song Welcome to the Isle of Wight, which I absolutely love. I absolutely love. I don't absolutely look. Goodness me, I'd be dangerous with the brain. So on Monday nights now, Derek is singing outside the Apley Beach Cafe, which is on Ryde Seafront, and he's going to be singing there every Monday through the summer till the end of the summer. I'm getting good with the technology, says Alexandra. I've got a long way to go, haven't I? But now I've got my laptop and I've got my phone here. I've got my laptop there. I really wanted to try and live stream from my laptop because it would be better, but I haven't quite worked out how to get the I stream through StreamYard, which is streaming software, and I was struggling to get it set up on my laptop. It's probably not difficult, but I just probably need a bit of instruction on it. So at some stage I might do it, but it's quite good just to have the laptop here as a second gadget. Hi, Debs is saying hi there from Facebook. She's coming in from Facebook because she's having trouble with the comments on YouTube. I don't mind where you come in. Hello, Carol. She's saying, hi, Lynn, how are you today? I am fine. I've had an amazing week. I've met lots of new people. I've had lots of wonderful things happen for the Isle of Wight. Just amazing. So last Sunday, when I broadcast, of course, I had come back from Armed Forces Day on the Isle of Wight. An amazing event. It pulled probably a 10,000 crowd to the island, which was absolutely amazing. And it was just a wonderful day. And I did tell you about it in last week's broadcast, but I'll run over it quickly for anybody who wasn't here in last week's broadcast. So from 10 until about 4 or 5 o'clock, there was an events program all day long on Ryde Seafront, We had the weather to bless us. We had the red arrows, and although when the red arrows performed, the cloud was very low, they still managed to perform under the low cloud, which was amazing. We had red arrows, we had the Spitfire, we had parachutists, we had vintage singers singing the songs from the 40s and that. I've got so many videos and so many photographs. I have not had time to put them up yet. You're going over to Facebook because it sounds like most people are on it. Yes, well, I think sometimes more people come in on Facebook than they do on YouTube, but I like to stream on both. And going forward, all my old live streams are going to be appearing on Facebook. Now, any of you who've been watching any of my comments on Facebook this week will know that I have been extremely challenged in getting all my lives from Facebook, because we had messages some time ago that Facebook were going to get rid of all the live streams that had ever been done on Facebook. Now, I started live streaming in 2016, mostly on Facebook first. When I do these streams, now, if you can see that it says Go Live Granny on the screen here and sharing is caring, I am streaming through StreamYard. And when I do that, I stream to Facebook and YouTube at the same time. So any of these live streams now, they will be going straight onto YouTube as well. So I don't need to save these Facebook ones because they're already going onto YouTube. But in the past, I only streamed on Facebook. And I have thousands, and I talk thousands of live streams. If you think I started live streaming in 2016, mostly on Facebook, and then most of my live streaming has been on Facebook, sometimes I would download them and upload them to YouTube, but that's a bit of a palaver. So I didn't always do that. And then, of course, then Facebook announced they're going to get rid of all the live streams. So I have live streamed since 2016. Not so many live streams in the first years, a few, carnivals and things like that, because that's what I started doing. I started doing it when I was frustrated that the marketing department did not use YouTube. That's why I started doing what I do. We have so many wonderful things on the Isle of Wight. Why would you not put it on YouTube and tell the world? If I want people to come to the Isle of Wight, then one of the best ways in my marketing head is to show them what happens on the Isle of Wight. So, when we have the Armed Forces Day, let's get out and live stream it or video it and put it up onto YouTube. Tell the world all the things that are happening on the Isle of Wight. All these things, there's so many amazing things. So let's tell it. But unfortunately, our marketing department seems to think that most of you want to see empty beaches, empty places. The marketing at the moment is like, we'll show you how empty the Isle of Wight is. And that's not okay. Not in my book. Maybe it is if you want to go on a quiet walk somewhere, but you can still do quiet walks, even if we tell you about all the other things. 10 years live stream anniversary next week. What date? So the first live stream I did of the Isle of Wight was on the isleofwight.live page, but they've probably been deleted now because they were deleting them from today. I'm not quite sure what time today, but they said they were going to delete my live streams from the 6th. So it was the 6th. No, it wasn't. I think it might have been about the 1st of September 2016. No, it's 9 years. 9 years. It was 2016 that I started live streaming, and it was the Ride Carnival of 2016. And Tristan was on the island, and he showed me. He knew how frustrated I was that the island was not being shown to all its glory on YouTube. And of course, don't forget, back then there were not a lot of people live streaming or videoing. I was an early adopter of live stream because I had somebody in the family who showed me how to do it. And so I got on it straight away because I could see what a marvelous platform it was, how to get out to the world. So that's what I did. I had Heather saying she likes YouTube because she can watch me on TV. So she can put it up on her big TV screen. That's fine. It doesn't matter which way you come in, because I've got YouTube and Facebook on where I'm streaming here. I can see any of the comments as they come in. I've pulled up YouTube on my computer, and I've pulled up Facebook, so I can flip between the two if I wanted to put any comments in there. I could do that. So anyway, so yes, so this week I have been majorly challenged. Last week I was at my daughter's house, and my granddaughter helped me to get onto Facebook for them to send us the files. We could apply for the files to get them down, to save them. And so my granddaughter did a lot of the saving for me. We had to go, well, I bought a laptop because I wanted a new laptop anyway, because I come and go and I've got things that are better done on a laptop than they are on a phone. I decided I wanted to buy a laptop. And so I asked my son-in-law's advice, and he advised me, and I bought a reconditioned one. I didn't need all singing or dancing laptop. I needed a reconditioned one, which I've got. I'm very happy with. I bought it in Currys, but I went through my top cashback account, you know, because I always like to get cash back on nearly everything I buy if I can. And I went on to Top Cashback, and then I went on to Top Cashback, chose what I wanted in Currys, and then I went to my Top Cashback gift card section and bought a gift card to buy it. So I got cashback on the gift card, nearly £10. The laptop was £239, which I thought was a very good deal. So I got nearly £10 back on the gift card to pay for the laptop. And then I went through Currys, you know, so I was buying it on Currys, and I got nearly £10 back by using the Currys website as well. So I got nearly £20 off my laptop by using Top Cashback, and by using it with the double whammy of getting the gift card to pay for it. So I was well pleased with that, as you can imagine. And so I got the laptop because I've got projects I need to do. If you don't mind me telling you, I have to go to the hospital tomorrow, which I am not looking forward to. Carol, we wish you well on your trip to the hospital, and we will send you good vibes. Sending you lots of good vibes. So wishing you well. I'm not laughing about that. I'm laughing about Heather's comment there. Heather's just come in with, she's saying, I'm the most clever person she knows with getting amazing discounts. Well, I've got time on my side. My son taught me about the discount, the Top Cashback, and I've just learned as I've gone along. And that's why I share it with all of you, and those of you in the UK who can benefit from that. It's just, it's not abroad yet. Alexandra's saying good luck, Carol, with your trip to the hospital. You know, we are sending very good vibes to you, Carol. Let us know how you get on afterwards. And Debs is sending you best wishes as well. I love this community because you all support each other so much. And, you know, you support me, you support each other. It's just so nice. In a world that has become such a not such a nice place as it used to be, it's so nice to have a community like all you lovely people, which is why I come in and live stream to you. And even if we only have the small audience, it doesn't matter because you are so valuable to each other. Heather's sending prayers for you, Carol. She's on YouTube. You might not be able to see her comments because I think you're on Facebook. But everybody's sending their good wishes, which is marvelous and amazing. Just such a lovely community here. And, you know, that community spirit has gone well. Of course you will. And thank you very much, everyone. And all right, Carol, it's so important when you need these things. It's good to share. And this is quite a safe community to share in. You know, sometimes you want to talk about these things, but you don't want to go out in the big wide world. You know, come to the Go Live Cranny community. We have so many people in here that are so kind and caring. You know, they've helped me. We've helped each other. You know, we went through COVID and I live streamed every night to help everybody because I knew that it was a bit of a lifeline. People have told me that, but it was a lifeline for me too. So it's a double whammy. It's not just about me sitting here and live streaming to you just for the good of me. It's for everybody, and we all help each other. That's just why I love all of you coming in here. It is just an amazing, amazing community. So I'm just sort of just watching. Let me have another swig. I've been talking too much. I've been with friends today and I've been talking so much that my voice might wear out. Just have to have a little swig of my coffee in my Alice in Wonderland cup. Always late. No, it says, yes, it says always late on that side. One of my community gave me this. So many of my community have sent me Alice in Wonderland things and I've forgotten who gave me which. My memory's not good. So if any of you were ones who gave me the Go Live, Alice in Wonderland things, I just need a little reminder. When you bless others, you yourself get blessed. Absolutely, Heather. You know, some amazing things have happened even this week. I had a taxi ride this week. In fact, I had a taxi ride yesterday, and I always chat with the taxi drivers if I can. I like to sit in the front and chat with them. You know, there were one or two who might be a bit not so friendly. So sometimes I find that I'm not having a chatty journey, but most of the time I do. And yesterday I was chatting with my taxi driver about, I was going to the Mardi Gras to do the live streaming, and I was talking about the community working together, how we help each other out. And this taxi driver was obviously a community guy as well. And we had a lot of banter. Sorry, I say I'm going to have a swig of my drink and then I don't, and I carry on talking. How silly is that? So we were having a lot of banter in the taxi. And then he was talking about a taxi driver who might take you a long way round, so they end up charging you extra to get where you're going. And then it happened that he took me to the wrong entrance to the Simeon Wreck, which is where I was going. There are 3 different entrances to the Simeon Wreck, and he took me to the one that meant I had to walk the furthest. I said, no, this is not the entrance I want. I had told them on the phone when I booked the taxi, but obviously the message didn't get through. And so I said, you're only doing that to charge me extra, aren't you? It was just a bit of banter and badinage we were having. So then he took me round to the next entrance. I said, no, this is not the right one either. I want to go one right the other side. I said, you're just doing it to get extra. And we laughed. Anyway, he said, oh, no, I'm not going to charge you. And I thought he meant he wasn't going to charge me for that extra bit where he took me from one entrance to the next. And so when we got to my destination, he got out of the taxi and went to get my Navy Nora, my wheeled walker, out of the boot. And I said, don't you want me to pay you first? He said, no. He said, I'm not charging you. I said, why aren't you charging me? He said, because you're good in the community. And I thought, do you know, that was so lovely of that guy to do that. It was not, I intended to pay for my taxi, but he just decided he didn't want to. And, you know, sometimes, I mean, so many good things happen to me. And it's just, I do things because that's the way I was brought up. You know, my parents were community people. My dad was very much on everybody was on the community side in the family. And that's where I've learnt it from. And I just think, well, you know, this is what we can do for each other. You know, some people it's all about money, and other people it's all about community. And I live in the community category. But by doing what I do, I have been blessed. So many good things happening to me, from a free taxi ride. I've even had my gadget, my phone here. Even that has been sponsored by a local business, because I was going to be not able to live stream at one point, and one of the local businesses decided that actually we can't stop you live streaming. We'll have to provide you with a new phone, and they provided me with a new phone. And 3 years later, they provided me with a new phone again. My phone's getting to the end of its life, and I'm going to see that gentleman this week. I wonder whether it might be 3rd time lucky. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Debs is saying her hubby is getting sore throat too, singing along with Phantom of the Opera. Well, I was singing. I like to sing Welcome to the Isle of Wight whenever I hear Derek Sandy singing that. I can't help myself. I have the most awful voice, no, but I just can't help. It makes me smile every time I hear that song. So anyway, let's go back to the Monday when I went to see Derek Sandy. And so I was going to get the 5:30 bus. The last number 30, the 37 comes round my estate, but it's only 1 hour, and it finishes, the last one is at 5:30 p.m. But that worked well because Derek Sandy was starting his routine at 6 o'clock on the seafront, and I could get down to the seafront in about 10 minutes on the 37, and then walk along the Esplanade. It's quite a long walk, but I thought I was up for it. I have to pace myself, and sometimes I do have to get taxis because I can't do all that. Some days I can, and some days I can't. So anyway, Monday I thought, I think I can up for this. I think I can get down there and then get along. So I set off down the road, and it only takes me 3 minutes to get to the bus stop. So I left myself about 4 to 5 minutes. Okay, let's just make sure. I didn't go any earlier because it was blazing hot sun and there was no shade at the bus stop, and I didn't want to get burnt and frazzled before I got on the bus. So I left it 3 to 4 minutes, got halfway down the road, and I think I had left something behind. I don't know whether it was my sun hat or my sun cream or what it was. It was something that I needed. And I thought I can go and catch the bus. And I think it was my sun hat or something. I get burnt, or I can go back and get what I need, walk further to the number 9, which is about another 8 minutes walk on. I could get the number 9, but then I will have done that much more walking, and I still got to walk along the seafront. So I went home and I decided I was going to book a taxi because I didn't want to arrive in a frazzled heap and then not be able to live stream. So I got the taxi, but they couldn't come until 6:15. Now, remember I told you Derek was going to start at 6 o'clock. I thought, well, do you know what? He's performing till 8 o'clock, so it really doesn't matter. The taxi can come at 6:15, and I will be there before 6:30. That will be fine. So that's what I did. So I actually then didn't have to walk all along the Esplanade, and it's quite a long walk from the bus. So I got there, and just as I got there, he was breaking into "Welcome to the Isle of Wight." It was like, hang on, Lynn's here, I need to sing this song. And so I quickly got my phone out my bag and clicked onto live stream. I was live streaming as I was approaching the Apley Beach Cafe. So there were other people in front of me, but you could hear Derek singing "Welcome to the Isle of Wight" as I walked along. Marvelous. Absolutely. It was like, come on, Lynn, we're here. Let's tell everybody about the Isle of Wight. And so that was Monday. And so I then sat down on my Navy Nora. I had a sun umbrella, which I put up because the sun, I got a bit of shade, but as the evening wore on, the sun moved. And of course, it was getting on me, and I didn't want to burn. So I got a little umbrella that actually is, it's a sun umbrella for my camera. Did you know my camera has its own sun umbrella? Well, I have a gadget, and I haven't got it here to show you because I don't think it's here. I think it's down with Navy Nora, and it's a mount, and I put my phone in it. And again, it was gifted to me because I'm a live streamer, and because I had seen Tristan had one, and I had seen where it came from. So I promoted the guy who had these mounts, and he's in America. And he very kindly sent me one of these mounts to put my phone in. And it's great because, when you've got a phone, you're just holding it like this and pushing the button like this. When I've got a mount, I can hold it like this. I can hold it on either side. I can hold it, much more easily. So I can I can push the button to stream, and I can hold it much better. I can also attach it to the top of a tripod, which is amazing because then, like I did on Monday, I sat with my tripod and my camera set up, and I did my knitting while I was watching Derek Sandy and while I was live streaming. So I like to make use of my time. Double whammy. Live streaming, well, triple whammy. Live streaming for anybody watching, enjoying myself, my entertainment too, and knitting at the same time. That's perfect for me. So I sat knitting and doing that. So I have this wonderful mount, and that mount was gifted to me. It was gifted to me. It's an iographer. It's called iographer. Let's put that into the comments. Wait a minute. Oh, let's find a link. Sorry. This is how I can. Oh, it would be all right if I hit the right buttons. Iographer. There we are. Iographer. And David Basalto is the guy who runs the site that sells the iographer. So let's click on this site and give you a link to the site, because I'm quite the multitasker. I love multitasking. I hate wasting time, Heather, but it's got to be a good use of my time. So wait a minute, let's give you the link to iOgrapher. Can I do this? Wait a minute, hang on, let's see if I can do this. I just love using my time well. So wait a minute, let's see. Hang on, notifications block. Let's just get this bit. Oh, wait a minute, let's click, and can I click and copy and paste? Yes, copy. There we go. Let's see if we can do this. So wait a minute, let's have a look. So where was I streaming? I'm streaming over here on YouTube. Let's drop it in the YouTube. Let's drop it in here. Oops, hang on. Let's put it in there. Let's paste it in and send. And then let's paste it into, that was on YouTube. Let's paste it into, oh, where am I streaming on Facebook? I've lost my Facebook stream now. Oh, there it is. Let's have a look. Heather's watching on her TV so that she can craft at the same time as she's watching me. So she's multitasking too. It takes one to know one, doesn't it, Heather? So let's put that in there. Let's send that to Facebook as well. There we go. Look, so we can do these things. So I think, did I send it on? I did send it. Did I click on it on YouTube? I think I sent it on YouTube. Yes, I did send it on YouTube, and I sent it on Facebook. That's right. Wait a minute, let's just see. I can't. Anyway, that's good. So it's amazing, isn't it? That my parents were like that, or my mum particularly, never sat still, was always doing more than one thing at once. Hello, Sam. Your best friend Bunty says good evening. Good evening, Bunty. And a kiss for Bunty. There we go. So I'm on Monday of this week, right? So I ended up watching Derek Sandy through until so soon after I got there, he sang Welcome to the Isle of Wight, and then he did I think he did something else. Oh, somebody else did she was singing first. No, so he sang Welcome to the Isle of Wight, and then somebody else did a song, and then I was live streaming it, and Facebook blocked the live stream. So you got part of the live stream because actually it was live and it went onto Facebook, but then it chopped it off because it was obviously a copyright song. So that was as it was, that's how it is. So it got chopped off because of the copyright rules. And then at the end of that, Derek was taking a break, and his son accompanies him. He's on the keyboards. Alex is his son, and he plays for Derek. And so they took a break, and that was fine. I was sitting there knitting, and I had packed myself a picnic, which I never actually ate until I got home, because I was so busy listening and knitting, and I didn't feel hungry at that point. So I didn't have my lovely picnic that I packed. So I ended up bringing the picnic home and eating it when I got home, but that was okay. So I then watched the live stream through, and there was a mum with a pram, and she ended up sitting right in front of me. I was sitting where I was because I'd got just a view straight to Derek, and I was right by the cafe, but I couldn't sit any further forward because the exit of the cafe, I would be blocking people coming down the ramp out of the cafe. There's more than one way out of the cafe, but if somebody needed the ramp, I would be in the way. So I sat just this side, and Derek was just the other side. So I was live streaming, but some people sometimes are a bit oblivious to what other people are doing. There's lots more people coming into the broadcast. Tina's just come in. Hi, Tina, coming in on Facebook there. Lovely to see you too. We're just going through the week, my wonderful week, and we're on Monday so far. And just a marvelous Monday. And I just love days like Monday, what happened on Monday, because it went on. Good stuff happening all the way through, and it was just amazing, things I hadn't planned. And so just how things happen, it's just, I never cease to be amazed of all that serendipitous stuff, the stuff you don't plan, but things happen. Things happen for a reason. Somebody comes into your path that you didn't know that you were going to see, and good things come out of that. And that's what I absolutely love. So as I say, this person sat and perhaps sat on a wall right in front. Now she could see I was streaming, but never mind. Perhaps she didn't really mind. But she was between me and Derek, and I didn't necessarily want to get her in case she didn't actually want to be on the live stream. But actually, I really just wanted Derek, so I had to adjust my camera and move the camera up. I've got a tripod that extends, so I sort of managed to move the camera up. So I was trying to cut off at that point. So that it was challenging. It always is, I don't have the only right to be sitting there and whatever. Anyway, and of course I didn't want to move positions because then I'm moving the camera while I'm live streaming, so that's not very easy. And if I'm moving the camera, I'm also having to move my wheeled walker, and it's all a bit, just imagine the scene. I'm trying to push the walker, carry the tripod, and make sure that I keep going and don't fall over anything. So I stayed put, but of course the sun, the shade was not over me anymore, which is why I had to put up my little umbrella. But my umbrella is actually, it's a shield for the camera. And I told you that David Bisotto of Iographer, he sent, so I put the links in, didn't I, to Iographer. So he sent me one of these mounts to put my camera in, and that was amazing. But at Mardi Gras, which was on Saturday, at Mardi Gras back in, I think, 2018, I think it was, I was live streaming Mardi Gras, and it was a boiling hot day, and I couldn't get in the shade, but I was standing live streaming as the Mardi Gras was approaching, and the sun was so hot on my camera, it shut my camera down. Fortunately, there was somebody standing next to me who was part of the Go Live Granny community, and she live streamed on her camera because my camera had shut down. So we still got it between us. But, I'd said, oh dear, it's shut down. And Dave Bisotto must have got that message. I don't know whether I told him or whether whatever, but he sent me this little gadget, this little umbrella, and you're supposed to be able to clip it onto the Iographer. But I don't know what I've done. I wasn't able to clip it onto the Iographer. I need to have a look when I'm not trying to live stream to work out how to clip it onto the Iographer. And so I was just holding it because the camera was on the stand. I could hold this, so it was shielding the camera from the sun, but it was also shielding my arm that was now in the sun. So I was at that point. I don't think I could be doing the knitting. No, I don't think I was knitting at that point, but I was knitting when I was in the shade. So anyway, wonderful performance from Derek. Lots of lovely songs. He had his break, then he came back to do lots more. And he is there. It's called Love Mondays. It's every Monday from 6 till 8 outside the Apley Beach Cafe. And it used to be, I think it used to be outside the Apley Beach, and then Apley Beach Cafe, and then he couldn't do it because all along that part of the seafront was all being dug up for sewer works. Not very helpful to a cafe that gets its trade by passing people. But if you've dug up all the road and all the sewer works are going on, that is not ideal for people to be able to get to a cafe and be in having food and drink where the sewers are open up. So not good. I don't know if they ever got any compensation. I'm not sure that they did. But anyway, that was not a great scenario. So then obviously Derek Sandy moved to other places to do his Love Mondays. I think he was doing them on Eastern Gardens at one point, and then at one point he was doing them further along the parade at the harbour outside where there's some food concessions along by the marina. So it was, I think it's Island Harbour along there. But somebody was telling me they went there when it was a Love Monday there, and there's not much space. So you've got all those food concessions along there, but it's a pathway, and there's people walking past, and it's very difficult for anybody to just stop. If you stop and watch, then you're blocking the pathway. So I don't know how it worked there. I didn't go down at that time. I think that's part of the time when I was ill. If you remember, I was recovering from nearly dying of pneumonia, and so that was a long period of recovery, and that would have been taking me probably through that time. So going through summer 23, that must have been, and into 24, I was still recovering. So I didn't go down there at that time. But anyway, it's so lovely to have him back at Apsley Beach. And of course, Apsley Beach Cafe are levy payers of the white bid, which is something that's not a favourite thing of mine, because I don't see why all our businesses on the island should be taxed to use money to promote the island if they don't get a benefit out of it, and a lot of them don't get a benefit out of it. So anyway, now Derek Sunday is back there on Monday, which means there's a crowd gather. Especially when he goes on Britain's Got Talent, and he gives out T-shirts with "I love the Isle of Wight" to Ant and Dec and to the people on the TV, and then he's promoting the island. He was a fantastic ambassador for the island, and I think there were a load of people clicking onto the Isle of Wight after he was on Britain's Got Talent, and of course, what an ambassador, an absolute ambassador for the island, amazing. So that's been good news. So anyway, Derek does a lot of things around the island. He also sells he's got T-shirts, and they say on the front, "Yeah, man," because that's one of his sayings. He says, "Yeah, man," and so it's on there. So I'm quite tempted to get one of his T-shirts. The trouble is, now I've lost weight, I like to wear more fitted things because it's quite flattering, and those T-shirts are a little bit looser. Might get one just for fun. I will see. So anyway, I've got plenty of weeks to decide, because he's going to be there every Monday between 6 and 8, and that actually is such a crowd puller. But he was great, because he kept promoting the Apsley Beach Cafe, because he said, please go and support the cafe, because without the cafe he wouldn't be there. So that's good. Good evening, Tracy K. Not caught alive in a while, but I'll catch you alive. Wait a minute, let's see. I can look on here, because on my phone I've still got a silly thing on StreamYard that keeps blocking half the comments. So let's look over here. Tracy K says, evening, Lynn, not caught alive in a while, but did catch a live stream of Ride Mardi Gras. That was amazing yesterday. That was another event that was a free event that pulled crowds. So we had, last Sunday we had Armed Forces Day, 10,000 crowd on our seafront, pulling the crowds into the island, into Ride particularly. Some people coming across from the mainland for the day. Amazing publicity, amazing, helping to fill our local cafes and things. Lots and lots of people buying food at the cafes all along the seafront, and hopefully further into the town. It was an amazing event all day. I nearly blew away. Yes, yesterday at the Mardi Gras, I did nearly blow away. You saw me. It was very, very windy yesterday. But it was just amazing. It's been an amazing week for live streaming. And I'm just really enjoying being back out. I'm back to how I was before I had pneumonia, and how I used to be out live streaming all the events. And then, of course, I've been through this period where my health was shot. And I just worked hard to get back to full health. Of course, as you know, I've been on a Slimming World journey as well, which has obviously helped. And I feel all bright and breezy again and wanting to get out. I don't know. I have to pace myself, because, I'm going to be 75 in a couple of months' time. I know I'm not my second husband used to say, well, you're no spring chicken. And my second husband was 14 years younger than me. And he used to say, you're no spring chicken. But you know what? I had 10 times more energy than ever he did. I'm lucky, because I come from a family who have energy. It's in the genes. It's obviously in our makeup. And, I use my energy well. So Tracy's saying, she sure did. So Tracy's saying, I sure did. They're saying I nearly blew away, because it was majorly windy yesterday. And I'll tell you what, let's swap the boppers. And you could tell how windy it was, because I had my boppers on. I had these boppers, and then I had, this one says, let's party. No, party time, because it was party time down at Mardi Gras. And I was doing this. These were flying away in the wind. And this nearly blew off my head as well. So if you didn't see that, anybody, you need to go back to yesterday's live streams, which I will take down off Facebook and I will put back up onto, I will put onto YouTube, because then you can find them. So but it's just amazing to be back out on the out there in the community doing what I did, what I used to love doing before I got ill. And it's just so nice. I meet so many people, and this week I have met more people who are now clicking onto the Go Live Granny, because I told you I have this big mount that I put my phone in, and on the other side of the mount, in big letters, it says Go Live Granny. So when I'm streaming like this, anybody who's the other side of me can see that it says Go Live Granny. And it's so funny to watch people. Lots of people know me, so they see me and they say, hello, Go Live Granny. And then there are people who just come across me and they are very amused by the title. And I can't have the credit of calling myself the Go Live Granny, because it was Lottie Hearn, who was a live streamer on the mainland, and one day she interviewed me as part of a ladies group, Ladies That Go Live, I think it was. Ladies That Go Live, that's right. And she interviewed me because I was a live streamer, and she said, you need to be called the Go Live Granny. And that was it. It just stuck, and people love that as a title. And they are, if people come across me and they see that, they laugh. They always laugh. So I try to inspire, educate and entertain. So if I make people laugh, mission accomplished. That's what I like to do. Tracy's saying it was great to see all the people that waved at you because they knew who you were. Yes, there are I know a lot of the people from the carnivals from years ago when I used to do them. Of course, there are a lot of new children coming through who were never part of the previous carnivals, but there are also the people who were there in the carnivals who've known me from a long time ago. And it is really nice. It's just so nice to say, hello, everybody. Oh, there's Go Live Granny. And, it's just such fun. It just makes a wonderful community, we all work together. I'm there to show them off. They're there to, that, they appreciate what I do. And somebody saw one of my live streams, and it wasn't somebody I knew, but she'd seen my live stream and she clicked on and said, oh, I saw my child in the parade, which isn't that nice, because they've got that to look on. And I tell you what, it works very well for when I do the carnivals. Of course, the people in the carnivals, or the Mardi Gras is the first of the carnival season, so this is the forerunner, and then every week through the summer holidays we have carnivals, and we have 2 or 3 carnivals a week in the 6 weeks of the summer holiday. I've got to get the dates up. I've got to get the dates into my diary, because this year I think I might be able to go and do them. Last year I didn't have the energy. I was still recovering, from my illness, and I got very tired. I did get to some of the carnivals in the, after my illness, because somebody from the Ride Carnival Committee said, well, we're going to the carnivals. Would you like us to take you? Not only did she take me, but she borrowed her mum and dad's car so that she could take me and Navy Nora, which is my walker, because her car was too small. What do you think of that? All of the people watching are watching and enjoying, but they can only enjoy because of people like Claire and her family, who really helped me. They said, well, we're going to the carnival because we're in the carnival. We will take you and we will bring you back door to door. And wasn't that wonderful? What an amazing thing. I would not have been able to do some of those carnivals because I just couldn't. I didn't have the energy even to walk to the bus at some stage, So that was how I managed to do some of the live streaming. But before that, before I was ill, I used to go out, and then I would go on the bus and I would get to do the carnivals, and then I would have to wait for the buses to get back because they were on diversion when the carnivals happen. So then we have to wait for Island Roads to open up the roads again. And so sometimes there's a bit of a wait, and then I would get the bus, and sometimes I wouldn't get home till 11 o'clock at night. I didn't mind because I had the energy. But then when I was not so energetic after the illness, I could not do that, which is why I didn't do a lot of that live streaming. But I do feel more energetic this year. I am not promising. I'm not promising that I'm going to go to them all. I will do what I can. First of all, the best thing I could do is get the dates into my diary so I know when the carnivals are, because that would be helpful. I might find that there are people that would take me. And in fact, I belong to Ride Time Bank. And Ride Time Bank is where you bank your skills, and you put, you put your skills into the time bank. So one of my skills is I could live stream somebody's events. That could be a skill. I do social media actually for the time bank. So those are things I could do. I've put out there that I want somebody from the time bank to come and help me take a lot of stuff to the charity shop. And one of my friends is in the time bank, so she said, oh, I'll take you to do that. So we switch in that. But I might be able to ask the time bank if somebody could run me to the carnival sites and then perhaps pick me up and bring me home. Or I might come back on the bus and then get a taxi up from when I get back into Ride. So there's a way of doing it without exhausting myself. Heather's saying that it was very sweet of her. It was really sweet. They could have just gone to the carnival and not even thought about me. But actually, wasn't it nice that they did? There's a real community spirit. And this is how we should be working wherever. We should be working together as a community. And that's how we need to promote the Isle of Wight, all working together and just, saying, well, no, let's promote the Isle of Wight. Right, Lynn's live streaming that. Why don't we all hit the share button and share all those Isle of Wight things? Oh, there's so-and-so. They're live streaming it. Why don't we hit the share button? That's how we can promote this thing. And I'm going to want you to hit the share button. Remind me later, towards the end of the broadcast, because I want you to vote for something. And it's to do with Gordie's Wood. And when I was at Arraton Barnes today. So remind me at the end, because I don't want to cut in. I want to go through the week logically. Susan's coming in there with a comment. Is there anyone in the time bank that could help with decorating and gardening, do you think? Please, as interested in joining you there. And I'm not sure, I'm not sure, Susan, whether you have to live in Ride or not. Well, I would need to check that. I don't know. There are people who do bits and bobs. The thing is, some things we can ask for, small projects, like I could get somebody to paint a door. Not sure on bigger projects how it works. I will need to find out for you, Susan. And I don't know whether you need to live in Ride or not. So I'll find that out as well. Let me have another drink. So, let's just see. So let's just keep an eye on the comments there. So, what was I going to say? Lots to say. And I've got my little notes, but I've lost my notes. Where have I put mine? Oh my goodness. Where did I put my notes? Oh, you see, I make notes and then I lose the notes, but I have found the notes. They're down the side of the chair. I don't usually make notes. I usually remember, try and remember through the week as we go. But this week I put some notes down. But let's say, yes. So what happened on Monday was amazing. So on Sunday, we'd had the Armed Forces Day. And at the end of the Armed Forces Day, I went and found Ian Dorr, who put together the Armed Forces Day. And he had such a little team. And what's Tracy saying? Being in Liverpool, watching your live streams while out and about on the island made me so want to come and visit. Tracy, you must come and visit. Absolutely, you must. But make sure if you do come and visit, I make sure I know so that I can be on the island to meet you, because I absolutely love meeting any of my audience any of my community, any of my viewers who come to the island. I had Hazel, who watches from Australia. Sometimes now she has to watch the replay because the times don't always work. She might be sleeping when we're live streaming, but she planned to come to, she is originally from the UK, and she lives in Australia, and she was coming back to the UK, and she planned a visit. And I said, oh, it'd be wonderful to see you if we can connect. I need to know when you're coming. So not only did she plan her visit, but she planned a visit to the Isle of Wight so that she could communicate. I didn't have to go to the mainland to meet her. She worked her trip including the Isle of Wight, which was wonderful. But then COVID hit and she had to cancel her trip. Oh, shenanigans. But after COVID had gone, after we were out of lockdown and all that, she did come to the UK and she did come to the Isle of Wight. And we met up in Ventnor because that was easy for Yvonne, because we wanted to include Yvonne and we wanted to include any of the Go Live Granny community who could meet up. And so we met in the Better Days Cafe, which is an amazing cafe over in Ventnor, who support people with learning difficulties in a fantastic way. They also help, they feed some of the children in the summer holidays who would qualify for free meals, but in holiday time, they're not in school, so they don't get free meals. So she was doing an amazing job over there. And so we decided we'd go and support that cafe, because we like to support the people who are supporting the community as best we can. Tracy's saying it would be great to meet me and Gaz. Gaz is one of the people I've met through live stream and through the internet. And he was part of a craft show that I watched, and he watched, and it turned out he lived on the island, and then we met up. Tracy has been part of that group as well, and Tracy watched. Gaz now does live streams and his own craft live streams, and I haven't seen Gaz for a while because I've been off the island, and our diaries haven't worked so that we've seen each other lately, but I must catch up with him. But Tracy's part of that community, and she would love to. I follow both of you and have done that for ages in the crafting world, you see. So, and actually, you see, without my pneumonia, if I'd not had pneumonia, I wouldn't know you, Tracy, and I wouldn't know Heather, because it was the crafting world that brought us together, and I wasn't part of that world until my recovery from pneumonia. And it was when I was hooked up to an oxygen machine for 3 months, and I couldn't really go out very far because I had the mask on, I was hooked up to oxygen, and so it was limited. I mean, I had a very long umbilical cord, as my Yvonne, who lives on oxygen now, has to have oxygen all the time, so she's masked up, you know, all the time, and she says she calls it her umbilical cord. So I knew exactly what she meant. I mean, she can go out, but she has to take a canister, an oxygen canister with her. I did manage to go out a couple of times, and I had to take the oxygen canister with me, but there's only limited amount of oxygen in those canisters, so you can't stay out a long time if you need the oxygen. So I can totally sympathize with her. Fortunately, I have come off the oxygen after 3 months, but obviously for Yvonne it's more difficult, which is why we made sure we went to Ventnor, and so that she could come and join us. And so Hazel made that trip, and then it was wonderful. And Kath and John were on the island. Oh no, yes, they were living on the island then. So Kath and John picked me up and took me to Ventnor, so I could, you know, so we could all be part. So that was lovely. So we met up. You know, it's always nice to connect with as many people as we can from our wonderful community. And I was so thrilled to meet Hazel after all that. So that was wonderful. And so if you do want to come, Tracy, they do call me. I have been called a one-woman tourist board. When I won my award, the award this award, because I am a multi-award winner, did you know? And I was talking with Kath and John about it. I have won so many different awards, and you know what? It gives you a boost. I mean, I don't go out there deliberately to win awards, but I can see across here. One of my awards is sitting over there, and that's an award for Ride in Bloom, because during COVID, one of the things to keep you lovely people entertained was I couldn't go out and live stream the carnivals because there weren't any carnivals. I had to get creative and live stream from home. So I made this container garden out the front of my flat, and I live streamed from the garden, and I live streamed my knitting. But in doing the live streaming from the front garden, I made a container garden, and I spent hours and hours out in the front garden. And my front garden is in sun most of the day, so I had this wonderful display. I got very hot out there. There's not much shade, and I tried to create shade. So I would sort of do some of the stuff in the early morning before the shade before the shade disappeared from the front garden. But I had a wonderful floral garden, but it was a lot of it was ones you had to plant every year. So I should have put some shrubs and things in, but it was all in pots. It was all in pots, and it was beautiful. And I met all my neighbours because I was in the front garden so much. I live on an estate, and it's actually like a cul-de-sac. So you come in and you have to go out the same way. And I live at the beginning of the estate. So there's only, on the estate, there's only 3 properties, no, 1, 2, yes, 3 properties that way, and all the rest of the 70 houses are this way, houses and flats. And so you have to, everybody has to come past my, except the 3 neighbours that side, everybody else has to come past me to get to the estate. And I didn't know anybody before COVID much who lived on the estate, except the people 3 houses that way and the 3 1, 2, 3 properties this way. And those were the only people I ever knew, because what I would do is come up the road and into my flat and stay in my flat. And so I never saw anybody much going about. Once COVID hit and I was doing the garden, everybody was going past and everybody started chatting to me. And it was amazing. And then they were complimenting me on the garden as I was going forward. And I made little garden gnomes for the children to find. I made them out of concrete, cement, and made these little garden gnomes. And in my download, when I was downloading all these thousands of live streams from Facebook, so that I can preserve all those live streams, all thousands of them. I don't know how many I did since 2016 until now, but sometimes I live stream 4 times a day in COVID, and that was so many live streams. And I have managed to get most of them onto a hard drive, so I will be posting up as we go. But I nearly lost the will to live this week, because this week I had 178 files still to download. My granddaughter helped me with loads and I rewarded her well, but we ran out of time for the last 178 files because I'm here and she's there, and I had to get them onto my hard drive. Perhaps I should have just bought another hard drive, gave her my logins and let her do it from there. I'm only thinking about that now. Anyway, I had a week to get them down, but of course I've had a busy week. So trying to get all these 178 files. So every one of those downloads was taking 3 minutes. And so you can imagine, if I'm waiting 3 minutes for that to download, that is a bit boring. That's like watching paint dry. So what I did in that time was I knitted little smoothie hats. And I'll come back to that in a little while. So I'll go back. I'll finish what I was saying, except I've forgotten what I was saying. Oh yes, my garden. Sorry, I would be dangerous with the brain, you know. So I was doing all that container gardening, and by the by, I won an award. That's right, coming back to the award. So I won Ride in Bloom, and I've got a beautiful glass ornament over there. I'm not going to get up and get it because I would have to move the little table that's in the way. I'd have to move this mount. I would probably trip over this on the way to get the award. So I might show you some of my awards another time. But I won that Ride in Bloom award, and then I won a second year running. So the first year it was wonderful. It just came by chance. I didn't set out to do a garden to win Ride in Bloom. I did the garden, it started blooming, and I thought, right, let's enter Ride in Bloom. And we were lucky enough to win. And of course, I had help from some of my live streamers, because some of you lovely live streamers that contributed to what went into the garden. Some of the lovely community had a whip round. And how you organise that on live stream, that was amazing. Obviously, you linked with people who were watching the broadcast, and then you chatted to each other in another group that I didn't know about. No, don't need to go through all that obstacle course. No, I'll try not to, because it could be dangerous and I could fall over, and then I might not come back and sit here. So I will show you that another time. Yes, so it's up there, but I can see it, and it just reminds me of my community, because I didn't win that. If I didn't have a community, I would not have won that award, because it was because all you lovely people, or the lovely people back then who wanted me to stream through COVID, it was that was the community spirit. So that's how I got the award. And I remember, I don't give out my address, obviously, on social media, for obvious reasons, but I was live streaming from the garden, and I remember one of our lovely Isle of Wight people came to my house, and she recognized the background. That's okay, but she said, "Oh, I hope you don't mind me." I was in the garden, and she said, "I hope you don't mind me coming to see you." But she said, "I did notice. I know where you live." That's okay. And she wanted to give me some flowers for the garden. That was amazing. So she bought me. I think she bought me some geraniums, if I remember well. So she went and got me some lovely geraniums. And I think that was in the. I think that was in the year. The second year I was doing the garden, because the first year I did it, and then the next year it was Jubilee year, and I changed my garden to have a red, white, and blue theme. So the first year I just did the garden and just took pictures of it, and I was awarded then. So I think that's when I got the wonderful glass ornament that I've got up there. The first year, and then the second year, it was one of the categories was a Jubilee garden. So part of my garden I transformed to red, white, and blue. I'd been given, Inga and Russ had given me a wishing well made out of tyres, and they'd made a wishing well to go in the garden. And the first year it was all part of the garden, and that was lovely. The second year I painted it red, white, and blue as part of the Jubilee. So I made part of the garden. The garden was very big, and I made one part of the garden the Jubilee garden, and entered that category. And it won, we won a certificate then again. So it's nice. But it was a community effort. It wasn't just me. It was people who'd contributed to the garden. I know that first time round, people contributed. They got together and they bought me plants. They bought me bulbs. They bought me all sorts of bits to go in the garden. Corrie sent me a plaque that's up on the wall that says "Go Live Granny Community Garden," and just all things like that. So many people contributed. This has been an amazing community. We've had people come into the community. A lot came in COVID, and it was a safe place and it was good. But life changes, and those people have other things to do and move on. It doesn't matter. I don't mind if I have 3 people watching or 300 people watching. It's just, I don't go by numbers. I go by the quality of the people who are watching. Those lovely people who come in. We have had some trolls in. We have dealt with the trolls, and I always will deal with the trolls. But I have had some wonderful people come into the community, and I've had people say to me since COVID what a lifeline it was. Now, I might be doing the live streaming, but I'm not the only one providing the lifeline, because all of you chatting in the chat box, when somebody comes in and says they're not feeling so great, you all jump in and give your love and all those wonderful vibes. So we have created, who knew this was going to be part of my life back before COVID? No, I was live streaming. Obviously, I was live streaming to show off the island, and that was creating an amazing community of people who all over the world who came in and watched the carnivals going on the Isle of Wight, and that was amazing. But that amazing community like this now came because COVID. So, every cloud has a silver lining, and I could not have predicted what was going to go on now from then. But isn't it amazing how these things happen? And so, and again, I was live streaming, and then of course I was seriously ill. So when you're seriously ill, live streaming is not the first thing on your mind. You can only live stream if you get well enough to do it. And so my obviously priority was getting my health back. So I did that. And then we got round to, it was just before, I think was it last year I started doing my evening live streams? You lose track of time. And I think it was, and I think Tina is watching in, or she was watching in, and you have Tina to thank for me starting to do these live streams like this, because I think it was last summer. So where are we? Yes, I think it was 2024 when I started live streaming again. And it was Tina who said, "I do miss your live streams." I think it was a year, not 2 years. I'm sure it was only a year. And she said, and it was, I know when it was the end of August. It was either the end of August or perhaps the first day of September, something like that. Because she said, "I really miss your live streams." And I thought, do you know what? And I said to her, because I think, had I done an odd live stream, I might have done an odd live stream. Yes, I think I'd gone on live and done an odd live stream. And she said, "I do miss your live streams." And so I said, I was feeling a bit perkier. And so I said, well, I'll tell you what, because my birthday is at the beginning of September, I said, let's have a virtual birthday party. Why don't I live stream, on Saturday? So I said, all right, I'll do a live stream next Saturday. And so I think it was on my birthday, I think. And so we did a live stream, and then people liked it. They wanted more. So I agreed that I would do one a week, not 4 a day like I did before, not one every day, but I would do one a week. And I was going to do it on the Saturday night, and then we suddenly realised that we were bumping into the Strictly Come Dancing programs. They are Strictly Come Dancing is on in the autumn through to Christmas. It was perhaps not the best time to do a live stream because my favourite program is Strictly Come Dancing, and I would rather watch it as it's happening if I can. Obviously I can watch it on replay, but I like to watch it as it is, and I like to watch the results as they come out, because otherwise somebody will spoil it. They'll do a spoiler on social media and say, oh, what a shame so and so went out, and I like not to know. So anyway, so we decided I would not live stream on a Saturday, I would live stream on a Sunday. And then somebody pointed out that the Strictly results came out on a Sunday, but the Strictly results were about 7 or 7:15. So we decided that 8:15 on a Sunday was a good time because it didn't hit results and it was clear, which is now why I live stream at 8:15 on a Sunday. Even though Strictly's not on at the moment, they are just announcing we're coming up to the Strictly season again soon. It starts in September, and so this is a good place to sit at the moment. But of course, because I've got perkier and brighter, I've been doing more light streams in the day, so you can catch up with all of that. And I will do it as long as I feel that I'm not compromising my health, and at the moment I don't feel I am, and I pace myself. So I do think I have a busy days, and then I will have days when I sit at home and don't do very much. Or I might knit, but knitting doesn't exactly tax me very much because it's one of my favourite things. So anyway, so that's that. So I'm going to go back to Monday because I never finished telling you about Monday and the amazing things that happened after I'd finished watching Derek. So I decided that I needed to go home. But before I went home, I needed to go to the little girl's room. And a bit further up from where I was sitting was there's a disabled facility. And I've got a radar key. I thought, I just hope that the town council they have to lock these facilities at night because of vandalism, which is a shame, because it means if you're out and about after they lock them, that's a bit of a difficulty. So anyway, I mean, how do I always get toilet talk into my live streams? I don't know. It's not supposed to be part of the live stream, but it's all part of what happens. We're looking forward to seeing Diane Boswell again. Absolutely, Sam. Sam's popping in there. Diane Boswell was the one who lifted the, she and her partner. So she's the celebrity, and she partnered with Chris, who is blind. And they won the glitter ball. It was amazing to see how Diane could work with Chris and how he could learn to dance. And obviously he had to learn in a different way than all the sighted dancers, but it was amazing, absolutely amazing. So thank you for popping that in, Sam. Diane will be back again. We don't know who she'll partner with. We have to wait to see that. And that will be, we look forward to that. So that is amazing. But anyway, so back to Monday. So I was fortunate they had not locked the facilities, which was great. I have a radar key, and I am so grateful to Tracy. I don't know if Tracy's in the broadcast at the moment. Tracy lives here on the Isle of Wight, and I had an issue because I have a radar key, which one of my community gave me years ago when I was having kerfuffles getting into toilets and things. And she gave me a radar key, which means I can use the disabled toilets that need a radar key. And so I was always grateful for that key. But when you have a disability like I do, and you've got a walker, and you've got to get your door open, you've got to get yourself and the walker into the facility, and then you might be, actually, I'm here now, I need to do what I need to do rather quickly. So you've got your key in your hand. So you don't want to faff about in case, you know, time is of the essence, let's say. I think you know what I mean. And so if I put the key down on the side, chances are I might forget to pick the key up and take it with me. So Tracy Cool, who lives here on the island, she bought me, I'll show you what she bought me, because my handbag is down here. She bought me this. So this is there's my radar key. And she bought me this spongy thing. Look, and she bought it in purple because that's my favourite colour. And she attached it by a ring onto the zip of my handbag. Look, my lovely bright rainbow handbag. Which now means it is so easy because unless you have a disabled, you know, you have this disability and you need a radar key, you won't realise how difficult it is. So because many of the doors on the disabled facility toilets don't have a handle on them, which is bonkers for people with disabilities. So you have to put the key in and you have to pull the door with the key, turn the key and pull it with the key. Some of them do have handles on, but some of them don't. So it's difficult. And then, so you've done all this kerfuffle. By the time you get in there, it's nearly, oh help, it's almost too late. And so she thought, right, if we put this on, I'm not going to lose the key. So I get near enough to the door with the bungee to open the door. I still got to get me and the walker in, but I can just let the key go, do what a girl's got to do, and then pick the key is still attached and put it back in the bag. Simple. Some of the simplest things about people with good ideas. One of my community who's bought me something as basic as that. She has made such a difference to my life. I can't thank her enough for that. So Sam's saying Chris McCausland was a celebrity and Diane the professional dancer. That's right. Yes, absolutely. So that was amazing. So anyway, so fortunately, when I get to the disabled toilet, it is not locked yet by the council. I think probably because Derek Sandy had been down there and a big crowd. I don't know what time it gets locked, but it was not locked. So that was fine. So I did what a girl had to do, and I came out. And as I looked to the right, so to the right is Apley Tower. There's a lovely tower on Apley Seafront, and it's Apley Tower, and they've made it into a museum. They've preserved. They were trying to sell it off, and then it got used as somehow. I don't know how it all worked, but it was saved, and it's a museum. And I've not been to it since it's been a museum. I need to go and have a look. I need to look it up. Because I lost touch of what was going on when I was ill. Some of the things I haven't reconnected with yet. So Apley Tower's there, and it's beautiful. I've got a picture. Across the way from where I'm sitting is a picture of my daughter on her wedding day, and she and her husband had a picture taken outside by the Apley Tower. Just amazing. So anyway, I thought, while I'm here, why don't I take... So not only was the Apley Tower there, but there was beautiful flower bed. I think it was red and white flowers, and it was beautiful. It was stunning. I tell you something, Ryde Town Council are amazing in lots of ways, but one of the ways that they are amazing is that they make our town look so beautiful because we always have beautiful flower beds and beautiful flower displays. For years I've been taking pictures of all the wonderful flower displays in Ryde, and that's down to Ryde Town Council. Just amazing. So I thought, we need to thank Ryde Town Council. Let's put these pictures up. People who watch my page, let's thanks to Ryde Town Council and say, look, what a brilliant place Ryde is to be. And look, thank you, Ryde Town Council. So I haven't got these pictures up online yet because I've been far too busy this week to do it. But anyway, so I took pictures of the flowers, and I took pictures of Apley Tower. And then I decided, was I going to get a taxi home? No, I'm going to try and do a bit of walking, because walking is good. When you stop walking places, the old body seizes up even more than it was before. So I do try to walk when I can. Sometimes I can walk and sometimes I can't. Worst case scenario, I can't walk very far at all. So I decided to give it a go. And I thought, well, I can go along, and when I get partway along, if I get tired, I can ring a taxi. But it's quite a long walk to the bus terminal. Let's see. And as I started to walk that way, there was the most beautiful sunset. It was amazing. And so before I got to see the sunset, I'd started coming back past the Apley Beach Cafe. And as I came along, there were a couple sitting on the, I think they were sitting on the wall, or they were just, or there might have been a bench there, I can't remember. And they smiled at me, and I think they said hello, and I smiled back, and a conversation was started. And then they asked me what I was knitting, because they had seen me knitting while I was watching Derek Sandy. So I was showing the knitting, and I should have brought it across here, and I can see it the other side of the room. And again, I'm not going to get up and go and get it, because I might trip over all the stuff in front of me. So if you've been watching my page, I've been knitting a cardigan for my friend, and it's variegated wool. So it makes, as I knit, it makes a wonderful stripy pattern. I don't make the stripes. The wool is variegated, and it makes the stripes as I knit. And I'm really enjoying knitting it. I think I might want to knit one for myself. So I was knitting this cardigan. And so we had a chat. We had a selfie. It was lovely, Ruth and Steve. And I thought, how am I going to remember these names? Right, Ruth. My nephew's married to a Ruth. I will remember Ruth because of my nephew. You know, I have to make those associations in my head. And then the guy was called Steve. And I said, oh, we have Steve. We have window cleaner Steve in the house sometimes. I don't know if he's here tonight. I haven't seen him come in, but I'm sure he'll watch the replay. But because we have Steve, window cleaner Steve, in the house, I thought I'm going to associate you with Steve, window cleaner Steve. So it was Steve and Ruth. So I've remembered, because I make these little ideas in my head. So they were lovely, and they said, oh, we're going to look you up. So they wanted to look and see what Go Live Granny, you know, said. So I tell everybody, and I make people laugh, because I like to make people laugh, and they can laugh at me or laugh with me. I don't care. It doesn't matter. And I tell them, you have to put hashtag Go Live Granny if you do a search for me, because one day I searched Go Live Granny, and I found some grannies who do things that I would not wish to be associated with. I will leave it to your imagination. You can Google it if you like, but if you're family friendly like me, you won't Google it. You will put hashtag Go Live Granny, and you will find what I do rather than what those grannies do. Okay, so anyway, so we had a lovely conversation there. And then as I started to come along the seafront, there was this most amazing red sun. It was massive in the sky, but it was just going down. The sun was setting, and it was behind the pier. We have a very long pier in Ryde, and it was setting down behind the pier. It would have been a photographer's dream. They would have got some marvelous pictures. I got some great pictures, but I'm not the best photographer in the world. But I do have a wonderful, wonderful iPhone camera, which was sponsored by a local business here on the island. And if you want to know who it is, it's on my I put it in the links on the YouTube. I don't always shout it out, because they might then get people flooding with requests. And so that's why I don't. A lot of people do know, and you can find it out on my YouTube channel, because it's usually on the bottom of the live streams. What was I going to say? Yeah, so this beautiful sunset. So I felt I had to stop. Now I left. Derek Sandy stopped singing at 8 o'clock, and I didn't get home till something like. What happened? What time did I get home? 9, 10, between 10 and 11 at night, because things happened on the way, and I didn't have anybody waiting for me at home, and I could do just what I like. So as I came along, I thought, right, I'm going to live stream this, and I stopped a bit on the seafront where there was another bit of boardwalk I didn't know about. So last year in Ryde, we had a boardwalk put down. So it's wooden slatting, so people like me with wheels and my wheeled walker can go down onto the beach on this wooden slatting, and it means we can get down onto the beach, and it's amazing. And I didn't know that they'd introduced another bit further along. I only knew about the first bit because I went to the celebration when they put it down. I was invited to go to that celebration, and I went. And so there's another bit down, and I didn't know there was a second bit down. So I thought, right, I've got a lot. I started to live stream the setting sun, and then I realised there was boardwalk there. So I sort of showed everybody the boardwalk because this is important to tourists. Absolutely, wouldn't tourists love to come if they have a disability and they know that they can get a wheelchair down onto the beach, they can get their wheeled walkers, their mobility scooters. That's an open invitation. Come and just see how disabled friendly we are on the island. But we need to tell the world about that, and the people who should be are not. Sorry, not going to mention them anymore. Let's move on. So anyway, I was there live streaming the boardwalk and this wonderful setting sun, and I did some live stream and I got some photographs. So then I went on a bit further and I started to get tired, and as I said to you before, I could always ring a taxi. So I decided I was going to ring a taxi. So I just got a bit along where there's a play park, there's a sandy bit, and there's some little things in the sand, and it's a little fenced off area for young children to play on these toys. And so I just sat on the wall there. And this is just how amazing, God moves in a mysterious way and puts people in your path that you don't know that you're going to bump into. And I was sitting on the wall and I just rang the taxi, and the phone would not connect me to the taxi company. It does that sometimes. I don't know why. It says, we can't connect you. And then sometimes if I ring a few minutes later, we do connect. But this time it didn't happen anyway. So I was waiting and thinking, oh, well, I just have a little rest. And then if I can't get a taxi, I'm going to have to walk to the bus. I wasn't that far from the bus station, but of course the other end I would have to walk. On a Sunday, I can't get on the 37, which goes right to the end of my road. I have to get a different bus, and then I have a longer walk, and part of it is up, a little bit of an incline and down and then up again. So I was thinking of all that, and I was getting quite tired. So as I say, I was waiting to ring the taxi company again. And as I was sitting there, a car pulled up just where I was. And Ian Daw got out. Now, Ian Daw is he's a veteran, and he's also an Isle of Wight council. He's on the Isle of Wight council. In fact, he's the chair of the Isle of Wight council now, and an altogether good guy. And he organised the Isle of Wight Armed Forces Day. And the day before, at the end of the event, I went up and thanked him personally. I saw him clearing up and I said, thank you so much, you and your team. And he said to me, this is my team. And there was one guy here and one guy there. That amazing event, and he had such a small team organising it. But sometimes that's the best way, because actually the more people involved, sometimes it becomes more difficult. So I know that. I mean, I've organised events, nothing on the scale of an Armed Forces Day, but I have done events, and I know sometimes it's much better to keep a small team and you get exactly what you want. So anyway, he told me that on Sunday night. So anyway, as he got out of his car, he was heading for the railings near where I was sitting. And the railings had the banners on that were advertising the Armed Forces Day. So he was coming to get the banners down, because obviously the Armed Forces Day was over. And so he's getting the banners down. So we were having a chat. Oh, I'm going to take this off because it's digging in. One of these things is digging into my head. Ouch. That was not comfortable. Let's go back to my busy bee. I'm a busy bee. Tracy gave me these. Have I got them on the right way round? Let's have a look. I can't see. Did I put them the right way round or the wrong way round? I think, oh yes, I've got the bees at the front. I haven't got them on the wrong way round. So that's good. So we had a chat. And as he started doing that, I called. He didn't see me because he was heading straight for the banners. And I called to him because I was just over here. And I said, can't you stay away? It was my little joke of saying, you were here all day yesterday running that amazing event that pulled a crowd of 10,000, and you're back here again. You should be home resting. Anyway, he'd just come to get the banners down. And we ended up having quite a long chat. It was quite interesting about a lot of things. I did ask him how much it would cost to put that on, and it was £40,000 to run that event. And I said, how did you fund it? And I knew that there'd been a fundraiser for the Red Arrows, because we could only have the Red Arrows for a certain amount of money. But the fundraiser that he did was only 3,000, and I thought, you don't get the Red Arrows for £3,000. But me, I like to know what's all behind, and if there's any way any of us can ever do anything to help. So it did cost. I think the Red Arrows was however many thousand. There was a big thousand, lots of thousands, more than 3,000. I can't quite remember. Was it 16,000 or what? I don't know. Anyway, it's a big number, but obviously that was part of his fundraising. And he held the banner he was getting down. One of them was actually the list of sponsors, and I could see on there who were the sponsors. And I know that Jeff Underwood, who runs IPFL, a company on the island, he sponsored one of the Red Arrows, and that itself was a big amount of money, and that was amazing. So Ian went through and explained to me, who I knew who a lot of the sponsors were. I didn't know one or two of them, so he explained who all those were. He explained all of what went on behind the organisation. It was just amazing, because I love to know how all these things work, and if there's anything we as a community can do to help in the future, it's always useful to know. So I had a lovely long conversation. We had conversations about other things which I won't go into, but it was amazing. And for somebody who'd done that event the day before, I would have quite expected him to say, right, I need to go home now because I've got to rest and whatever. He did not. We chatted, and it was very much a community conversation. He does things in the community, I do. It was a good connection. And I had actually said to him the day before, when I'd gone to thank him, I'd love to have a conversation over coffee with you. And that we were going to arrange that, but actually we had that conversation standing up on the seafront. There, it doesn't mean we can't meet for coffee at some stage, but it was a wonderful conversation, and it was all about how we work and how we should be working more as a community, connecting with each other and supporting each other. So we were singing totally from the same hymn sheet. So that was amazing. But you see, if I had not needed to go to the loo, if I had not stopped and taken all those pictures all along that way, I would not have been. And if I had rung the taxi and the taxi had been coming, I might not have been sitting there. All those things that might not have happened, and what happened, things happen for a reason, don't they? And that was just amazing. And again, good things will happen out of that conversation. So that was absolutely amazing. So then I was tired. I did try and ring the taxi, but the taxi didn't connect. The phone number didn't connect. But by this time I'd had a rest, and so I actually did walk to the bus station, the bus depot. It's called Ride Interchange, and all the buses stop there, and then they go off on their journeys again. And so I did catch a bus home, and got home, but quite late, but had the most amazing day. And I've been live streaming for ages here, and we've only got to Monday. And that was an amazing week, amazing day on Sunday, amazing day on Monday. So then I think when I got home, I probably went to bed fairly quickly, because I was very tired. And on Tuesday, I go to my wellbeing. There's a wellbeing coffee morning in Ryde Library. Now, libraries used to be a place where you had to be quiet, don't talk in here, it's a library. And I was talking to one of the librarians, and I said, we now have these coffee mornings in here where we all chat to each other. I said, and it's so different, isn't it? She said, well, if we didn't diversify, we would have to close. It's all the community groups that are happening. And Ryde Library has the most amazing community groups in there. And I have been given a list of what was happening in there. And I actually need to find it, because I need to share it with the community. It's in my handbag, but I'm not going to delve in there now. I'll do that on another broadcast. But so it was amazing. And she said, if we didn't diversify, then we wouldn't be able to do these things. Anyway, so I go to the Wellbeing Coffee Morning. You have to go now, Alexandra. That's fine, perfectly fine. Come in and go whenever you like. It's not like school where you have to sign in and stay to the end. You may drop in and drop out as you like, but thank you for joining us, for as long as you did, because that's been we're getting on for 2 hours, aren't we? Yes, 8:15, 8:15, 10:15. Oh yeah. Oh no, 10 o'clock-ish. Oh, just 10 o'clock. Yes, not quite 2 hours. So that's fine. You may go. You may be excused. See you again soon. Anyway, so what was I saying? Yeah, so I go to the Wellbeing Coffee Morning on the Tuesday, and so that starts at 10. And often I will get a taxi down again because I like to be. Sometimes I don't want to the kerfuffle. If I go on the bus, that's fine. I could go on the bus, get down to the seafront, and then get another bus back up where I've just come down. But the bus coming up stops outside the library. So that's what I was going to do. So I get out and I get on the 37 bus to take me down to the seafront. And when I get on the bus, there's people on the bus I know. Not a surprise in our small community. So anyway, when I got to the bus station at the bottom, I said to my friend, I said, "Oh, I'm going to get on the bus now to go out, to get off right outside the library." She said, "Well, you won't be lucky today." Because there had been a gas leak and all the buses that go outside the library were on diversion. So the best laid plans. So I thought, so momentarily I couldn't remember. I mean, I know how to get up the hill again, but I couldn't think, how do I go to get to the library? So I was going to have to walk some, but it didn't matter. As long as I got up the hill, because Ryde is very steep, and I was now at the bottom of Ryde because I thought I was going to get the number 3 or the number 2. So she said, get on the number 9. I said, oh yes. She said, get on the number 9 and get off at John Street. So John Street now is taking me back up the hill, but I would have to go through and just go through to the library like that. So it wasn't a vast place to go, but the sun was already very hot. So I thought, right, I'll do that. So I did that. But as I was coming through, I thought I bought some sun cream in the local shop the day before, but the sun was belting, and I could only get, it was real scorching sun, wasn't it, this week? And the only sun cream I could get in the local shop was only factor 20, and I wanted factor 50. So because I hadn't gone off outside the library, I thought where I did come through to go through to the library, Boots was just down to the side, and I thought I'll go and get some sun cream. So I just went into Boots, and of course, if you know, and if you've been following my story, you will know that I won a Boots voucher with the top cashback people, and I topped it up. And I won £50. I topped it up to £60 because Boots had a promotion of quadruple points, loyalty points, when I wanted to spend it. So I thought, if I spend £60, so using £50 free voucher that I had and another £10, the points would kick in so much that would pay that extra £10 and I would get extra goods. So that's what I did. And so I had quadruple points on my Boots Advantage card. So I thought, well, I can get my sun cream for free because I got the Advantage points. So I went in and I picked up, I was going to get the Nivea one, and I picked that up, and it was £7.50. And I thought, well, that's, not to get sunburn, I can cope with this. But then I noticed that the Boots own factor 50, was, I think, £5.99, but with a Boots Advantage card, it was down to £4 something. So I thought, well, I'm sure it's as good as the Nivea one, because often these shop brands are actually made by the same people that and they cost you more. So I thought, right, let's go for that. So I picked up one of those. I did notice that there was some other offer, but I didn't go for it straight away. So I picked up one of these. So it was like going to be £4 something. So I went to the till and I said, can I use my advantage points? She said, yes, you can. She said, but there's an offer of that. And I said, all right, just remind me what the offer is. And if you bought 2 of those, and I'm anticipating a lot of sun, you see, so that's why I've got a family who I could share this with. So she said, if you bought 2 of those, you get a free children's one. And of course, we got children in the family as well. So I thought, well, why don't I go for that? And so you got the 2 of these and this one. So I think it was about, it was about £10 came off my Advantage points. I still got more points left. So basically, I didn't pay I didn't steal it, but I didn't end up because I used my Advantage points. So that was so I got that on the way to the library, and then I went for my well-being coffee morning. And there's a lot of lovely people I've already met, and then some new people. But there's always new people to meet, new people coming into my life all the time. And so had a lovely morning there. Caught up with Liz from the Time Bank, and Liz was she was sitting there and she was roasting because it was very, very hot. And I'm just delving in my bag because in my bag, I've just knocked the button. I hope it hasn't been. Oh, I just knocked the button. She was roasting, and in my bag, it wasn't my biggest fan. It wasn't my smallest fan, but I had one of these little fans that is battery operated. So if I just push the button, I've got now that on me. And because I wasn't absolutely roasting, I got this out of my bag and I put it on the table in front of her because I could see that she was going to, she was getting to the point where she was in such a flap because she was so hot. I said, look, let's give you my fan. So I put my fan on the table. I charge it on a USB. And so I thought it was fully charged, so it will keep her cool for a little while. So it really did, it worked. And that meant she didn't have to leave because she was there to promote the Time Bank. And so she cooled down. So that was a bit of a good deed for the day. And so that meant she didn't have to go and she could sit there and chat to people about Time Bank. And so I chatted with her, and then there was a new chap over here. And so I introduced myself to him, and, we had a chat, and then he ended up going and chatting to somebody else as well. And that's all new friendships being made. And so then so Liz is there with the Time Bank. She's there till 10, sometimes Liz and sometimes Alison. So she was there from 10 till 11. And then the wellbeing coffee morning finishes at 12. But 2 or 3 of us ended up staying and chatting because it doesn't mean we have to go out of the library just because the group is finished. So we're chatting in the library, and we chatted till nearly 2 o'clock. And then at 2 o'clock, I said to the others, I really need to go and get my shopping. So what I was going to do was go to Iceland because it was so hot. Normally I do an Iceland shop because on Tuesdays you get 10% off as a pensioner, and I like to get my discounts, as you know. And when I shop in Iceland, I buy through Top Cashback. I buy an Iceland gift card, so I get top cash back on doing my shopping, and the 10% off as well. So it all adds up. Everything adds up. And so I was going to go and get to Iceland, and then I was actually going to take my shopping and go home. Normally on a Tuesday, I do that. I get Iceland to deliver my shopping later in the day normally, and then I go around the town and chat to Helen at Isle of Wool, have a look if there's anything I need to buy, or just do chatting around the town with some of the shopkeepers that I know. And sometimes I'll go in the Star Ale and Coffee House and have a drink in there, a coffee or something. I don't do the alcohol, I do those drinks. And in there, he does a £2 coffee if it's Monday to Thursday. He's got a special offer for people who go in, which is great. It's always good to have these things. So sometimes I do that. But I decided, so I was going to go to Iceland and do my shopping and actually go take it home, straight home. I'd got my big cooler box that I could put my food in so it didn't defrost on the way home. And so, or get spoiled by the sun. So that's what I was going to do. But just as it was coming to 2 o'clock, a lady came in and put some knitting down on the table, with the table that we had vacated. And so, of course, me being me, I had to say to her, "What are you knitting?" And so she started talking to me, and she said, "Oh, I'm here because it's a crafternoon." And I said, "How don't I know about this? If it's knitting, how don't I know about it?" And she said, "Oh, well, we meet every other Tuesday." And I said, "Can anybody join in?" So she said, "Yes." I said, "Well, I'd like to join in." And I've got my knitting with me because I had been knitting or what was I knitting on this occasion? I don't know. I've knit various things. I've got several projects on the go. I call them my PhD, projects half done. So over there, I've got the cardigan that I knit, and I knit the cardigan when I want to just knit straight rows and don't concentrate it. And if I'm not moving about, I'll sit and do the cardigan because it's big, so I don't want to do it on the bus or anything because I don't like stopping in the middle of a row. So it has to be somewhere where I can sit and do it and know that I can complete my rows, because if you stop in the middle of a row, you're likely to make a hole in the middle of in the cardigan, and I don't want to do that. So I had smaller knitting with me. I think I did. I forget what I do. I've got a lobster on the go at the moment. I've got, I meant to bring them over and show you, but I will show you another stream. I've got an octopus on the go at the moment because I've been asked to make sea creatures for a fundraiser for Sandown Carnival. I've got a whole load of things I want to do for that. I've got a mermaid pattern. I've got a walrus pattern. I've got puffins. I was looking up to see what sea creatures I could do, what came under the sea creature category. So I've got all sorts of patterns and I'd love to do it. And I was thinking I've got to do them by July the 10th. It's not July the 10th. It's August the 10th, which is brilliant because I've got another month to get them done. And I'm loving making all these things. And I'm in my element when I do these sort of things. So I said, I'd like to come back to the Crafternoon. They said, well, anybody can come. So I said, yes, but I've had no lunch. So what I decided to do, I said, I will come back. I'll come back shortly. I'll go to Iceland. I'll do my shopping. I'll get them to bring my shopping to me later on in the day. So I don't have to sit with, all my yogurts and things, maybe in a hot atmosphere, and they might not be any good by the time I get home. So I went and did my shopping, and the lady said, do you want do you want a delivery 5 to 7? And I said, no. I said, I think I had better have 7 till 9, because if I'm going to be in the library at the Crafternoon, that finishes at 4. Knowing me, I will end up chatting past 4 o'clock, and I won't be home in 5 for the shop if the shopping came at 5. So I said, book the shopping for 7 till 9. So that's what I did. I went back and I had a wonderful time at but what I did my shopping, but as the lady was putting my shopping through the till, I grabbed a few things that I could have for my lunch. So I took those, and the rest went in. Hi Elizabeth, nice to see you coming in there on Facebook. So the shopping was, and it was so hot, and they were short. It's amazing. Even something wonderful happened in Iceland. When I go in Iceland, it's very difficult. If I only wanted 2 or 3 items, I go in there and I can put a hand basket on Navy Nora. But I had got my big food box there because I was going to put my food in it and take it straight home, because I wasn't going to go to the library back, because I didn't know that was going to happen. Where did I go for the craft group? Missed what you said. I was back in the library. Exactly where I'd been. So I'd been in the library for the well-being, and I was at these tables here where they set that up, and then everybody went away. 3 of us sat chatting over here, and then it was time to go, and I got up, nipped to the loo, and as I came back I saw this lady sit down at the tables we had vacated and put her knitting there. Excuse me, just need a drink again. So it was there in exactly the same place that I had been before. So I just went back to the library, and so that was good. But so in Iceland, you have to imagine it. So I was going to do a bigger shop because I had been away and I hadn't got a lot of fresh stuff in. When I came back on Friday, I didn't do a big shop over the weekend because I didn't know when to have the delivery, and it just didn't work. So I had bought a few bits in my local shop because I like to support them, and they do a few bits of salad and all that sort of thing. So I got some stuff down there, but I wanted to do my yogurts that I get it. They don't have down there. I get them in Iceland. Certain things I can only get in Iceland and I can't get down there. So that's why I took the cooler box, because I was only going to go to Iceland, get my shopping and go home, but that didn't work. So I'd got the cooler box on top of Navy Nora, and of course then it's difficult to put a hand basket on top of that because the whole lot's going to collapse on the floor. So I have to get a trolley. So I'm pushing Navy Nora and trying to push a trolley at the same time, and they haven't got little trolleys, they've only got great big trolleys in there. So I sort of pushed Navy Nora up one aisle, and then I grab the trolley. And so can you imagine the scenario? So I've got two things I'm trying to push around the store. You know, just not a very easy option. And I don't want to leave Navy Nora by the door because it's my, you know, it's my walker. I can, well, if I was just using a trolley, that could be my walker. But then if I leave Navy Nora at the door, I risk somebody walking off with it. And if I lose my trolley, if I'd be off my trolley. So that's not an option. So I do this option. If I'm only getting a little bit of shopping and I don't have a big cooler box like I did on the Tuesday, I can put the basket on top of Navy Nora, do my shopping, and then put all the shopping into Navy Nora. But it wasn't working like that. So I had this big shopping load, and what I had thought to do was buy my top cashback card for Iceland. Before I got to Iceland, I sort of calculated how much I was going to spend in Iceland, and I got it nearly right. I just had to pay a bit extra when I got there. But by buying the gift card, I got cash back. But by buying it before I got to Iceland, I'd got a signal, because Iceland is one of those places you can't get a signal, which makes it difficult when you get to the till and you've got to show your bonus card that's on your phone and you need a signal. And then you've got the gift card on your phone and you need a signal. A bit of shenanigans go on often, and I might have to go out of the shop to get the things up on the phone to come back into the shop to show at the till. My life is full of shenanigans, as you know. Anyway, so I calculated and I got my gift card. So that cut out one of those shenanigans. So anyway, I got quite a bit of stuff when I got to the till, and it was quite busy. Suddenly, at one point, there's hardly anybody at the till, but the minute you come to the till, there's a load of people in front. And there was only one till open. And usually when there's a lot of people, they try and get another till open. And somebody did come, and there was another till that not so many people. But I approached this till, so the first one, and there was a queue there, but over the other side, there wasn't much of a queue. But don't forget, I'm pushing this trolley and Navy Nora, and there's people here, and I've got to negotiate past them to get over there. And I thought, do you know what? I better rather just stand here because it's going to be easier. But there was a couple there in that queue, and they saw what I was trying to do. And the guy said, can I help you? You know, so many random nice people out there. And I said, well, it would be really useful if you could push this trolley over to that till. So I went with Navy Nora, and he brought my shopping over there. So that was marvelous. You know, there's so many kind people. It was just such a nice gesture, but it made my life so much easier. So then I'm doing my shopping, and I suddenly remembered that I forgot my bananas. And so I said to the lady at the till, oh, is there anybody who can get me some bananas? And she said, we're really short-staffed. So I thought, right, well, we won't get bananas then. Maybe I'll get bananas at the shop at the bottom of the road. But I had just met my friend Jane, who I hadn't seen for a long time. And so we were doing a catch-up in the queue. But so anyway, I started putting my shopping through. And then I said to the lady, I need to take a few things with me for my lunch. And so Jane suddenly said to me, would you like me to go and get your bananas? I said, that would be really kind. Really nice, thank you. But there was a lady behind her, so she let that lady go in front. Now, if I had spotted that lady only had one item, I would have let her go in front of me. But by the time I realised the lady had started processing, so I wanted a delivery, so she'd already started on the till doing what she needed to do to book my delivery. So I apologized to this lady. I said, I'm really sorry. And then we did have a bit of shenanigans when I needed to pull up my bonus card, and I couldn't find my physical bonus card in my bag, which I did find afterwards, of course. I need to get these things out before I go into the shop. And then I had to pull a bonus card up that's on my phone. And of course, I just told you the signal is very bad in Iceland, and I had a job getting my bonus card. But without my bonus card, I can't have my 10% discount, and I can't have the delivery. You know, it all connects with the delivery as well. So just very difficult. Wait a minute. Let's see what comment came in there. Hang on. Let's see what that was. I think somebody on Facebook. So I have to click onto Facebook to read the comment better over here. So Susan's saying, someone helped her off the bus the other day and her shopping, and they carried it over the road to home for me. There are so many wonderful people. The island seems particularly nice for people like that. I find more nice people on the island than I do, on the mainland. There's still nice people on the mainland. And a different day, someone helped her carry her items out to Julie's. It was a customer. Hang on, wait a minute. Sorry, let's click open. I can't. Last week in Sports Direct, the shop assistant could see I had 2 big bags and 1 crutch, so could be difficult. And he checked, and he was able to carry the items out to the car park for me. Also, so helpful and greatly appreciated. And isn't it just those small gestures make so much difference? So much difference, And I mean, I do get a lot. Having said I'm not, people on the mainland, if you think about all the passenger assistance I get, that is really good, and there are very helpful people. There are, but I find it particularly good on the island like that. And so just amazing people do amazing, ordinary people doing amazing things. I think that's what they say, isn't it? And so, yes, it's wonderful. And obviously, if you've got a crutch, it's much more difficult. I certainly did. It meant the world to you. Absolutely. So this is how we sell the island. Look, come to the island for a holiday, and we're all wonderful, lots of wonderful people, or come and live here if you want to. It is an amazing place. That's just really so nice. And so what was I going to say after that? Yes, I've ended up finishing my shopping, and I was going to go back to the library, which I did, but the lady had put my shopping on a trolley, ready to be labelled, so that it was coming out to me for me to a delivery. But I did say to her, is that going to be put in the fridge in a minute, or out the back? Because it was in front of the plate glass window on a scorching hot day, and I thought, if that's left there for many minutes, that is not going to be suitable for when it gets to me. So I wasn't nasty. I just said, oh, will that be put out the back in a minute? And she was really good. She called somebody across to make sure. So there was other people shopping underneath, and mine was on the top. And she I don't think they could have got much more on the top, but it might have sat there, but it didn't. She called somebody straight away, so I knew it was going out the back into the cool area. And I said, otherwise, I said it's not going to be suitable. She said, no. She said, we had something sitting there the other day, and somebody's chocolate melted. And I thought that would be lovely, wouldn't it? What a gooey mess in your shopping. Having said that, when my shopping came that evening, one of my eggs was broken, and actually I had a bag of, I have pom-pom bears. I'm gluten free, and one sort of crisps I can have is the pom-pom bears, and that works on Slimming World. It's 3 sins, or 3 sins for cheese and barbecue flavour, or 3.5 sins if it's the ordinary ones. And there were a lot of crisps. All the crisps went in one bag, but unfortunately the eggs had got put in the same bag, so I think it looked like a bag of crisps, and it might have got just knocked a bit, and one egg got broken. But you know what? I was going to message them and say, hey, one of my eggs is broken. And I thought, you know what? I'm not going to bother. I've had so many other lovely things, and people do lovely things. I'm not going to sweat the small stuff. One egg broken is not going to ruin my life. So I left it, and I decided not to do it. Hello, Isle of Wight Film Productions. Nice to see you in here. Have you been busy lately doing your Isle of Wight Film Productions? So anyway, I've been live streaming a lot. And sort of out and about doing what I do. Hope you've been doing what you do. So anyway, so I went back to the library with my food, my picnic, and managed to have my quick picnic in the library. Once upon a time, you never would have been able to eat or drink in a library, but now you can. And I wasn't missing. So when I went back, the crafternoon is people who craft, and it's anybody. It's a service set up by the library. As I said, they have to diversify. If they only did books, letting people borrow books, the libraries wouldn't be there anymore. But so many things happen in Ryde Library, and they gave me these lists of things, which I will go into. I won't do it now, because otherwise we're going to end up like a 6-hour broadcast, and I don't want to do that. And I'm sure you don't all want to sit there that long. So I can talk about that another day, because I do want to come on to Gordy and some voting that I need you to do. But remind me towards the end of the broadcast, because I must not finish this broadcast without getting to Gordy and what happened today. So I'll do a quick roundup of the rest of the week, and I'll get to the weekend. So I went back, and there's people all sitting around the big table. So I went and sat over there. I said, I'll have my lunch over here, and then I'll come and join you, which is what I did. I met new friends. I met old friends. Bev, who is a volunteer in the Salvation Army, shop. I said, I'm just turning out a lot of my big clothes that I don't fit in anymore. Well, I would fit in, and some have a lot of space to spare, because, of course, I have lost 3 stone 10 pounds now. And so I've got all that. I'm clearing out all that stuff. I don't want it here anymore. I need the wardrobe space, and there's plenty of other things that I need the space for. So I said to Bev, would you like, do you, because some of the charity stops saying, no, we don't want any more stuff. And I don't want to take charity stuff to a shop and then they say, no, we don't want it. So Bev said, yes, they would love it in the Salvation Army shop. So anyway, she was sitting next to me, but I know her. She works in the Salvation Army shop. She also is part of the 1940s vintage events that go on around the island. And there's amazing lot of things that happen around, around the 40s, the 1940s, and there's a wonderful community that way. So I've met her through that as well. She was one side. There was another lady the other side who had exactly the same. I had Jan's I was knitting Jan's cardigan in the library. Now I remember it. It was straight rows. That's right. And I could do it in the library. And I remember that because the lady sitting over there had exactly the same wool. She was making a blanket out of it, and I was making a cardigan. The accents, the same wool. Then there was another lady over here. She was doing some cross stitch. So people were crafting. It was a crafternoon. A lady over there that I knew from my Slimming World group, she was crocheting a donkey, and somebody referred to it as a wonky donkey. And the wonky donkey is a story that somebody created, but it became famous because a granny read it to her grandchild, and she videoed herself while she was doing it, and every time she read it she got the giggles, and it went onto YouTube, and it made the Wonky Donkey story famous. I've got a copy of the Wonky Donkey story, which I will read you one day. And so somebody referred to it as the Wonky Donkey. There were a lot of lovely people around. This is a new group of people, and so that's every other weekend, every other Tuesday. So I might do that. I might spend my whole day in Ryde in the library. Next time I will take a picnic, ready. So anyway, I went. So I did that and finished up there, and so that was really lovely. And we're still only on Tuesday. My goodness, what a wonderful week I had. And so I got home, and it was a good job I hadn't ordered my shopping for 5 o'clock, because 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock I wasn't home for the shopping. Good job it was coming 7 till 9. So anyway, fast forward, my shopping came. That was wonderful to have all my nice yogurts and all the bits I like for Slimming World but are so tasty. Filled up my fridge, and that was wonderful. So that's Tuesday. And also, actually, Tuesday was the 1st of July. So I must not forget that it would have been my mum's 100th birthday. She died 4 years ago. So she died before her birthday. So she died in April. So she was 95 when she died. But it was the year when she would have been 96. So she would have been 100 this year. And, earlier in the week, I put up a picture of her, a beautiful picture. It's over there, and I've forgotten to bring it over, and I'm not going to go over there. As I said, I'm going to trip over if I try and get past all this equipment. So also, I showed a picture of me on my wedding day to my first husband, because I got married on the 1st of July, 53 years ago. I was with my first husband for 16 years, and then we ended up with an amicable divorce. If you can have amicable divorce, that's what we did. Our divorce lawyers said we should give lessons in it, because we were so amicable. We were not going to give all our children's inheritance money to the solicitors for fighting each other. It didn't work like that. We went our separate ways for different reasons. We have 3 beautiful children together. I still have my wedding picture up there because it's part of my history and it's part of my children's history. And so I don't still have that wedding picture. I do not have my second marriage up. That is not the same story. So I got married and divorced twice. So anyway, that 1st of July, mum's birthday, my wedding anniversary, my niece was born on that day, and we had the celebration of my dad's life on that day as well, because it's all celebrations. We don't do doom and gloom, and we don't do funerals. Well, if we do funerals, we put the fun into funeral. You know, FUN is part of funeral, isn't it? So anyway, my dad had such a wicked sense of humour, which is where I get mine from. And so the 1st of July, very significant in my family. But I think, was it the 1st of July? One day this week, I think it might have been the 1st of July, it's also Alice in Wonderland Day. And as you know, if you've watched me any length of time, you know I'm an Alice in Wonderland fan. My dad was absolutely an Alice in Wonderland fan. He actually belonged to the Lewis Carroll Society. So earlier in the week, I was putting up pictures because not only was I Alice, but through my live streams in COVID, I shared the fact that I loved Alice and why I loved Alice and why my dad loved Alice with you. And I've received coffee cups with Alice on. This is one of the coffee cups. My son gave me a set of 4 glasses that have got characters from Alice in Wonderland on it. Somebody sent me a box of tea that has Alice in Wonderland. I've got a clock, an Alice in Wonderland clock. It's very difficult to read the time on it because the numbers and the hands go the wrong way round, but I love it as an ornament. It's up in my bedroom on my wardrobe, and I love looking at it because it reminds me of my wonderful community and my love of Alice, and it reminds me of my dad. I have got so many Alice in Wonderland things given to me by my community. What a wonderful community. And so, you know, I just love all that. And I've even got, now, I don't know who gave me this. I forget who gave me what. And if any of you gave me any of these things I mentioned, just remind me, because I would love to remember who gave me everything. I need to start making notes of these things, and then I'd lose the notes. So that wouldn't be much help, would it? But it's just amazing. And I do have this love of Alice. And I have a bath mat. I don't have a bath. I should call it a shower mat, shouldn't I? Because I have this wonderful shower. My bath was taken out, and I've got a purpose-made shower now that I can just get in very easily. It all works so well for me. I absolutely love it. And it's got a sort of lilac floor, because I was able to choose what colour I wanted on the floor. And so it's lilac-y, so it fits in with my love of the purple shades. And so I've got an Alice in Wonderland mat in there, so that's wonderful. So I've got so many Alice things. So I had to obviously celebrate Alice Day. I would love to have done a live stream on Alice Day, but I think I was just so busy. Oh yes, I was busy, wasn't I? Because this was the week I had to download 178 files from Facebook and get them all off Facebook and onto a hard drive so that I could get them up to YouTube. Otherwise, thousands of my live streams would have been lost forever. I might never watch them again, but I've now got the choice, and I've got the choice to share them, and my children have the choice to watch them when I am no longer around. They may not want to. They may not like all that. They do. They get a bit amused by what I do some of the time. My daughter says, "That's really funny. You make me laugh." And that's the point. That's all part of who I am. It's all part of the DNA. So anyway, so that's why. Yes. So I didn't. So Wednesday, I think Wednesday was a day at home trying to get these live streams done, and each one was taking 3 minutes to download and then put onto the hard drive. And I was doing them one at a time because I didn't know. I thought if I try and do them in several at a time, I'm going to make myself in such a muddle that I will, I'll cry. So I didn't want to do that. I would rather sit and download them at one at a time. As I say, my granddaughter had done loads because the 178 was the last ones. The 178 files was between 2018 and 2020. and some of those I was doing 4 live streams a day because that was through the COVID period, and I was just trying to keep you all spirits high. And so, I just watched a bit of some of them, and I just think, oh yes, oh I remember that, but I couldn't say, oh, I live streamed this and that. I knew a lot of what I live streamed, but a lot of it I've forgotten. So it was just fun to watch. It was fun to be doing it, in that I could see what I did and all the silly hats I put on to amuse you, and the silly hats I made. And as you can see, I still do things. I've got my busy bee because I've been a busy bee this week. I've got my busy bee ones on now. And yesterday, of course, I had these ones because it was carnival time, and I wanted to be part of the carnival. And I had these, and I had more, didn't I? I had all these. I had all these on yesterday because it was Mardi Gras. And when I came back from Mardi Gras, and I popped into the shop because I wanted some mushrooms on my way home, because I love mushrooms and I'd run out. Sue, who serves in the shop, she said, have you been to Mardi Gras by any chance? Oh yes, is it a giveaway? So it was. But anyway, so Wednesday was a day of staying home and trying to get some of these live streams done. And so I did that. Thursday I was getting more of them down, and then went to Slimming World. And this week, so last week I weighed, the previous week I had weighed in at where my daughter lives, at Slimming World there. And I was Slimmer of the Week, and I think we won the raffle as well. So that was really good. And then this week, of course, I weighed in here. Now, you weigh if you weigh in the morning, you're lighter than if you weigh in the evening. And so I expected to be more this week than I was last week. I mean, I would have to have quite a big weight loss in order to lose last week in the morning and then lose in the evening. But I was pleasantly surprised that I was only 1.5 pounds up on the week before, because actually, probably, if I'd weighed in back where I normally weigh in at my daughter's, I probably would not have had a gain. I had a gain, if I'd have been 2 or 3 pounds more, then I would have seen that as a gain. But actually, I didn't really think 1.5 pounds was much different. And you know what? It's what it is. I do what I do. I'm happy with where, at the moment, I have lost 3 stone 10. I'm heading rapidly towards 4, not rapidly, slowly towards 4 stone. And that will be amazing when I get there. I am not on a marathon. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. I'm taking my time. And, some people want to do it quickly. By taking my time, I'm really working into a new lifestyle and making sure that I stay in that lifestyle and I keep that weight off. And of course, it is having good effects. If you lose weight, it's got to be better for you. And of course, I'm doing it by making all my own meals, but using all the fresh. I know what's going into my meals. I'm not putting some of those horrible things. If you could buy those ready meals and things, I don't buy that anymore. But I don't spend hours cooking either, because to me, well, I used to hate cooking, but actually now I'm finding it as another art and craft. I love laying out the food and taking pictures of it. And when I put it in one of my air fryers, it's like a little oven, and I look in it and lay it all out. It looks like a beautiful craft area. Isn't that amazing? So I just enjoy it. I'm enjoying it. But I never take more than about 20 minutes to make a meal, because I want to be doing something else. I want to be doing my knitting. I want to be doing something, whatever I'm doing. And maybe just sitting watching a film or something. And so, but I really am loving it. From never enjoying cooking, there's some amazing recipes. One of the ones I really love now, it was passed on by my daughter from somebody else who was doing Slimming World somewhere. I don't know where. It was just online she'd spotted it. And it's a carbonara thing, but it's a Slimming World friendly. I love bacon. I like pasta. I'm gluten-free, so I buy the gluten-free pasta. And so it's like a carbonara thing. So I will cook the pasta, but I cook it with a stock cube in it. a chicken stock cube or something like that, and I will sometimes throw celery. I put extras in that some people wouldn't put into a carbonara, but I will throw some celery in there because that's, I like cooked celery. It's lovely. I like celery cooked better than I like it raw. So I put that in, and so that's boiling up. And when I was given the recipe, it said make some stock, cook your pasta, and then put the pasta into the stock. So I cut out that bit and put the stock cube in with the pasta. It made more sense and it made it quicker for me. It just cut out. And well, first of all, you don't have an extra dirty thing to wash up. And I don't have a dishwasher anymore. I'm washing by hand. So I don't have the jug that you've made the stock in because I've done it straight in the pan with the pasta. So, that helps. And then, so I will cook the bacon, and I do this in the pan. I used to cook my bacon in the air fryer, but I actually like it in the pan. So I use One Cow, which is a spray. I've got frying pans that say you don't need to use any oil or anything in them. But of course, using oil is very not Slimming World friendly. But the spray light, it's called spray light, and it's 1 calorie, and you can use that in Slimming World, and that's fine. So I cook my bacon in the pan. So I put bacon and mushrooms, and if I've got some peppers, I'll throw them in. All sorts of things that I can throw in the pan. Sometimes might put some spinach in or not, and then just combine that. But Good morning, Hazel. We mentioned you earlier. Earlier in the broadcast, I mentioned you, but said probably our times didn't work because you're over in Australia. So there you are, coming in from Australia. Lovely to have you in here. And I did mention when we met up after COVID, I was talking about you. Were your ears burning? Anyway, so Hazel coming in there on YouTube, and just wonderful. So that those of you who heard me talking about Hazel, here she is. She's joined us now. So anyway, so yes, so what makes this carbonara so nice is I use Seriously. You can get a tub of it's called Seriously cheese, and I get the lighter Seriously. I think it's how it's called, the lighter, and half a tub is 1A choice, except you have to be careful where you buy it. If you buy it in certain places, it's 110 grams. So Iceland, it's 110 grams. Home Bargains, it's 110 grams. Morrison's, no, where did my daughter say? Some places you buy it, it's 125 grams. So if you're doing Slimming World, you have to watch these things, because 110 grams is an A choice. And if you, no, wait a minute, 110 grams isn't an A choice. 55 grams is an A choice. So half a tub of 110 grams is an A choice. So you get 2 A choices a day and 1 B choice. So your calcium things, your milks, your cheeses and things like that is an A choice, and you can have 2 A choices. Your fiber things, so I have my hi-fi bars sometimes, or toast, or certain things, nuts come in, but sometimes you can have five half walnuts is an A choice. The B choice, sorry. And I would rather have a hi-fi bar or a couple of slices of toast or whatever. So I have gluten-free bread if I do that. So there are certain things I like, and but Seriously is one of the A choices, so half a tub is one of the A choices, but you have to make sure you've got 110 grams of the lighter. But it adds such a kick to it. Today, I sort of didn't really have much breakfast because I woke up, so I deliberately woke up late because I didn't go to bed till 6 o'clock this morning. So I slept from 6 o'clock till 12 lunchtime. Because why didn't I go to bed till 6 o'clock? Because I was just downloading all the last Facebooks before Facebook wiped all my live streams out. So I was on the home run. And if you saw my Facebooks earlier today, I was saying not many to go now. But I got to my last about 12, downloaded most of them, and then realized that for some reason Facebook had given me the same, because I wasn't checking every live, I wasn't checking every one. I was just taking the file, downloading it, and uploading it to the hard drive. And so when I had spent 3 minutes for every download, about 3 minutes for every download, and then I have to upload it. Then I have to delete it from there, from the computer, because otherwise it fills all the computer up, and then I can't download anymore. So I was trying to clear all the ones that I downloaded and uploaded to the hard drive. I had to then take them off the laptop, and so I was doing that. And then I suddenly realized towards the end that about the last 10 or 11, so that's 3 times 3 minutes plus a little bit of in between time, all of that was the same file repeated again and again. Shenanigans. But the upside was that because I didn't want to watch paint dry and sit here waiting for the download, I got my knitting out, and let me see, which bag is my knitting in? No, it's not in that one. Let's get the other one up. So I had my knitting, and let's take my knitting needles out of my bag, and so I was knitting smoothie hats, right? But I have something else in here. Oh no, yes I do. So I was knitting smoothie hats, and now we're coming on to the onto another story. We sort of actually we're jumping now. So I'll tell you what. Yeah, no, I will continue through the week, and this comes to what we did today. But I will tell you, these smoothie hats I made for Age UK, and I made a lot of them, and the end of the campaign has happened, but I'm knitting more smoothie hats. I'll tell you why in a minute, because that's a thing for Sunday. We are still only on Wednesday. So Wednesday and Thursday I was downloading all these live streams, and then Thursday evening I went to Slimming World, and I love it there because it's like another friendship group, you know, and we all chat and we all boost each other, you know, and nobody says, oh, you gained weight, or you know, it's just encouragement all the time. And it's just one taxi driver said, oh, Slimming World's a con. And I said, well, you can believe what you believe, but with Slimming World, I've lost over 3 stone. At that point, I wasn't as low weight as I am now. But I said that, you know, you can believe what you like, and I can, in your opinion, that's okay. Somebody had said to her, or she said somebody had said to her, Slimming World was a scam. And I said, well, actually, it's really helped me. And she said, oh, but why should you have to pay to go to Slimming World? Because you just stop eating the wrong food, and you slim. If only it were that simple, we would be a world of skinny minis, wouldn't we? We would all be so skinny if that's how it worked. So anyway, or not, as the case may be. So anyway, I said, you know, you can agree, but I see it as it costs me £5.60 as a pensioner. It cost me £5.60 to go. That I can have coffee while I'm there. I have a friendship group I belong to. I've had all the help in the world to lose my 3 stone 10, and just wonderful thing. Where could you get all that else for £5.60? But actually, it becomes less than £5.60, because when it comes to when they have countdowns going on, you can buy six weeks in advance and you get a free week, or 12 weeks in advance and you get 2 free weeks. So that's really the same as 6 times 6. But when they do those countdowns, they usually give you a free book, one of the next few free books that comes out. And although when I'm doing my cooking in the kitchen, which is just there, I use the app on my phone, when I sit here, I love to look at the cookbooks and look at all the pictures. So I love to have the cookbooks, but why would I buy them if I could get them free? And if I could make my Slimming World free, so it's less than £5.60. Do the maths. I can't work out if it's £5.60, but and you buy 6 in advance, you get a week free. Do the maths. It comes out obviously less than £5.60, and I like a bargain, as you know. It's not a top cashback thing I can do, but I get my bargains, and I'm really pleased. So that taxi driver, she can think what she likes. That's okay, because that's her opinion. In my opinion, I am very happy because Slimming World has done it for me. And you know what? I had my first 12 weeks free, because being overweight that was a health risk, and I was able to, through my doctors, get the first 12 weeks free. So, you know, factor that in as well. And, you know, what price do you put on your health, really? So that's how I say it. When I get to target, and I haven't even decided where my target is because I don't know. I feel good now, and if I don't take any more off, I will still, it's been a huge health benefit. I do want to I am working to take off some more. I'm heading towards my 4-stone award. I've set a target for my next target, but I haven't set a final target. I don't know how much I want to lose. I will know when I get there. So, you know, as I get 4-stone award, I then will think, well, what do I want to do? And I will set another target. When you get to your final target, and some people set that final target straight away and say, well, I want to lose 6 stone. I've broken mine down because mentally that works better for me. So I don't know. It might be, at the moment, I'm 13 stone 5, I think, something like that, something around there. Obviously, I'd like to get into the 12 stone zone. That would work well. So maybe 12 stone might be where I head. I might feel I want to take off more than that. I might not. The trouble is, it's costing me because I'm having to buy new clothes as I shrink, you know. And I'm actually now, this was a non-scale victory, what they call a non-scale victory. You know, the scales are, you know, how many pounds you lost, but the non-scale victories are things like I am now in a size 14 clothes. You know, some stores it would be more, but this is a 14. I am in 14, and I bought 14 trousers recently as well. So to me, that's another victory, and I feel good. And so many people are saying, "Hey, Lynn, you know, you skinny mini," things like that. I'm not exactly skinny still, but I'm much less than I was, and it works for me. You know, what other people want to do with their lives, that's okay. So if I set my target and I get there, and as long as when I get to target, I get free membership. So I will have my membership group for free. I will meet all these friends for free. I can, you know, all these things I can do. But as long you stay there's a target bubble. So your target weight is there, and as long as you stay either £3 over or £3 under, if you stay in that bit, you get your membership for free. If you go over, you have to pay. Why would I want to pay if I can stay in the bubble? So, but I couldn't understand, right, I've been losing weight. When I get to target, how will I stop losing weight? You know, I might disappear into nothing. But, of course, what happens when you get to target, they then give you a different way of working Slimming World so that you stay at target and you don't lose, or you don't, you know, you stay. So, and what I like even more is when you get to target, you can have 25 sins instead of 15, which means, you know, my hi-fi bars, sometimes I have hi-fi bars as a B choice, but sometimes I have it as sins. So you can have more sins when you get to target, because that's how you obviously don't keep losing the weight, you stay. And you just have to reevaluate, and it's a different program. But as I say, I don't know. I will know when I get there. I started my Slimming World journey September, not last September, but the September before. Not September, December, just before Christmas. So December, so that's 12, January, February, March, April, May, June, July. So 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 months I've been doing it. There's a girl online who I watch and she inspires me. She's taken off 4.5 stone in less than a year. She's coming up for her year now, and that works fine. That works for her. I'm just doing it at my pace. And I think she looks amazing and she inspires me. So that's great. And I've learned lots of recipes and things from watching her. So we all inspire each other, don't we? So that's great. So that's Slimming World. So let's quickly move on. So Friday was the Community Cuppa. And this week, I sponsored the Community Cuppa group. We are looking for sponsorship for each week of Community Cuppa, and we've been asking some businesses to sponsor, and we have had several businesses who've sponsored. But you know, I said to Jan, I will get sponsorship for this. That's not something she needs to worry about, and it's something that's more one of my skills. She has brilliant skill sets, and I have different skill sets. And I said, let me go out and get the sponsorship. So we've had quite a few weeks sponsored. This week I said I would sponsor it, and I'm going to sponsor next week. So I'm sponsoring it this last week as Go Live Granny. Next week I'm sponsoring it as White Buzz, which is the network group. I'm starting my network group again, a free network group just to connect businesses, because we all need to connect like that. And I decided the Facebook page is still sitting there all these years later. It was very successful before. Let's get on and do it. But so I need to. I thought, well, I can promote it by being the sponsor this next week for White Buzz. I haven't had time to promote it much because I've been at my daughter's, helping her with things and doing sorts. When I'm home, I can focus on these things more, and so I'm doing that. On Wednesday this week. I'm going to a business expo, and I've asked Jan to give me some flyers for the Community Cuppa, because I can go around that expo and I know that I can come back with a lot of people who will sponsor. It is only £20 a week. That's a lot of money to some people. That's a small amount of people to some businesses to say, oh yes, we'll love to do that for the community. And I put out a little appeal the other day on a live stream, and I said we're looking for people to sponsor each week, because the Community Cuppa is we are at an old NatWest building in Ryde on a Friday morning. Jan and I now. It's Jan's baby. She set it up, and we used to do it in Newport, and then we stopped. It was a bit tricky over there, some challenges. So she said, let's do. We had a break, and then she said, let's do it in Ryde, and she tried various places, and then Ryde Town Council are letting us do it in the old NatWest building, which now belongs to the Ryde Town Council. It's very central in town. It's amazing. And from our first week, we had more people in that first week than we had. Our group had never. It was a very small group in Newport, and although it was very successful, it helped the people who came in. You know, people who might just want a friendship group, who were being socially isolated, and they could actually come to a group where everybody was friendly. We never got a huge amount, but it was still doing good. Okay, we had more in our first week than we'd had any week in the other group. It's been successful every week. It's been going for quite a few weeks now, and it's been very successful. We had one lady in, and she burst into tears not because of nasty, because people were so kind, and she'd had a life of abuse and all sorts of things, and she said, I've never had people be so kind to me. And you know, we don't mean to make people cry, but they were happy tears. And so, you know, if we've only done that for one person or two people, it still works. So we want to keep this group going. And so I've appealed to you know, I did a video the other day, and I appealed to out because we want some more sponsorship going forward, and so we can keep the group going. And the Ryde Town Council are very behind us, and actually one of the local dignitaries, she said, if you're stuck any week, come to me, I'm sure I can help out. And so, you know, I've got that one in reserve. And so I put out this appeal, and I said it doesn't have to be a business. It can be somebody in the community who just wants to make a donation for another week. So as I say, it's £20. And I did this appeal the other day, and I was thinking, you know, on Wednesday I'm going to go to the business expo and see what everybody does there, promote all their businesses, and then I'm pretty sure that some of them will, you know, possibly Community Cuppa. And last night I was sitting, you know, doing all these downloads, and I got a ping on my phone, and it was a message from Rebecca, lovely Rebecca. So Rebecca is the coordinator for Embracing Age charity, and Embracing Age charity is one that I've helped in different ways. I've done knitting for them, I've done a craft group for them, different ways. And Embracing Age is where it's a charity that supports people in care homes who don't have family. So, you know, they've ended up in a care home, but there's nobody in a family. They've got no family, so they get no birthday cards, no Christmas cards, no presents and things. So Embracing Age fits that bill. So they work now with all the care homes, and they find the people who don't have any family. So these people now, there's a list of them, and they get a birthday. It's not a. They get a birthday card, and I was thinking, oh, they're making for the birthday and they're making for Christmas. No, they get a card every month. Every month, these people get a card now. And so there are card makers all over the island. And of course, I make greetings cards. So I'm happy to pitch in and make some more. I've made things. I've had the community have joined in with me when I said, oh, we need to make certain things for they wanted stuff. I'm just trying. Oh, I know. They wanted a lot of under the sea things, because they wanted. So a lot of these people might have dementia as well. And so working in the care homes with people with dementia, there's all sorts of things we can do. And they love feely things and that. And so we ended up, they wanted knitted boxes with a theme. So it might be a box of knitted food, knitted cakes, knitted sausages. Well, that's right up my street, isn't it? Because I've done all those things. So I made a box of fruit, and I donated a box of fruit for these people with dementia. So when the care workers work with them, they are using these things as conversation starters and things like that. And of course, they're feely, so that the people with dementia love those things. So I've worked in different ways, with Rebecca, and it's a wonderful charity, and it's grown. I was part of that community as soon as it started on the Isle of Wight, because I know Barbara, and it was her daughter that started them on the mainland, and it connects with the churches. It links with all the local churches, and it's a Christian-run organisation run through the churches, and it's been amazing. So it was happening on the mainland, and then Barbara told me about it, and her daughter was bringing it to the island, and I was excited about that. And of course, I knew Barbara well, and I was on social media, so of course it was so easy for me to help to promote it and to help Barbara with that. She asked me if I would help her, which was great. I loved doing it. And now to see it supporting so many people, but also there's all the card makers around in groups making cards for all these people, and that in itself is bringing communities together. So there's all these friendship groups, and every now and again they have a thank you for the volunteers, so those of us who do these things. And every now and again I get an invite to go to a social, to meet with all these people and just be thanked, so just sit and have. They provide cakes and biscuits. I usually now take my own snack because I'm on Slimming World and I'm gluten free, and it just makes it easier for everybody. But I might have a cup of coffee or something there. It's just nice. It's community, working with community, and that's when I thrive. And having had that period of my life where I had to drop out of all of this sort of thing, and now having recovered and now being back in the community, I can just see how much that has improved my life, as well as working with other people to improve theirs. I mean, I'm on a total high at the moment. I don't need any alcohol or anything like that. I need community, working with lovely people. It's not about me doing the stuff. It's about everybody working together. And I'm on such a high at the moment. And yesterday, we did the community couple on Friday, and Jan and I were going to meet. We were going to stay on afterwards and go and have lunch together, because she had a project that she wanted to talk to me about that was, again, a community project, and that was going to be good for a ride community thing. And so we were going to stay on and have coffee. But this Friday was one of those days where we have to finish at 11:15. We were normally 9:30 till 12, but once a month we have to finish at 11:15 because they need the room set up for a meeting at 12. So we need to finish early and get the room set up how they want it. And so we come out early. So that's fine. It's still worth doing the group. So we finished early. But because not so many people could come this week, Jan and I were able to, we were chatting with the other people, but we also were able to have the conversation there in the group that we were going to have over lunch. And so Jan had to move her car anyway. And so we put Navy and Nora in the car and that. And I said, are we going to have lunch or are we going to go home? What are we going to do? She said, well, we've had our meeting. So I said, what do you want to do? And I think she quite wanted to go home. And I was delighted to go home. And much as I love socializing, don't forget, I still had these 178 downloads I was doing before today, all these live streams to get down. So I said, I would quite like to go home and get on with this because I knew how long it was going to take. And I was calculating, could I actually get it done before they were going to take all the downloads down? And I calculated I could as long as I worked at it. And I knew that on Saturday I was going out to the Mardi Gras. So I just worked out I could do it. So I was really delighted to go home. And I think it was quite hot as well, wasn't it? So I came home and I was cool. So that's what I did on Friday. It was download, but knitting as well. Because as I say, as I was downloading each one, it was so boring. It was boring. It was like watching paint dry. I've got to wait for this one to download and then I can click on there and then I can do this. So what I did, I was knitting these little smoothie hats. And sometimes I knit fast, sometimes I knit slow. But one of these, if I set my mind on it, I can make one of these in 15 minutes. And so I thought, well, let's see how many. And when it's something like that, when I'm watching that download, because I can see it's downloading, let's see how many rows I can do before I have to go on the computer and click the next button. So I was giving myself targets. And when I do things like that, I knit faster. When I'm doing other things, I knit slow. It doesn't matter. Do what you like when you like. It's not a competition, but I do like to have that thing going with myself. So anyway, so that's what I was doing. I was making some of those. And so, oh yes, so on Friday, so that's what I was doing. But Kath and John came to the island. They were coming on Friday, and we were going to link up. So they used to live on the island. We became great friends, and it was through my live streams. During COVID, I popped up in Kath's Facebook page. Somehow along the line, she spotted me. She started watching me, and long story short, we've become great friends. They spent so much time with me, and they're very kind. They take me out. They used to live on the island. And they took me out to places, and John would do some of the things around my house. You know, the things that I can't do, like fix something up on them, put the clock up on the wall, all those things. He's done amazing work here, and I'm so grateful. And so they were going to be on the island, and we were going to meet up. So you know, we'd got a plan, but then they said they were on the island. Could they pop over for coffee? And I said, yes, please do. Because I thought, well, I can sit here and I can still do my downloads while I'm sitting over coffee. Well, I hit a snag while they were here because suddenly, although I was downloading them as I thought and uploading them to my hard drive and then deleting them from the computer because I needed space on the computer, all of a sudden the computer said it was full. And I was snookered. I didn't know what to do. So I was really glad John was here. And John helped me work out what it was happening. So we managed to then delete enough stuff off the computer that was somehow duplicating itself. Don't ask me what I did or how I did it, but I was duplicating the downloads. And so it was filling up all the memory, all the space on the computer. So anyway, Kath and John were here much longer than they had intended to be, and it was getting very late by the time they went, but it didn't matter. I was so grateful to them, and Kath was keeping me supplied with coffee. You know, my kitchen, but she was great over there. She kept me supplied with coffee while I was sorting out this stuff with John. So anyway, they eventually went, and I think I worked until I thought, actually, I better get some sleep, because I was going out live streaming the next day. Oh dear, so glad they were there. Absolutely. I was really glad they were there because I don't know what I would have done if I'd got to the point where I had a bit of an idea. I thought, well, I can see some things there and they just seem to have suddenly appeared, so I might delete those. But who knew what I might have been deleting? But anyway, John helped me. I am so grateful. So anyway, I thought I eventually went to bed. I don't know what silly o'clock I went to bed, but I thought I better get some sleep because I'm going to Mardi Gras. If I don't have some sleep, I might collapse, and then I won't be able to live stream Mardi Gras. Excuse me. And I really wanted to do the live stream for Mardi Gras. I was invited as a VIP. Mardi Gras was, the parade was from 3 o'clock onwards, and it was just over an hour. But you know, I could, if I'd just been out in the streets, I could have just gone at 3 o'clock or somewhere near where it started, live streamed it, and gone home. But what's the fun in that when there's so much great atmosphere in the world, in the area, and new people to meet and all that sort of thing? So I decided that so no, I was invited as a VIP, which meant just going and just going to the VIP tent. There were some biscuits and things there and some drinks. I didn't have any of the food. I bought my own snack with me because, you know, Slimming World. I did have, you know, a drink, one of the Diet Cokes or things like that, because that works well for for Slimming World. But it was just nice to mix with. So the mayor was there, and I know her well. And then the High Sheriff, I met her. I introduced myself to her. Some selfies went on, as you can imagine, which are not yet up online because I've been doing all this downloading. This coming week, I have a plan to start getting some of the stuff up online that is sitting on my camera roll or in my Google Photos or whatever. But, you know, I will do it at my own pace. But I have hundreds, I've probably got thousands of things to upload. But it was just lovely. So actually, I think I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast, but I booked a taxi to go down there. Originally, I thought, oh, I'll go down on the bus. And then I thought, no, I'm going to pace myself. I've been working very hard on all these downloads. I don't want to risk making myself ill or too tired and then not enjoying what I'm doing. So I decided to book a taxi. Because even if I'd got the bus, I still had a bit of a walk to go to the Simeon Wreck. That's where it was. And when I dictate in my phone Simeon Wreck, it puts WRECK, like it's a wreck that's spoiled. It's not a wreck. It's REC, Recreation Ground. I wish Siri would keep up, but Siri doesn't get it. So anyway, so you know, this taxi driver who picked me up, he has given me a lift. He said he's probably given me a lift once before. I knew his face, but he wasn't. I hadn't. Some taxi drivers I get again and again. It just depends on when I ring for a taxi. And I linked up with an old not an old member as in age, but a member from my White Buzz group years ago, and I hadn't seen her for years. And then she turns up as she's now a taxi driver. She wasn't a taxi driver, and that was so fun to be in her taxi and catch up on years. And as I say, there was one taxi driver who said, I don't believe in Slimming World because it's rubbish. And so that wasn't the most pleasant conversation. It was okay. You know, she can tell me her opinion and I can tell her mine. But I've had some fun conversations. But Kieran picked me up yesterday. And he was taking me to the recreation ground, and we got on to talking. I was, you know, why I was going to the Mardi Gras. I was live streaming, that sort of thing. And he picked, you know, we had those conversations around community stuff. That was a conversation that was going on in the car. And I think I'd mentioned this at the beginning of the broadcast, but some of you come in since then. So I'll just go over this because it was part of Saturday. And it was just made me, it warmed the cockles of my heart. It was just so kind. So we were having banter. Somehow there was a conversation about taxi drivers who take you the long way round so they can charge you more. And then we ended up at the wrong entrance that I wanted. I had, when I booked it, I said I want to go to the entrance on Simeon Street, which is the easiest one to get into if you're a pedestrian, foot passenger. I thought I was on the ferry then. No, as a pedestrian, it was the easiest one, the shortest distance for me to walk. But he hadn't got the message, so he took me to the vehicle entrance. And I said, now you're trying to take me the long way round, so you charge me extra, because we just had this banter. I was only Joe pulling his leg. So then he moved on round, and I didn't know there were 3 entrances. I only knew there were 2 entrances. So he then took me to the next one. I said, no, this isn't the right one either. I said, you're just doing this on purpose. Anyway, there's a lot of banter. So as we came round to the entrance I needed to get in, he said, well, I won't charge you for that. And I thought he meant he wouldn't charge me for the extra bit, taking me to the wrong gate. So when we get there, he gets out of the taxi. I said, hang on a minute, I've got to pay you, because I usually pay them while I'm sitting in the taxi. He said, no. He said, I'm not charging you. I said, what do you mean you're not? He said, no, you're having a free ride. And I said, why? He said, because you do community stuff. And I just thought, wow, I do my community stuff, but I do not expect free ride in a taxi. I still expect to pay. But you know what? It's just so nice that people are like that. Next time I get in a taxi, I won't expect a free ride, you know. But it was just so nice. It made me feel humble, really. But it was just lovely. And I just thought, you know, we do have a brilliant community. And it was just nice. I mean, I get lots of lovely people when I go about, you know, when I go on the trains on the mainland, and I get all those wonderful people who help me on and off the trains and that sort of thing. And every now and again, there'll be a nice passenger who helps me, whatever. The island seems particularly full of people like this. And, but that was wonderful. So anyway, got to the ground, started, you know, having a look. It was so windy. So windy. Those of you who watched that live stream, I had my carnival boppers on. I want some boppers like this, multicoloured. Now I probably can make some, because this is just a spring, and that's Lametta. I love Lametta, and I've got some red Lametta, and I've got some blue Lametta. I wonder if I can make one of these myself. So it's multicoloured. And this was that wonderful one that says party time. So I put those together on my head. But the wind had other ideas. When I was live streaming, it was going all over the place, and it nearly blew off my head. How bad was that? So anyway, it was a nightmare. So long story short, I did some live. I met you know, the mayor, and I met the high sheriff, and I chatted with some other people, and the organizer of the event. I chatted with her. I saw some people who used to run the carnival company. So Gemma is the head of the new carnival company now. Frank and Chris and Frankie used to do it, and then there was a takeover. So it's the new carnival company that run it. Amazing. They do so much work with schools. They do carnival workshops and all sorts of things. And the Mardi Gras it has a theme, and it was the themes were things like celestial, spring, summer, autumn, winter, all those things. And those were the themes. And it was on a biosphere. There was a biosphere nature around it as well. That hasn't explained it very well. Sorry, I need to read up more, and I'm getting tired. But it was a wonderful theme. 24 organisations took place. So there were lots of schools who take part, and the children making their own costumes, which is amazing. And some of those costumes, they were so effective, but so simple. Sometimes keep it simple. Sometimes the simplest stuff is the most effective. And, you know, I live streamed the, it's good to know people appreciate what you do. Thank you, Hazel. It's nice, but it's two-way, because I'm working with the community, but a community is people coming together. It's all of us working together. So although it's me in front of the camera, there's so much that actually makes what happens here. You know, I could just sit and live stream. It would be nothing without all the people that come either into my community online. So some of you I've never met, but you're still part of the community, or all the others. It's just, and it's amazing. And although the world got much harder after COVID, you know, and it's not the same world that it was before, and there's a lot of horrible things going on, there are so many nice things, and that's what we need to do. Appreciate all the lovely things. Those of you who come in to support me while I'm doing these things, those of you who live right across the other side of the world but still think you would like to support me, it's amazing. And we support each other. So that is fantastic. And so it was just a wonderful day. So I had done some live streaming on the field, but the signal was absolutely dreadful, and it kept cutting out. So then I decided I was going to watch the parade. So the parade was leaving the ground at 3. And I thought, well, I could stay on the ground and watch it from here, or I could go out onto the street and get it as it comes along. And I thought it was better to do that, to get it as it came along. So I didn't have far to walk to the Strand. And I found a spot along the Strand. That bit wasn't the busiest part of town, was down Union Street and that. So the Strand was not packed with people, which made it easier for me. So I was able to live stream and sort of get it from there. So I did a live stream as it came this way. And of course, I've got my mount on my tripod, and on the back of it, it says Go Live Granny. So I got people coming along who had never met me before, and they saw Go Live Granny. And some of them spoke to me, and some of them I could see them just doing the giggle at seeing that it does make people laugh. That title makes people laugh, and that's good. As I say, it was Lottie Hearn who was the one who came up with that, who was a live streamer that I connected with years ago. But it really works, doesn't it? I'm a granny that goes live. It does what it says on the tin. And I have met so many, and recently more and more people have connected with me. And Facebook has started, because of all the stuff I'm doing on Facebook now, it started pushing me out to more people. It's getting us and the community in front of more people. More people are seeing the streams, and that's brilliant. So, you know, while I feel well, and you know, while I've got the energy, I will keep on doing what I do, pacing myself as I go, you know, pacing myself more than I ever used to, but doing what I do. And if I feel up to it, I will do it. And if I feel I can't do it, then I won't. I will stop. But at the moment, we're on a good run. I think the batteries are recharged, like the Energizer Bunny. And, you know, I do what I do. And it's just amazing that the community just gets just more amazing. And over yesterday, I met lots more people who said, and I'm getting more followers, and I'm getting people who say, oh, I'm going to look you up on you know, on the live streams and that. And it's just what will make a bigger and bigger community for all benefit of all of us. Every one of us can benefit from bringing a community together. You know, so although I'm the one that sits on the camera, this would not happen without all of you and all the lovely people. So I'm looking forward to a great summer. Hopefully I will get to the carnivals and share all those out again, and share all the good that's going on. But I'm going to quickly come on. So I'm going to quickly come on to what happened today, because otherwise you'll all have gone to bed and I won't have told you what I need to tell you. So as I say, it was brilliant yesterday. So I left home at 1:15. Watched the live stream at 3:00, and then it goes all around the town. And I was here in the Strand, and it goes all around the town, and then it comes back on the Esplanade over there. So I was here, and then there's a rose garden where I sit. There's a rose garden here. So I went into the rose garden, took time to smell the roses. Literally, I did a live stream in the rose garden saying I'm taking time to smell the roses, because I'd got time to do that while this was going all around the town before it came back on the other side of the rose garden. So then when it was coming back, I went and sat out on the Esplanade, and my goodness, I nearly got blown away. Now that's the downside of losing weight, because I don't weigh so much. So maybe I could get a bit blown. I don't think I could get blown away yet. But my headgear nearly got blown away. But I had some nice conversations with people who were also waiting to watch the stream. And then there were some people over there. A couple of times there were people who was over near me, and they saw the I'm sure it was the Go Live Granny bit. They started smirking and smiling and that, and I think it was that. I don't know if it was something the other side of me. Maybe I was wrong, but I couldn't see anything else that way. So maybe they just thought it was fun to see Go Live Granny or whatever. Lots of people talked to me about it, but anyway, so I don't know. But you know what was so marvelous? People, as one of you said on there, didn't you? At some stage, people were waving to me. You just got, oh, Steve, you got mentioned in the house earlier. I knew you weren't in the house, but let's just do, because Steve is in here. Welcome, Steve. He's just got back from Alfie's. He's just here on YouTube. But I mentioned you earlier, Steve, because I met another Steve.
I met a Steve and a Ruth, and I had to try and remember their names. And I remembered Ruth because I've got a nephew married to a Ruth. So I do things sort of visually in my head. So I could see my nephew's wife, Ruth. So I remembered Ruth. And then I said, oh, well, you're Steve. You thought your ears were burning. Excellent. They definitely were, Steve, because I said, oh, you're Steve. Right. I can remember Steve because we have window cleaner Steve in our community. And I did that bit, window cleaner Steve is in the house. And that's how I remembered. And that's what I was telling everybody earlier in the broadcast about 3 hours ago. Is it 3? 9, 10. Yes, we've been 3 hours, over 3 hours, 3 hours and 4 minutes to be precise, and I still haven't finished. So I was coming back from Mardi. So I did the Mardi Gras, and I did it on the Strand, and then I went and did it on the Esplanade as I came back. So I live streamed, and I got people in the parade. Now there's an Indonesian group on the island, and I met them before COVID. It was about 2018, I think, and I met them at St Helens Carnival, and they were all butterflies at that carnival, and I had a conversation with them. I live streamed them, I chatted to them. I have not seen them since 2018, and one of the lovely ladies, I didn't remember them all, but there was one particular lady, and she said, oh, it's you. I said, yes, we met in 2018 and you were butterflies. And they were so impressed. So they were all dressed up in lovely red and gold outfits this time. And they were amazing. I said, I like sparkle. You've got red and you've got gold and you've got sparkle. And it was just lovely. Lovely to meet up with those people. Yes, there's load to watch tomorrow. Steve, you need over 3 hours to watch it. Sorry, you don't have to watch it, or you can watch it in chunks. And thank goodness that I'm streaming to YouTube as well as Facebook, because otherwise this would be another live stream that I've had to download from Facebook and get up. And so for your benefit of you, Steve, I have been spending all this week getting all my Facebook lives down off of Facebook and up onto a hard drive, ready to put up to YouTube. And it's been a huge task. It has been. So anyway, that Mardi Gras was wonderful, and so much effort went into that. The only downside was because it was so windy, they weren't. It is brilliant, isn't it, Steve? Because it was so windy, those costumes that are massive puppets that go right up in the sky, and these people are inside these working these puppets as they go along. They could not use them yesterday in the parade. They've been making these puppets since January, and they could not use them yesterday because the risk was too great, because the wind was so strong. It had tried to rain during the setting up, but it didn't come to anything. We prayed to the gods to keep the rain away, and they were listening. And so, there were spit spots of rain, and then it went away. It did. The sun didn't much come out. The sun came out in the evening, but didn't much come out. And so the rain wasn't there. So it was brilliant. And wonderful parade. So many, 24 organisations in the parade, a lot of local schools. Workshops have gone on teaching these children how to make carnival costumes, learning about this biosphere as well, because the Isle of Wight is we are a biosphere island, whatever you call it. Sorry, it's getting late and the terminology is not there, but we are a designated biosphere place on the island, which is another accolade for the Isle of Wight. And we need to make more of it. We've had a Biosphere Festival this week, and this was at the end of the Biosphere Festival. I haven't managed much to connect with the rest of the stuff going on because I've been doing other things and downloading all these live streams. This week, I don't have to download all those live streams, only the ones I've just done this week. The ones I did on Facebook, I can do those fairly quickly. That's a shame. We're going to Disneyland. You're going to watch the Disney parade. Oh, well, so are you going wait, which Disneyland are you going to? Is it Paris? Sorry, I can't see. There's something on YouTube No, something on the live stream that's obliterating part of the comments. Let's see. Let's catch you on YouTube. I've got YouTube over here. Can I see it over there? No. Where's my live stream on YouTube? Oh, wait, here it is. Wait a minute. Let's have a look. I can see the comments better over here. You're going to Disneyland Paris. I have done Disneyland Paris and it is amazing. I did it years ago. My dad treated us and it was wonderful. And I just, you know me, I love to dress up. So anything like that was amazing. You will enjoy it. It's years and years since I was, well, my children were young when we went to Disneyland Paris, and my son's going to be 50 this year, and one is 47 and one is 43. So it's a long time since we went to Disneyland Paris. and even there, that's a little shenanigans because we flew out to we flew to Paris, and as we were getting off the plane, getting on the plane or off the plane. Oh, I think it was when. Oh, it was one of the journeys. But as we're getting off, my nephew was looking out the window and he saw we had very fantastic markings on our cases so that our cases would be identified easily to us. And one of the cases, I think it was his case, fell off the truck as it was going, either going to the plane or coming off the plane. He saw this case fall on the ground and was able to raise the alarm to get the case. What are the chances? Who knows? Anyway, so but we had a wonderful time and Dad had treated us, even though also my daughter didn't come. Well, she didn't because she didn't, but she did. Chinese talk, Chinese whisper. She wasn't going to come because she had promised somebody that she would babysit for them and she wouldn't let them down, even though she was going to miss a trip to Disneyland. What a great daughter I have. And so I was proud of her to not let that lady down, but I was sad that she was missing out. Well, that lady then let her down and suddenly decided she didn't need the babysitter at the last minute. And this was after we had already flown to Paris without my daughter. So my good old dad, he said, right, get yourself to the airport. We're getting you a ticket and you fly to Paris and we will meet you. And that's what my dad did. That's the sort of guy my dad was, which is why you can see I loved him so much. So my daughter did join us in Paris, but not without shenanigans, because we have shenanigans as all the time. But wonderful. Disneyland is wonderful. So it's magical. You went 26 years ago when it was called Euro Disney. The following month, I met Alfie. Wow. So it did have magic, didn't it? Absolute magic. 26 years. Wow. So I can't remember. Well, my daughter, well, she was old enough to babysit. So she was about 15. Let's say at the most she was 17, but she wasn't as old as that. But the 17 makes the maths easier, doesn't it? Does it make the maths easier? Because she's 47 now, and if you take 17 off of that, that's 30, isn't it? So it was 30 years ago, if I'd done the maths right. My dad was wonderful. He was the most amazing man, and he's still here. He's still watching. He still guides me. And some things that happen, I'm sure it's his influence from afar. Things do happen, and I'm sure he has a hand in it. So anyway. So we now have done Mardi Gras. So as I say, I met the most amazing people yesterday, and more people want to come in and help out. And so just amazing things happen every day now. I wake up and I think, I wonder what wonderful things are going to happen today. I got back to that feeling of it's good to be alive. I always used to wake up and think, oh, it's good to be alive. And then life kicks in and all those harder things. And it's a bit more tricky, life. And then it's back to that feeling and just on a high. I'm running on adrenaline at the moment because of all the wonderful people that come into my life and are doing all these wonderful things with other people. And today I'm going to tell you about somebody else I met today. So as I say, Carnival, that was great. I did the carnivals, and then I was very slow to get home again because yes, that's right. I walked along the seafront. I thought, right, I'll walk along you can walk along the road, or you can walk the other side. There's Eastern Gardens is here, and then there's a load of concessions, food places along here, and kiosks that sell all your beach balls and things like that. And then you come to Super Bowl, and so you can go either on the roadside, or you can go on the Esplanade side right next to the sea wall. And I decided I wasn't going to walk along the roadside. I'd done that, before. I'm going to go the other way, and so I'd done that I'd gone on the road the other day when I was going somewhere, whatever I was going to do. Oh, I know, Armed Forces Day. I'll go the other side, and I came along the other side, and I thought, do you know what? There's the marina here. I need to show the world the marina. I need to show the world this beautiful garden at Eastern Gardens. We've got palm trees. It looks like we could be in some foreign country from there. We have palm trees. We have a little microclimate on the island that's a little bit warmer. Although we're only 10 minutes on the hover from the mainland, we have a microclimate over here. We're slightly warmer than over there. And we have these palm trees in Ryde, and it's just amazing to imagine that we are on some Caribbean island almost, and then Ryde Town Council make the most amazing flower beds. They ensure, and I love taking those pictures. I love sharing it, and I did a live stream there, so I'm always slow getting home. This is the upside of being single. Nobody's home waiting for me. Nobody's saying, where have you been? What have you been up to? It's just lovely. And so I did a live stream there, and and shared it with the world. This is why I like living in Ryde. That's what I said on my live stream. Look at all this wonderful stuff going on in Ryde. Even the rest of the island's wonderful, but Ryde is amazing. And so I did all that, and eventually I got towards about, I had shenanigans with toilets again yesterday. What is it about? Oh, hang on, folks. Hang on. My battery is low. My battery is low. Whoops. Oh, no, not my phone battery. It's my computer. And let's just plug it in. There we are. It's okay. But I was thinking I was going to get cut off, but it's my laptop that the battery was low. And you're okay over here, but I'm watching some of the comments over there. Right. So Steve's saying, he said my dad was wonderful. He said, oh no, forgotten what the oh no was for, but my dad was wonderful. You're one of the optimistic people, Lynn, which is lovely. Yes, absolutely. So why why worry about things before bad why worry that something might be bad when it hasn't actually been bad? I mean, I once went for a breast scan. Talking about toilets and breast scans, not sure this is where I planned to go, but it's what happens. It's life. I went for a breast scan once, and they called me back for a second time. Now, I could have gone into a total meltdown that something was wrong. Oh, no. So I didn't. I told myself, sometimes they bring you back just to double check. Guess what? They brought me back to double check. There was nothing wrong. It was fine. I had my brother this was the brother who took his own life, sadly. But he was the other way. He wasn't optimistic like me, which is a shame, because he might still be with us now. I don't know. But one day he did some work. He was a brilliant photographer. He really got great photographs. He was brilliant. He'd won awards for it as well. He should have done it as his main career, but he didn't. He was a teacher as well. And he worried, and this is a message I like to put up. Not that he worried, but how you deal with it. So he was worried because somebody had rang. He'd done a job for somebody, and they rang him, and he missed the call. He said, oh dear, I wonder what's gone wrong. I said, why are you wondering what's gone wrong? Why don't you wonder what went right? Maybe they're ringing you up to rebook you. Maybe they're ringing you up to say, wonderful, that was fantastic. And do you know what? I hate to say I told you so, but they rang him. I can't remember why, but it was on the complimentary side. It was either to thank him for all he'd done or to book another event or whatever. Don't waste, it's negative energy thinking, oh my God, I wonder what's going to happen. Wait and see. Don't put a negative energy in until, only deal with it when it has happened, because it might never happen. It might always be good. And so it's, I would, I just try to send all those. I mean, this is what's happened to me in later life. I don't think I've always been so optimistic, but I've had a dad who's taught me as well. Mum was good as well, but Dad, Dad was the driving force. Mum and I clashed a bit. Dad was definitely a driving force in my life, and he was always that more chipper person. And I now see that. I mean, I never set out to sit here like this and entertain. And I never thought I could do it. It wasn't something that was even on my radar. But I was at, when I used to sell Usborne children's books, I was at an event. It was a conference or something, and I was in a queue, and I said something to somebody, and they said, "Lynn, you should write your book." I said, "Why? Who wants to know about me and what I've done? What is that? What of interest is that to anybody?" And they said, "Oh, you're so funny." Now, I never realised how funny I was for a long time. Now I do realise, because so many people say, "Oh, Lynn, you make me laugh." My daughter, she's been, things have been not as easy as they might be. And I've been making her laugh. And she's still, "Mum, you make me laugh." And it's just... I obviously was born to be a clown, maybe. Who else goes around with all the things I wear on my head, or I wear, whatever. But you know what? You only get one life. You only get one crack at life, and don't ever believe that my life has been like that, smooth, because it has not. It has been a roller coaster of a ride. Some real roller coasters in my life. But you know what? That's then. And this is now. And I can sit regretting all those horrible things that happened in my life, or I can say, come on, let's make the best of what I've got. I was chatting with Kath and John today. I'm going to be 75. The title of the books could definitely be Shenanigans, couldn't it? The Shenanigans of a Go Life Granny. There we are. Thank you. We'll have to do it. The trouble is, I never sit still enough to write. I don't like writing. I like talking too much sometimes. So it has to be more recorded than that. So my live streams are actually, they are documenting my life. So I don't know whether anybody could take from the live streams and put it all together. I don't know. I don't enjoy writing. So that's what, really, it might need to be somebody who interviews me, takes notes, and then does the book for me. That would suit me much better. Oh dear. I forgot where I was going now. What was I saying? What was I saying before we talked about Shenanigans and the book title? So yeah, my roller coaster ride. So I never was like this. But the thing is, I know, I was saying that I'm going to be 75 at the beginning of September, and age is only a number, And somebody says age is how you feel, and then there's that rude bit about who you feel. No, sorry, we won't go there, because I've got that all muddled up, and I'm making a joke and then forgetting how the joke went. Shenanigans. Anyway, I was discussing with Kath and John and saying, I wonder how many years we have left. I said, I'm trying to take care of myself, my health, in the hope that I might have at least 20 years. My mum would have been 100 this week. It would have been her 100th birthday. She died when she was 95, almost 96. So she died 4 years ago, but she died in April. Her birthday that year would have been 96. So she would be 100 this week. I would like to go beyond where my mum went, just because I could, maybe. It would thrill, as long as my health holds and I'm not a burden to people. Maybe I am a burden to people. I don't know. I try not to be. I live independently as much as I can. Who knows? So anyway, I was having this conversation with Kath and John, and about, I was knitting, and I was saying, I've got lots of projects to do. I've got all this wool to use. I wonder if I've got 20 years left in me. I said, actually, I'd like 25, because then I'd hit the 100 mark and I'd beat my mum. These were the conversations we had. It's only a number. And just tell your niece. Well, Yes, but what I did to tell my knees, and I don't know about you, and I'm not going to say whether you should or you shouldn't, but I was a size 22 to 24. I'm now a size 14 clothes. My knees are now telling a very different story. And so it is amazing. And, you know, for that, I am so grateful because I don't have those issues. I do have a knee that gives way, but I think that's just, it's because it's a bit of worn out, but it's so much better because now, now my knees are saying thank you to me. That's the noise that comes from my knees. They're saying thank you. Oh dear. Anyway, I still haven't got to the end of the day. So to the end of today. So the Mardi Gras, that was wonderful, amazing themes, all that sort of thing. And then I came home and I didn't get home till late, and I didn't whiz home. I was doing all these things and live streaming and then getting the bus and chatting with the bus driver and all these things that were happening. Oh no, toilet shenanigans. I was going to tell you about that because shenanigans happen. So on the way back along the parade, back along the esplanade, after I'd recorded the second Mardi Gras going along, I wanted to use the facilities. Now we have a wonderful changing places toilet facility, which has got wash things for people, very severely disabled people. There's a bed in there for changing them, whatever. It's just changing places, but it's also a disabled loo. So I wanted to go in there, but it was engaged, so somebody was obviously in there. I knew there was a disabled toilet just around the corner, and I have my radar key, so I went round there. But it's not too bad. It's got a wall here and a wall here, so you've got to go in. So even that hasn't been best sought out because I'm pushing a walker, but I've got to open the door with my radar key and my walker is in front of me. So right, I then have to think, all right, go back, turn around and reverse in, pull the walker in, then I'm near enough to unlock the door, but then I've got to pull the door back and then get me and my walker into the toilet and then lock the door. Once I'm inside, that's fine because it's very big. Oh no, it's a bigger space. So I do that, but the tree so there's walls here. There's just not that huge amount, just about like this, but there's bushes here, and they started growing across the front. So not only have I got to reverse in and negotiate, but I've actually got to avoid the bushes scratching my face. So I've taken a photograph of it, and I was going to get in touch with town council and say, could this, not aggressively, but could we actually make this a bit more accessible? It's supposed to be an accessible toilet for people with disabilities. Bad enough that you've got a door, that I have to negotiate and get into, but also the bushes, just making it a little bit more of a challenge. So I took the photograph. Anyway, then I went along the seafront, and I just sat down for a few minutes to eat I got a little snack with me, and I sat on the seafront. It was very blowy, but I was enjoying. I got my coat on because it was a bit cool, but I just was enjoying it. I got that windswept feeling, when you're near the sea and you get feeling like a bit grimy because you've been there. That's how I was that's how I felt. But I was sitting there, and while I was sitting there, along came one of the people who had been in the parade, and it was somebody who comes up. They involve me in the parades because they come right up to my camera just to be funny, and it's great because we interact, and it's what it's supposed to be. And I didn't know who was inside that costume then, but I do know now. And it was Eric. And he came along the parade, and he hadn't got his head on this time. He had his own head on. He didn't have the head that's part of the costume. So he was carrying the head. And don't ask me to tell you what the character was. He did tell me, but there's no way I could remember it. It's one of those names that I could not remember. I will have to get him to write it down next time, and then I might not even be able to pronounce it. It was some sort of fancy name. So anyway, he came along, and we were chatting, and he said, "I've seen you before, haven't I?" I said, "Yes, and I've live streamed you before." And so we had a conversation, And then we were chatting, and then eventually he sat down on the bench because we had such a wonderful conversation. We were having a conversation about how some people suddenly turn on you, who've been your friends, and they turn on you. And I could totally sympathize with that because I was able to tell him stories out of my life. He's only about 26, and of course I'm 75, so I've had more of that through my life, of people suddenly your friends, and then suddenly they decide they don't want to be, and you don't know what you did. But actually, I don't stop being me because they don't like me. I will still be me. If they're becoming toxic, actually, you're not part of my life anymore. And so we had a great conversation. We were there for ages, and then and it was just a good conversation to have. And then I went further along and did my live stream, and then I thought, right, before the bus comes, I'm going to see if by this time I've been a long time from here to there, so I needed to just check whether I needed to go to the loo again. When you get to a certain age, these things crop up, which is why toilet talks keeps coming into my broadcasts. Sorry, but there is an issue. It is life. It's what happens. So I was thinking, oh my goodness, because I knew there was a bus going soon, but I've also got to walk up the road, and that might just not work for me. So I thought, right, there's toilets at the station, which is at the bus interchange. But I know that they close at a certain time, and I didn't know what time it was, and it was 5 to 6 when I got there. That's right, now I can remember what the time was. It was 5 to 6, and I was just hoping, I hope the toilet's available. So I go to the accessible toilet, and it says on the door, on the wall, on a Saturday. It was a Saturday, wasn't it? It closes at 5 o'clock, 1700 hours. Right. Oh, it's closed. Let's put my radar key in and see if it works. My radar key won't even go in. So obviously they do mean 5 o'clock. It's not available. And yet, next door, there's a door where the gents and the ladies are through the swing door. And people were coming out. So I'm thinking, those toilets must be open. And so a ladies came out, and on the door it did say, those toilets were locked at, I think, 6:30. It's 5 to 6 now. 6:30. Hang on. Is this not, what do they call it? What's the phrase I want? Hello, Tracy. Tracy's just come in. Tracy, we've been live streaming for 3.5 hours. She's been out to her cousins and totally forgot. Now and continue now, then watch the replay. Yes, so I've been telling you everybody about my week, and my week has taken 3.5 hours to go over. Shenanigans included, and also all the downloading of all my live streams. This week I was downloading the live streams from 2018 to 2020, and there were 178 files with lots of live streams in each one. Watch the replay on that bit. So anyway, so we're on toilet shenanigans now. Oh dear, it makes me laugh, even if it doesn't make anybody else laugh. So there we are. I can't use the disabled friendly loo. And you did get mentioned earlier, Tracy, because I was talking about my wonderful, let's show it again, this wonderful gadget that Tracy bought me, my bungee that my radar key goes on for the toilets. They'll be lovely to watch. Okay. So anyway, what's the word I want? When you're disadvantaged. So I've got a disability. So the disabled loo wasn't available to me. Discrimination, that's the word I want, Hazel. Thank you. It just left my head. Before I had it in my head, and then suddenly it left my head. Thank you for the prompt. So it is discrimination, isn't it? And so some ladies were coming out the swing doors, and I said, those toilets are available. I said, why are we being discriminated? I used the word then. Why are we being discriminated on for being disabled when those toilets right next door are open? So they hold the swing doors for me open. So I've got to get through a swing door, then I've got to get through another door. And of course, those toilets are small cubicles, and I've got Navy Nora, and but there was nobody much about. So I thought I can leave Navy Nora there. I'm pretty sure she'll be safe, you know, because if somebody walked off with my Navy Nora, then I'm snookered, aren't I? Because I don't walk very far. So anyway, they were really nice, you know, nice people. Let me hold the door for you and whatever. So we did that. So I come out. So I take pictures of the disabled toilet here and the sign on the wall that says that closes at 5 o'clock. And this one that says these toilets are open till 6:30. So anyway, later on in the day, so I've had the shenanigans with the toilet that where the trees are coming across, so I can't get into that toilet, and then I have these toilet shenanigans over here. So I later in the day, Jan and I were communicating with each other. Now Jan used to run Isle Access, which was a charity for disability, and it's how I got to know Jan. She set this charity up years ago, and I thought what a marvelous job she was doing, because one of the things was if you don't get it right for disabled people, they will, and I mean if you don't get the information out there as to how things work for disabled people on the island, that they won't come as tourists. And she had told us how many thousands of pounds were being lost to tourism because people with disabilities don't know the information. Tracy's saying, trust me to come into the broadcast just when it's toilet talk. Absolutely. Are you lowering the tone, Tracy? Oh, no, it's me lowering the tone. Never mind. You know, toilets is part of our lives. We can pretend it isn't, or we can accept that it is. And in my life, it is very important that I get it right. Well, Jan and I were communicating online later, and so I sent her a picture of the I can't remember what the conversation was that we were having, but anyway, I sent her a picture of the toilet with the growth then, and said, no, it wasn't. I sent her the toilet about the discrimination, and she said, I don't know why that is. She said she will email Alan at the town council, because I know some of the town council members, and I know Alan, but she knows him much better because of all the stuff she's done with disability. She worked with Ryde Town Council when they were doing the boardwalk, you know, and getting the facility onto the sand. So there's there's wooden slats along the sand, so we can get onto the beach now as people with disabilities, and so you know, she knows him very well, and so she said she would email him. I said, well, while you're emailing him that, let me just show you what's happened at the other toilet with all the branches coming across. So that's probably all I need to do, because probably they will now go and get the branches cut, I hope. If not, I'll take my scissors with me next time and cut them off. I might need actually some secateurs or something like that. But, you know, I'm sure they will do it. We have a very good relationship with Ryde Town Council. They are very nice people, and I'm sure they will sort it. So anyway, hopefully that's the end of the shenanigans. We will find out why we're being discriminated on. And maybe they hadn't realised there was a discord there. You know, maybe one person did that bit and one person did that bit. So let's just show. Anyway, that's that. End of toilet talk, I think. So that was the end of Mardi Gras. That was the end of Saturday. It wasn't, because I worked through the night, and I worked till 6 o'clock this morning on my downloads, only to find shenanigans on my downloads, because I think I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. The last 12 downloads, live streams, were duplicates, and I had sat and done all those, and I could have gone to bed. Well, I went to bed at 6 o'clock. The thing is, I owed it to my granddaughter to do as much as I could, because she had been so marvellous with doing all the rest of the downloads, and she will have done them much quicker than I did. She probably did multiple ones at a time. I knew if I downloaded 2 or 3 and then tried to move them all at once, something would happen. You know, when you highlight them all and then try and move them, knowing my luck, they would go all over the place. You know, they would end up on all the wrong files and folders. I wouldn't be able to find them. I knew if I did them one at a time, put this from here into there, and then go back here and delete it from the computer, that would work. and it was my way of doing it, even if it was slower than anybody else's. But because she'd done so well, and then because we thought we were going to lose these 178 files, but bless her, she got onto, she communicated with Facebook, and they sent us this big download of these 178 files. She'd done that. She wanted me to get them all. I was not going to, if I had the wherewithal to get them, I was not going to miss getting them. So that's why I wanted to make sure I did them. I got to the point through the night where when some of these multiple things suddenly kept appearing, and I had to keep deleting them because they were filling up the laptop, and I wasn't going to be able to do the rest. I was deleting things that I could see with the same file multiplying. I could see by the amount of storage, if that makes sense. Oh, wait a minute. What is the date Facebook are giving now that they're deleting the live vids? You said they're putting the date back. They did put it back. It was supposed to be the end of June. When we got, so I've got multiple pages, and so I have had multiple lots of downloads, and they all had different dates as to when they were going to delete. And the Go Live Granny one was the 6th of July, which is today. My granddaughter thought it was going to be last night and delete today. Of course, Kath pointed out that America, so Facebook is sort of America, isn't it? They're about 5 hours behind. Are you, Heather? I think it's. Am I going? I don't think so, Tracy. Are you going to Apley tomorrow? I'm working on trying to go to the. I'm hoping that I might go to the band playing at Reelston Gardens, if Kath and John will take me. If that's not an option, I might go to Apley. Were you thinking of going to Apley? Apley is, it's, for those of you listening in while Tracy and I have just a private conversation here, Apley is where Derek Sandy was singing last week, and we'll be singing next week. Yes, Heather's saying, yes, you're 5 hours behind. So although my granddaughter thought it was going to delete on the 6th, I wasn't sure whether it's going to be the beginning of the 6th or the end of the 6th. And of course, I thought, well, I'll keep going. She thinks it's going to delete at the end of 5th. But of course, I thought I'll keep going through the night. I won't go to bed and then get up and do it. I'll do it through the night and then go to bed. Because if it's American, if it's American time and they're 5 hours behind, if I keep going for the next 5 hours, I'll get what I can. So that was my thought process. Tracy's not 100% sure she's going to there. I'll communicate with you tomorrow, Tracy, when I know a bit clearer what I'm doing. We are going to Arrington Barnes tomorrow. We went to Arrington Barnes today. Why are we going back tomorrow? Let's get on to today, because I did all that. I went to bed at 6 o'clock this morning. And Kath and John were going to pick me up and take me to Arrington Barnes today. I wanted to go and see Gordy at Arrington Barnes. Why did I want to go and see Gordy? Because Gordy can make one of these hats worth £1 instead of 30p. So over the years, I've been making these little smoothie hats for Age UK. When I first started doing them, it's an innocent smoothie campaign. So the innocent smoothie drinks that we have here in the UK, I don't know if you have them abroad, but I know we have them here. Innocent smoothie linked with Age UK years ago, and they started the Big Knit campaign. And this happened most years, not every year now, but most years it's happened. And lots of us knitters knitted these little hats. Some of them were hats like this. Some of them might have been dinosaurs or teddies or ice cream hats or whatever. Anything went. But they would go on the little smoothie bottles. So we would send them off to Age UK, and Age UK would put them onto the smoothie bottles at certain times of the year, and they would charge originally an extra 25p for the drink, and all that money would go to charity. So that I thought, well, I knit, I've always got spare wool, I've always got time to knit, and these don't take much time to knit at all. So why don't I do them? So for years I was making them, and I was sending them off to Age UK headquarters. Then one time, some years ago, before COVID, I was in the works chatting to some random person I had just met, in somebody I hadn't known, having a conversation with somebody in there. And somebody I knew who I'd known years before and I'd helped her when she launched a charity on the island. I'd helped promote with live stream and all that. That's my very early days of live streaming. So we must be going back to around the 2016 time. So that, you know, that's some years, 9 years, whatever. And so she heard my voice. She was walking past the shop and she heard my voice because I was standing just inside the shop, and she came in and she said, "Hello, long time no see." And so we had a conversation, and she said that she was now working for Age UK. And I said, "Oh," I said, "I make the smoothie hats for that and whatever." We agreed to meet for coffee after that, and we had a sit down and a coffee. And she said, I said I was sending them to headquarters. She said, "If you give them to us on the island, the money will stay on the island." Well, I didn't know that. I was paying postage to send them to mainland when I could have, for free, taken them to the Age UK office on the Isle of Wight. So, of course, what was I going to do? I was going to give them to my local branch. So for years then, several years, and I've been promoting them through the Go Live Granny community. Up there, can you, I don't know if you can see, behind me, behind you, wait a minute, let's move this camera. Behind me on the wall is a photograph, I don't know if you can see it, of lots of smoothie hats in the shape of an Isle of Wight, and there's Yvonne up there as well. So let's put this down again, because, and for years we have been now making them, you know, for the last few years we've been making them, all my community. So I think this worked from COVID, when lots of the knitters started joining me through COVID, because I was a knitter, and because Yvonne, that was Yvonne in the picture, because she shared it all to the knitting groups. Lots of people came in to watch my live streams, and then lots of people started knitting these and sending them to us on the island for us to put into our local charity. How amazing was that? So, you know, I love knitting these little things, and so that's no effort for me. If I'm quick knitting, sometimes I'm quick knitting, sometimes I'm slower. If I'm quick knitting, I can make one of these in about 15 minutes. All right. So when I was doing the downloads, each download, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, was taking 3 minutes. Right. How many rows can I knit in 3 minutes? Right. Now I've got to move it from there to there. How many rows can I do before it does that? You know, I was chasing one. So it was good. And so we have done loads, and we've just finished a smoothie hat campaign now. So on the Isle of Wight, we have to hit a target that the main charity. So Isle of Wight, Age UK Isle of Wight is its own charity. The national one governs things that happen. So if we want to keep the money on the Isle of Wight for use for our residents here, our elderly residents like me, it's not because I'm elderly that I do it. I do it because I love doing it. And while I'm, you know, still able to knit. So unfortunately, I don't have any arthritis, which is amazing. I was, what was I going to say? Yeah, so we've been doing this. And night, Steve. It is late. If anybody wants to go, that's fine. I will carry on until, you know, everybody's gone. No, I perhaps will carry on a bit longer and finish telling the story, because I also have to promote the chap who is now doing something with these, which is why I went to Amerton Barnes, which is part of the story. When I was at my daughter's, whoops, we got a wonky camera here. Let's straighten it up a bit. When I was at my daughter's, one of those times, I was sitting knitting, and I was looking at Facebook, and my phone was there, and I noticed Gordy's Wood. He makes wooden things, but suddenly he was talking about little hats on snowmen. Right, let's put this little hat on that snowman. And it piqued my interest because he was talking about smoothie hats. Look, there. So he was talking about smoothie hats. And I sort of didn't quite get the whole story from that. But today I've had the actual story from him. And actually I did it on did I do it on? No, that I didn't do on a live stream, but I did live stream with him afterwards. So I spotted, he's been making these little wooden snowmen for years. This was basically the story. He's making these little wooden, it is a perfect fit. And it was so funny, Heather, because when I looked at his Facebook, what was going on with his Facebook, he said they were smoothie hats, but I thought these snowmen were much bigger. And I thought, how can those smoothie hats fit that snowman? But you know, in the picture they look much bigger. So if I take that off and do that, you might think that's quite a big snowman. And so he's been making these now. He reclaims wood. So he does a lot of things. And today I found out some of the things on the side were made from wood that was from Ryde Pier, old wood, because they've redone Ryde Pier to make it safe. And some of the wood, he managed to reclaim some of the wood. So some of the things are made from bits of wood from Ryde Pier. I bought something to send to one of my family, and it was made from reclaimed wood from chairs from Whippingham School. So there's all this reclaiming of wood. It's amazing. And so he's making these little snowmen, and he was making them like that, right? Okay. And he was talking about a balmy army of knitters who were making lots of smoothie hats for him. So I thought that somebody had bought one of his snowmen and put their smoothie hat on it, and he'd seen it. But no, that wasn't the story. I got a firm hold of the wrong end of the stick. So today I met him. I didn't think I was going to meet him today. We went to Arrington Barnes. Kath and John took me, and we got there and we went in, and Gordy wasn't there. I thought, oh, trust us to pick a day when he's not there. Well, he was coming back tomorrow. So Kath and John agreed to take me back tomorrow. But in the meantime, I live streamed around the shop and had a chat with the lovely ladies there, and they showed me a process that they were doing a machine. And I said, what are you doing? And she was, it was printing on the wood, but it was a little machine with a light in it. Because I thought when they did it on the wood, they were doing like pyrography, you know, where they burn into the wood. It wasn't. It was a light, so like a sort of laser thing, and it was personalizing some of the wooden things. And so I said, "What are you doing there?" I think I did. I've taken a video of it, so I can put it up. And she was showing me that they were putting personalization on it, but she had her phone. And she clicked on her phone, and it was obviously talking to the machine. And then the machine made whatever it was she wanted written on it. So it was amazing, fascinating. You know, every day is a school day. So anyway, I said we would come back. But anyway, so we did that. We loved looking around. But I wanted to chat with Gordy. So I had, since yesterday, when I knew I was going to see Gordy, and I knew that he was putting hats on snowmen, and basically, when I spoke to him, some months ago, and he was making the smoothie, getting his army of knitters to make hats for the snowmen, he was talking about giving a pound for each hat to go to charity. Now we were making hats that were getting 30p for Age UK. If I went through Gordy, I could get a hat for £1 for Age UK. But I knew that Age UK on the island would only get the money that everybody else was making the smoothie hats for if they hit their target, which this year was 12,500. So there was no way I was going to take away from Age UK getting their money when, you know, I had encouraged my community. Between us, we made over 1,500 hats for Age UK, and they went to Age UK, and I made sure they did. But I thought, once they've hit their target, let's make £1 a hat to go into the charity, because I'm sure. Anyway, the funny thing was, just after I had that conversation with Gordy, on that conversation, he told me he was meeting up with Age UK the next day. And actually, it got postponed to another day. But he was meeting up with them to have a conversation. He has budded with them now. And so now, the rest of the year, when it's not the Smoothie Hat campaign, we are making hats, and he's got, I did see him tonight because he wasn't there. And then I bought something and I had it personalized from a member of my family, and I bought it today so I could actually show it in my broadcast, and I've not got it out the bag. Let's show it. So I bought this. I'm not going to say who it's for. It's been personalized on the top, but it says on the back, made from a school chair from Whippingham Primary School. That's what it is. And on the other side, it says, love you lots like jelly tots. And this is for a particular member of my family who I think will really appreciate it. This will make us smile. There are lots of things in there that I will buy that will make us smile, but this one particularly wanted to go to a particular member of my family. It's going in the post tomorrow. And then I decided that there were 2 of them live in that household. I'm not giving away who these things are for, but there were 2 of them in the household. So I went back. It's a brilliant gift. Oh, Hazel said that she found me. Oh, this is wonderful. Hazel found me on live stream through one of Yvonne's messages. So you see, Yvonne and I met by chance. Yvonne was, let me go back to that story, because it's just a life full of games of chances and grabbing those opportunities that come in front of you. Because I had a suspect deep vein thrombosis. And I had to go to the hospital, a suspected deep vein thrombosis, and I had to go to the hospital. And it was a Friday afternoon, and I got stuck. My bus got stuck. I had to get on the number 9, and then I had to get on the number 1 to get to the hospital. And my number 9 got stuck, and it wasn't going anywhere. And it was afternoon, and I had to get there. And I was going to miss my appointment. So I rang them up and I said, I'm stuck on a bus. I need to be coming to you. I will continue my journey if somebody's going to be there when I get there. But I don't want to continue my journey if nobody's going to be there, because I might as well just go back home. They said, no, it's a suspected deep vein thrombosis. You need to come, because it was Friday. I couldn't even go the next day. I'd end up in emergency care, wouldn't I? So they said, no, you come. Now, you see, this is just how things happen. This is the day I met Yvonne. So I went. They said, we will wait for you till you get here. So I eventually got to the hospital. And, of course, there was no queue because everybody had been dealt with. So I went in, had some banter with the staff, because I always do banter, as you know. And so I was seen quickly. Long story short, it was not a deep vein thrombosis, and that was fine, but it was needed to be checked because it could have been a bad story over the weekend otherwise. So there we go. It's great. But because the traffic is snarled up, I decided not to go straight back home. I thought, no, I'm going to go up to the canteen and I'm going to have a drink, and maybe I might have something to eat. Though the hospital canteens are very economic, really good buys, good prices, but good food. So that's what I did. And I went up to the canteen, and I ended up having some banter with the staff that was serving the food. And I even ended up agreeing and taking an order for a knitting project, because I was talking about knitting to the ladies behind the counter. It's amazing how the conversations end up with knitting and things like that, or whatever. And this lady wanted me to knit a little footballer in a certain colour football outfit for her grandson or something. So I made one of these little footballers. I said, you tell me what uniform, what kit they wear, and I will do it. So I then looked it up online and found out what colours I needed to make it. So I made that, and I don't know whether it's the same time. No, I think it's when I took that to her, she decided that could I please make her a unicorn for her granddaughter. So I ended up making a unicorn. So this was just over the counter, deciding to make these things. So I then got my food and went and sat in the canteen. Now the canteen was empty. Nobody was in the canteen at all when I sat there. And then somebody came and had a cup of coffee over the other side. And then they chatted to me as they walked, because I actually got my knitting out while I think I had my meal, and then I sat knitting, because I didn't want to go on the bus. I didn't want to go back yet. I was going to sit in the canteen and knit because I could. I knit everywhere, you know, not quite in the toilet. No, maybe not. And so I was knitting, and then what happens? Oh, sorry. What happened was Yvonne and Bill came. So this other person had spoken to me, and then Yvonne and Bill came in, and they sat on the next table. Now Yvonne used to run a craft shop, a wool shop. I don't know. I think she did other crafts, but it was mostly wool and knitting. Years ago, long before I ever met her. So she saw my knitting, and that engaged a conversation, didn't it? Because she was a knitter, like I did in the library earlier this week when I saw somebody put knitting on the table, and I said, "Oh, what are you knitting?" It was the same thing. So they connected with me, and that's how I met Yvonne. And so, because Yvonne became part of my community, when I was live streaming in COVID, and I had to think what I could live stream, because obviously I started live streaming as a live streamer of events on the island, and then there weren't any in COVID, I had to stream different things. I was not going to stream. And members of my community said, please stream, which is why I did stream. And that's why I had to diversify and talk about my knitting or my gardening or whatever it was, or read you Alice in Wonderland stories. And I wish I had noted which download that was on when I was downloading, because I saw that I had been reading Alice in Wonderland. In fact, this very book that is sitting, it's acting as a mouse mat at the moment for my mouse that I use with my laptop, because I can't do the touch pad very easily. This is the very book that I think it was Dean sent me this, because I like Alice in Wonderland, and because Dean used to be part of the viewers on when I was live streaming. He sent me this. So I've live streamed reading this story, Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass. I live streamed this back in COVID time. But I had forgotten that this week it was going to be Alice in Wonderland Day, National Alice in Wonderland Day, 1st of July, same as my mum's birthday. Why did I forget that? And so, but by the time I remembered that, I've forgotten which download it was on. Otherwise, I would have put it out on that day and said, look, do you remember me reading this story back in 2018 or whatever date? When no, it wasn't 2000. It was, I think, 2021 was that when we were closed down. I know 20 was a time when we were closed down. 19 and 20 was it? I don't know. Anyway, so I got this book out this week because I put pictures of things I've been given from my community that relate to Alice in Wonderland. And then my mouse was having a job on the table here. It wasn't very good, and so I put this down as a mouse mat. So I was using this as a mouse mat to oh, that's why it's right by me, because it's a mouse mat. Anyway, back to the snowmen and the Gordy story. And so we went in the shop. We had a look around. I bought a couple of. I bought that thing I just showed you, and then I had it personalised. And then Kath and John and I, we went and we decided to eat. The Dairyman's Daughter had lots of wonderful reviews on Facebook, and Kath and John had said they'd seen wonderful reviews. And I said, well, we can at least have coffee over there, and then let's see. And they were thinking it would be difficult for me because I am gluten-free and Slimming World. I said, well, if they've got a jacket potato or something like that, I'm happy. I don't stick. If I'm out and I can't get something that's right, I can adapt. So I said, yeah, let's go over there. And it was getting on towards tea time by this time. So we went and we sat out, and there's some amazing flowers there. Amazing hanging baskets. And I don't think I took pictures of them because I got distracted because Gordy appeared. So I was going to take these pictures, but we're going back tomorrow. So I'll take the pictures tomorrow. But also what I wanted to do, why they were taking me today, I wanted to go and see Gordy, but I also, when I was doing these, the downloads, I thought, right, I'm going to make as many smoothie hats as I can. And when Kath and John take me to see Gordy tomorrow, I will have a bag of smoothie hats. So we actually took 22 smoothie hats today. This was one I kept back. This was number 23, but I kept it back so I could show you in the broadcast tonight. So as I say, he wasn't there, and the shop was closing at 4, and just before that, I suddenly decided that the household that I was sending this gift to, there were 2 people in the household. I better buy another one, and I'm not going to show who the name on the back, but it's been personalised on the back. But this is somebody who's quite a bookworm, and I'll show you. Let me read it to you. It says, "The more that you read, the more things you will love. The more you learn, the more places you'll go." And it's a Dr. Seuss one. It's got oh, I should have had Dr. Seuss hat on. I've got a Dr. Seuss hat, and I should have had it. So this is a bookmark, and I've bought this for somebody who absolutely loves books, who's connected to the other person that the other wouldn't think. So I bought those, but I ran back to get the bookmark, but I wanted it personalised. Well, they were busy personalising something else, and I think it was about 20 minutes before the shop closed. And so I left it there. I said, look, I'm going to go back and finish my meal because I was halfway through my lovely jacket potato. And so I go back and I'll come back. Anyway, I had my back towards the shop, but Kath and John were facing the other way. And all of a sudden, one of them noticed that the shop was shut. I said, oh, I've forgotten to get my bookmark. So Kath is more mobile than me. So she ran across. They were just locking the shop. So she ran across to get it. Although, of course, we're going back tomorrow. But I thought it would be nice to have it to show you in the broadcast. So she went back and got it. So they went back in and got it. And they put a note on it that I was going to collect it tomorrow because they assumed that's what. They didn't know I was sitting over having lunch, having tea. So that's happening. So we carry on having our tea. And then suddenly, so I still got my back that way. And John says, John or Kath said, I think that's Gordy's just gone in the shop. So I left my meal and ran over. I thought he might be just coming in, putting something and going away again. I didn't know he was going to have the shop open in the evening. So I went over and I had a great chat that I really should have live streamed or whatever. And I had a great chat. And he told me how the Smoothie Hat story was. So I thought, as I say, that somebody had bought one of his snowmen and then put one of their smoothie hats on. I thought a knitter had done that. No, what happened? He does house clearance, and he found some of these, he found some of these in a drawer when he was doing house clearance. And I think he put it up on Facebook and said what fun it was, and he'd seen them. So I think then some knitters, I think this is right, some knitters saw it and connected. Obviously, that's how the people who are making smoothie hats connected with him. And so I'm thinking, I want to know about it, so that's when I rang him up and was going, wanted to know more about how he could do these hats for £1. And so basically, he was selling these for £4, and now a hat goes on them, and he sells them for £5. There's still profit in it. I wanted to know that there was profit in for him, because you can do so much good in the world, but sometimes if you forget yourself and you've got a living to make, like he has, I wanted to make sure that it was okay. So what he's doing, he's selling loads more of these now, working on a smaller margin, but lots more of them. So I feel comfortable now that it's okay for him. I didn't want him to be, out of pocket or anything. So anyway, he's, now what we need to do is make sure more people buy these. He used to sell them only from September to December, but now, because of all of this and his Barmy Army of knitters that came in at that point, however long ago that was, have knitted 25,000 hats. £1 a time, that's £25,000 for charity. Once he'd announced, I knew about the Age UK stuff, so he then, I then knew that there was the project coming. Age UK, I think, somehow, I don't know, I connected with it. No, somehow I knew that they were now working together. And so I was delighted, because it meant, we worked until they'd got their 12,500 that they needed to send to headquarters to get to get their money for Educate. Every other hat could be worth £1. And so when Gordy appeared, I thought, right, I'm going to run over and talk to him because he might just be gone. So I wanted to give him my 22 hats that I'd made from last night through the night. 22 hats I took to him today. And then because I didn't give them to the girls because I wanted to give them to Gordy personally. And so we were going to do it the next day, tomorrow, but we did it today because we could. And so... So I had this conversation with him, and then, so he told me all about that, and then I wanted to, I had to go back and get the hats because I'd forgotten to give them to him. So I went back over, and then I managed to get him in an interview, and he doesn't live stream. His language isn't normally the best. Okay, I will tell you this because if you look at his own videos on his page, he might swear a lot, okay? And he's a great guy. He's such a community guy, but some people might be offended by the swearing. But I had totally forgotten that. I'd noticed it at the time when I watched him round his shop, but I'd forgotten it. But you see, I didn't. Kath and John told me afterwards what had happened, because I was there live streaming did a bit of quick live streaming and mentioned the shop and all that, and he was out watering the plants. There's loads of plants there, and he does the watering of the plants. So he was over here and I was there, and then he came back and went in the shop, and I said, oh, there's Gordy, and I said, Gordy, come and tell everybody. And I didn't even think, I just invited him onto the live stream, and he was fine. No swear words or anything. I didn't even think about that, and he was absolutely fine. Afterwards, Kath and John told me that he'd said that he didn't live stream, and he didn't like it because he has a condition and he finds it difficult to stop the swearing. Didn't matter. He was fine on that live stream. That live stream I did today, he was absolutely fine. And I had forgotten about the swearing until Kath and John reminded me, or he reminded me afterwards. He said, he says, and it was just amazing. He is an amazing guy. And it just proved that somehow the live stream was good. It was great. But what I want you to do, folks, and this is the bit I'm coming to. So what he said is, I said, how did you differentiate? Because he's supporting 5 charities, and they're all charities I support. So there's Age UK Isle of Wight. There was the Brainy Bunch, which supports people with brain tumours and brain conditions and their families. There's a national charity, but there's an Isle of Wight charity, which is called the White Brainy Bunch. I've supported them a lot, and I've seen them work very hard. And it was set up by a fireman on the island who had a brain tumour, and they couldn't get the help on the island. So they set the charity up years ago. And I remember when I was first live, about 2018, because I think it came up in my recent things that I was downloading, they did climbing Everest, but they did it on the Isle of Wight. And they were firefighters, and they set up scaffolding on Western Gardens in Ryde. And for 24 hours, they were going up and down this scaffolding. So they were actually climbing Everest. They worked out that they got to do all this to climb Everest, and they were being sponsored. And I live streamed them at the beginning, going up and then sliding down and going up and sliding down. And I did all of that quite a bit at they started. And I went back partway through. And then I went back as they finished their, I think they were doing it for 24 hours. Was it 24 hours or was it 12? I can't really think it was 24 hours. Anyway, that was an amazing. That's when I first knew about the White Brainy Bunch. So that's been massive. I've also met somebody else who had a brain tumor, and I met her, and I met her. Her story was fascinating. She was the one I made the hat for. If you've heard me talk about Wear a Hat Day, and I went to her church wearing my incredible edible hat. I made her a hat for that day. There's a whole backstory to that. I won't go into that now. It is already 25 to 1, and we've already been here for over 4 hours. This is my longest ever live stream, folks. We're making history here. So she had a brain tumor, and it was the size of a melon, I think she said. Or, yes, it was quite big, but she got diagnosed and it got dealt with, but it was massive. But she got great support from the white brainy bunch. That's amazing. So wait a minute, what did I say? White brainy bunch, air ambulance, Mountbatten. Mountbatten is our hospice. Air ambulance we can't live without because we live on an island, and some of our people have to be airlifted to the mainland for their treatment, and so many lives have been saved by air ambulance. But there were 5 charities, and oh my goodness, I've forgotten what the other one is. Sorry, I can't remember, but I will put it out. So anyway, Hannah saying she's been impressed by my energy. So she's put it out. Wow, that's great. I don't know which bit you meant was great, but it's just he is now supporting the 5 charities. And I said, well, how does it work? Does somebody come in and say, right, I want this to go to this charity or that? No, he's working across the board of these 5 charities. And what is the other one? I can't remember what the other one is. Never mind. What he does is he's got thousands of hats now sitting in a bit like this. He's got boxes and he's got them all in there, but he's selling so many. He used to sell the snowmen from January, silly girl, from September to Christmas. That was his selling time. Suddenly he's got all this activity and much more interest online. He is now selling them from January to December. He's also now employing somebody to actually make the snowies. This is snowy. So he's employing somebody because he's making all these other wonderful things. He makes little wooden shapes of the Isle of Wight. He makes chopping boards with Isle of Wight things on it. He's got fridge magnets with Isle of Wight, all sorts of other Wight things. Amazing. Other things that are not all Isle of Wight, but it's actually a tourist attraction. This is amazing. This is what our tourist company that's supposed to promote should be promoting. They should be in their live streaming. Tell them that. Anyway, so he makes all these wonderful things, and so what he does now is what he says, because it will be so difficult to say, right, this bit's going to HUK, this bit's going to there, it will be a total nightmare. So what he does, when he's sold 1,000 of any one of them, that will go to that charity. Then the next 1,000 will go to this charity, and the next 1,000 will go to that charity. Amazing, just amazing, this guy. And I have, as I say, live streamed with him today, and I will share that. But what I'm coming to, and I must not forget, because when the lady put my stuff into the bag, and so the ladies' names were, let me see if I can remember, Charlotte and Laura. So Charlotte works for Gordy, and Laura is her mum. Laura is volunteering there because she goes there with her daughter. And that was amazing. So they were working in the shop today. They wrote their names down in case I forgot, because I do forget. So I put that in the bag. But they popped this little card in. Oops, no. I picked up Gordy's Wood business card. Let's show you what that's. Right, let's put that on there. If anybody wants to see that, take a screenshot. But if not, I can put the details in. I can put it in on the YouTube channel. I can put all that in. Anyway, if anybody wants to know that, message me and I'll give it to you. But Gordy is up for a nomination, and this is where you lot come in, because it is the Isle of Wight Awards, and the Isle of Wight Awards. It's I think it's the Red Funnel Isle of Wight Awards, and it is Vote for Us. So wait a minute, let's see if I can put the link in. Woo, hang on. Let's see if I can put the date. Let's put it into here. I'm just going to put this in so that I want you to vote. If you trust me, which my dad always used to say, "Oh, trust you, Lynn," but I don't mean it like that. If you trust me, And he's a great guy, this guy. I would love you to vote for him, because he is up for an award, Best Shop Isle of Wight. Now he's up against some of the big shops on the island, but his heart is in the community, and I would absolutely love this tiny little shop to come away with the Best Shop Award. So if anybody wants to, I don't know if any of you want to, I'm going to put this up. There's I don't know, because there is some, there is a what do you call it, a QR code on there. Don't know if you can see that. If anybody's screenshotting it, maybe you are, I don't know. If you want it again, let me know and I'll put it up again. But it says Gordie's Wood Company has been nominated for Best Shop in the Isle of Wight Awards, Red Funnel Awards 2025. The website is Red Funnel. Whoops, let me just do this. And then I must finish up, go to bed. .co.uk/awards. Right. That is going on. Right, let's Best Shop. And that will be Gordie's Wood Company. Let's put it up. Sorry, folks, I have to do this. If I had a secretary, they could do it for me. So I'm just going to highlight that because I'm going to put it onto Facebook as well. Let's click. Woo, hang on. My mouse is being naughty. Copy. There we go. Right. So that is the link. I've just put that on YouTube, but let's put it on Facebook as well. If I can find where I am streaming on Facebook. Oh, over here. Got too many tabs open. And my mouse has decided it's bedtime. It's playing up. It's doing the wrong things. Wait. Oh, no. It's being too sensitive. Wait a minute. There we go. Facebook. Let's see if we can do it there. Let's do it over here. Just coming. Right. There we go. Okay. So I would love any of you. I don't know if it works from beyond the UK. I'm not quite sure. Whether it's just, oh, Tracy's done it, excellent. And Tracy, I noticed you've done a comment there. Did I find out how many the Go Live community donated this year? I did have an email about it, but then I messaged back and said that had they added in Patricia's, because she dropped hers at the headquarters on the island, and she had put on for the Go Live Granny community, and she'd done about 200 hats, I think, or something like that. And I wanted it added in, and I don't know if it's been added in. I will find the total from the email, Tracy. I won't look for it now because we really should be going to bed, some of us. It will even be getting to Heather's bedtime. We're going beyond bedtime now, and Heather's getting towards bedtime. They're 5 hours behind us. But if I don't stop soon, it will be her bedtime. So, as I say, there are some big players. I don't know who's in the categories, who else is in the Best Shop category. And Gordie is a small shop. And he said, well, it's too much competition. I said, hey, hang on a minute. The Go Live Granny community helped to get the Ride Carnival as the most popular carnival in the country. That was people like you all voting. When I asked you to vote, you voted. If anybody else wants to vote for something else, that's fine. If you are not voting for anybody else, you have an hour and 15 minutes before bedtime. I'm not going for another hour and 15 minutes, Heather. I will need to stop. My voice is going. Can you hear me? And so, yes, I said to Gordie, you don't know. You need to know about the Go Live Granny community. They are amazing. And so I then told the story about, how we got Ride Carnival when everybody pitched in and helped to get Ride Carnival to be the most popular carnival in the country. And I told them how The Go Live Granny community helped Bodster charity on the island win £50,000 in the lottery funding. This was about how we work together as a community. It says at the top of my screen on the side, and I expect you can see it, it says sharing is caring. It is a phrase I use so much. I was jumping on and off all the time for what was it? It was the carnival one. Ride Carnival was in the last five, the top 5 of the most popular carnivals. Can't see what other shapes. Shops as you voted, but it's okay. Oh, right. Okay. Thank you. Can't see what other shops as voted, but the category is in things to do. Okay. Things to do. Right. Okay. Thank you. It doesn't matter. If I start going on here, I'm going to be half an hour before I find it. So I will. It doesn't matter. It is Gordy's. It's the category is best shop, and I will do other live stream. I will do short live streams just about Gordy and that, so that we can put it up so everybody knows. So if you voted, don't just stop there, because this is how we won. You know, when I was asking you to vote for Ride Carnival, we were running in first place on that. There were 5 carnivals up for, we were running in the top 2 towards the end, and Friday night came and we dropped into second place, and people were starting to give up, because I think the other place had got about 800 votes in front. We were up against Bridgewater in the end. The others were lower down. We could see the voting. You can't always tell how the votes are going. Sometimes you can see what they're doing, sometimes you can't. Things to do. Thank you. Right. So on this one, let's see what it was. My brain's starting to get addled now. We're heading towards 5 hours live stream. Oh my goodness. Or 4.5 hours we are. Just chill, Lynn, and just remember what you were trying to say, because it's too late. Yes. So in the end, it was a 2-horse race. There has been quite a few. There were 11 carnivals, and towards the end, by Friday night, Bridgewater Carnival in Somerset had gone above us. You know, we were at the top, and then they went ahead. But because we could see how the voting was going, it actually spurs you on sometimes. If you don't know, you just have to keep going full speed. If you can see what's happening, it sometimes puts the pressure on or whatever. So on the Friday night, we had dropped into second place by about 800 votes. Okay. Some people said, oh, that's it. We can't do it. They've gone ahead. See, that's the negative thinking. I'm that other way. I think, why? Who says we can't do this? Just you watch us. And so I knew my community were amazing, and you just proved how amazing you were. So the girl who was in charge of Ride Carnival was going to be outside the co-op the next day. So I went to the co-op the next day, and I'd put a sign on Navy Nora, was it Navy Nora I had? Yes, Navy Nora was new then, and I put a big sign on outside, and I said, vote for Ride Carnival. I put the web address where they had to go to do the voting, and Liz, I think it was Liz, was it? She knew somebody, she knew the people in the co-op, so they were announcing it over the co-op, please vote for, and then people were coming out and we were reminding them, please vote for, and they could do all this, and so people were voting like that. And then I thought, the way we're going to win this is to jump on live stream, and I jumped on and off live stream all day Saturday and all day Sunday. I was exhausted by Sunday night, but by Sunday night we had gone into the lead. People were coming on and saying I'd voted, and I said, okay, did you vote? You voted, that's fine. Don't give up now. We need you to share. Sharing is caring. This is how we're going to win. How many people do you know? Can you pop into their inboxes and say, please, can you vote for this? And you see, if I never ask you to vote for anything I don't believe in, all right? I will promote something, a project or something like Top Cashback I promote because I know it works. I will promote businesses because I know I've been happy with them. Gordy is amazing, and he is doing all this community work. I think this is an amazing shop. The others are amazing shops as well, don't get me wrong, and I don't want to fall out with any of them. But did you know the Star? Oh, wow. Oh, Tracy, I think that one passed me by. Right, okay, folks. Right, I need to. So, is that the best cafe award? Right. So, okay, let's put Red Funnel. I'm going to have to do this again for the Star, which is where I have coffee sometimes. Thank you, Tracy. This is why the community is so good. Let's go back to, I've spelt funnel. Have I spelt it right? Red Funnel. Red Funnel. I think it was / awards, wasn't it? Awards. And then it is, what was it? Red Funnel Awards. And it was Best Cafe. And that's, let's put it out there. Wait a minute, let's copy it. Have I spelt it right? I can't see. I almost can't see what I'm doing now because I'm tired. Hang on, looks like I've got signed out. Who signed me out? What do you mean signed out? Signed out of where? Let's shut that off. I haven't got signed out. Oh, it's Grammarly. They're saying I'm signed out of Grammarly. I don't want to be signed into Grammarly. No, go away. I've got things popping up. Right. Tracy, I don't know if you can you put that? Tracy, you're on Facebook. Can you put in Red Funnel Awards, Red Funnel / awards, and then put a space and then put Best Cafe and then put Star. If you could put can you put the web address and the details into Facebook? And if I can ask Heather, can you put the same Red Funnel Awards / Red Funnel / awards, Red Funnel / awards, and then a space Best Cafe, and then put it's the Star Ale and stuff, the Star Coffee and Ale House in. I tell you what, look, let's put that up. Let's show this on stage. Right. So Tracy's put that. So Heather, can you take the information from that and put it up onto Facebook? No, Tracy's on Facebook. Can you put it on YouTube, Heather? So because I've got an issue going on and I've got a pop-up that's stopping me do that actually. Oh, well, wait a minute. I don't know if I have. Let's see. Oh, I don't know. It's playing up. So I don't know if Heather's got that information. Did you get that information, Heather? Let's see if you did, because I go back onto. Ooh. Oh, dear, my mouse has gone to. It's really playing me up. Let's have a look. No, I want to go on YouTube. I was on Facebook. I want to go on YouTube. That's better. So I'm going to take that off the screen now. Is that okay? Hazel's voted. Heather's voted. Excellent. Oh, Heather could vote. Right. You know, right. Excellent. That's folks. So I don't know. Oh, let's see if I can put it in on here. No, I think it's going red. Oh, hang on. Don't know if Heather can do it on there. Let's take it off there. Let's hang on. I've got something coming in on. Ooh. Let's take this off. That's it. Hang on, folks. I've just got to check something there. Woo. No, the mouse decides it's playing up. Whoops. Just need to check something, folks. Just coming back. So Hazel's vote is excellent. Hazel's voted. Heather had voted. I think she said she voted. Oh, actually, yes, Heather's voted. Excellent. That's brilliant, folks. And if you could share and get others to vote, that would be amazing. I'm just going over here for something. I need to check something out. I can't. I wonder if I can go off this screen for a minute. No, I don't want to do that because I might make you disappear. Okay, well, think I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing, but let's see. It's just something I want to check. Anyway, so that would be absolutely fantastic, folks. If you could, whoops, hang on, I've got to reload something. Woo! Do you know what? My mouse has just decided it's had enough. It's bedtime, obviously. The mouse is playing up. But I think this is a record-breaking live stream. We've been on for 4.5 hours. I've never done one that long. Oh, I don't know. No, when I was doing all the voting, we were jumping on and jumping off. It wasn't one long live stream. So with the going back to the voting for the Ride Carnival, we went into the lead on Sunday night. And then we had till midnight on Tuesday. But, you know, who knew what they were going to do? If we could do this, they could do the same. And they could go ahead. So I on Monday, I was really still exhausted. And so, just a minute. So really still exhausted. And so, hang on. Tracy sent me something, and that's what I'm trying to look at. Let's see. And so I took my foot off the gas a bit. We had till Tuesday night. I was so exhausted that I needed to actually slow down a bit. So I watched it all day Monday. I was on live stream, off live stream, going to have a cup of tea, back on live stream, off live stream, just getting as many people as we could to join in with the voting. And oh, thank you. Right. So Tracy sent me the link here. She sent me the link. That's great. Just a minute, folks. If she can't copy the link into the chat, it keeps telling me something went wrong. So I sent it. Yeah, that's right. That's what I was trying to find out. No problem, Tracy. What I will do, hang on. This is the link. I got it. I've got it now. And I can, whoops. Oh. It doesn't want, oh my goodness, my mouse is not highlighting it because it decided, folks, it's just deciding it doesn't want to do it. Okay, right. I will get it out lots of times because I don't, do you know, can anybody tell me when the vote, oh, Heather's voted for the cafe as well. You are amazing. I will go in the cafe this week and I will tell Rob that votes are coming in from America as well. So now I know that we can vote from anywhere, any of the people, you know, across the world. It sounds like you can vote. So this is amazing. And you are amazing as a community. You know, I will tell Gordy tomorrow that you have voted, Heather. Hazel is voting. This is amazing. You know, this is what shows you the power of live stream. You know, it's why I always told, oh, somebody, hey, excuse me. The red funnel thing's coming up saying, oops, wrong direction, 404 error, page not found. Okay, I think it's telling me. Oh, it says, let's get you back on the right track. I'm not even going to try over there. I'm going to leave that as it is and just carry on, just finishing off here. So, yes, so just going back to the Ride Carnival and the voting. And this was just before Ride Carnival in that 2018, I think it was. It was just the week before Carnival Week. It was amazing timing for us. And so, you know, during that, during that Monday, I kept jumping on and off, but I didn't go full pelt because I was exhausted and I wanted to keep myself reserved for Tuesday because it was the voting cutoff at midnight on Tuesday. I really needed to rev it up if we thought that they were going to beat us. And so, you know, we were ahead all day Monday, but I had to keep my eye on it. And it was such excitement in the community because people coming into my chat and they were watching it online and they were voting and then they were refreshing their pages and saying, oh, we've got some more votes. Oh, it was just the adrenaline running. It was amazing. And it was more amazing because we could see what was happening. When we were getting the votes in for the 50,000 lottery funding, we just had to keep going as much as we could. We could not, we couldn't see it. We just had to think. We just have to push every button that we can, and which we did. With So with this voting, we were ahead on Monday. We slipped a bit, but we didn't slip all the way back. You know, bearing in mind Friday night we were 800 votes behind, so we'd slipped a bit. But I took my time. I had a good night's sleep, and on Tuesday I was ready. I had recharged the batteries. I was the Duracell bunny, or whatever they say, or the Energizer bunny. I don't know who it is, and ready to go. But I didn't push myself too hard because I could still see that we were quite a long way in front. And so I just kept my eye on it all day. I jumped on live stream. I said, come on, let's get some more votes. And somebody said I voted. So then I started saying, right, that's great, but can you share? I said, who do you know that you can share with? You know, did you, I say, did you tell the milkman? We don't have milk. Most people in the UK don't have a milkman anymore. They used to come and deliver to the doorstep. So, you know, you would have a conversation. And I used to say, looks like votes close on Sunday, the 31st of August. Thank you. That's brilliant. Thank you, Tracy. And Hazel's voted for the cafe. Excellent, Hazel. That's brilliant. So, you know, as I say, if you can get others to vote, I would be amazed and I would be thrilled to bits, because when you see people doing good in the community like this, Rob at the Start In is doing amazing charity work and community work. He is amazing there. Gordy's doing amazing work for charity. It's community. You know, these are community awards. And, you know, probably the other groups are doing community stuff, but I don't know so much. I don't even know who are in the categories. I will look, obviously, I'll gen up on it. But please, if you can share. So this is what I was doing. I was saying, oh, you know, tell your hairdresser, tell your next door neighbor, tell your auntie, tell your, you know, your friends, tell everybody, you know, just share and share and share. And it was the sharing of the community, and it was the power of the live stream. I was always talking to people about the power of the live stream, and it proved it. We came in, I think it was about 400 votes ahead. Tuesday night, we did it. So those people who said on Friday night, oh, we can't do this, pushed my motivation button. Oh, yes, we can. If somebody tells me I can't do something, I usually say, just you watch me. And knowing I have a community who will work with us together was great. But the final thing on that was Ride Carnival have lovely purple. The team have lovely. It must be, you know, because I like purple. No, they have lovely purple T-shirts with gold writing on it. Ride Carnival, purple and sparkle, just up my street. And when I couldn't get out to the carnivals because I'd been ill, the next year, one of the families, they made sure I got to the carnivals. They said, if we take you to the carnival in the car and bring you back, will you do it? And so I did, because part of the trouble when you're not being well is the travelling backwards and forwards on buses and late at night and that. So Claire gave me a lift there back. But not only did she give me a lift, in order to get Navy Nora there with me, what we had to do was she had to borrow her mum and dad's car, because her car was too small for me and her family and Navy Nora. I mean, what a community I have. You know, not only was she offering me a lift, but she went and borrowed her mum and dad's car every time there was a carnival so that I could get there and I could get back. Now, if that isn't community spirit, I have no idea what is. So I was able to get there. I was able to live stream or video the carnival. Sometimes I had to video, because if everybody's live streaming or everybody's on their phones, the signal drops right out. So it's better to video it and then put it up. I love live streaming. Live streaming is easier for me because I live stream it and it goes up. And of course, it now goes, if on Facebook, I've still got to get it down and up again. But if I do live stream on YouTube, which I might do some of them, it goes straight up to YouTube. I don't have to then do it. I don't have to do the work. But, you know, video is better than not doing it at all. So I will video it and then upload it. So, but the story about the rest of the story about Ride Carnival, Claire and her family were going on holiday, and they were going on holiday to Bridgewater in Somerset, who were they came second to us. And I think they were saying they were hiring cycles or something. I might have got this bit in a muddle. They were somewhere in a shop somewhere, and they had got their Ride Carnival t-shirts on. And this person said to them, how did you beat us in the carnival, in the carnival competition? How did you get more votes than us? Bridgewater have amazing carnivals, and they have, I mean, we have a good carnival. It had to be the most popular carnival, and it was by public vote. So it's who voted for you. They do have amazing vehicles, and they have amazing, huge vehicles that go right up into the sky and all that. I've looked and I've watched and I've shared some of their live streams of their carnivals, but they wanted to know how we had beaten them. And their answer was, now this cracks me up because it wasn't just me, it was you as a community, it was all of us. But they said, we have a Go Live Granny. It cracks me up. What they should have said was, we have a Go Live Granny and a Go Live Granny community, because on my own, I couldn't achieve anything. I know how to push the button. I'm the one who knows how to push the button, but the magic is in the sharing. And I always say that, that's why we need to share the information out. Now, I said to Gordy, I'm going to give this my best shot. I said, I don't know if I'm as good now as I was back then. So not only did we get the Ride Carnival, but it was you as a community that helped to achieve 50,000 lottery funding for our Bodster charity. Bodster is a little charity in the middle of our island in Sandford, a little known place in the island. So they were up for lottery funding, and there were five lots of people up for the lottery funding. 5 different organisations had been shortlisted. 3 of them got the 50,000 lottery funding. 2 of them got a much smaller amount, something like 500, I think. Hey, we're not going to be in these 2. If I've got breath in my body, I'm going to do my best to be in these 3. Okay, so that was it. And I'd met Giles and Joe. They do amazing work. They use horses with people with dementia, and they take horses to the care homes. And they had a horse box that they would loaned from somebody, and they wanted their own horse box because they could then do more work in more care homes and connect with more people if they had their own horse box. So their 50,000 was going to buy a horse box, which is very expensive, and buy some camera equipment, because then the camera equipment was taking pictures of the people they were working with. So the people that they were working with the horses, take photographs to send to the family of the people who they were working with. What an amazing charity. I met these people just because I went to something at the college where people had stands at the college, and I wanted to know what was going on my island, and that's how we did that. So I found out about them. I told them I was a live streamer. As soon as they knew they were up, they were in with a chance of £50,000, we had to have a secret conversation. They had to tell me, but I had to keep my mouth shut. But I needed to be primed ready, because there was 1 week we had to get the votes in for that. And it was ITV Meridian were running that. Meridian TV were running it. And so I looked at the other projects. They were all good. They were all worthy winners. Everyone is a worthy winner. All these other people against Gordy and the Start In, they're all worthy winners. But somebody's got to be on top. Somebody's got to get the prize, and we can help there. We can do our best, and if you don't do your best, that's it. We can just do what we can do, and I'm very grateful. So with the 50,000 lottery funding, I looked at the other projects, and we were the smallest group. There were people with much bigger organisations, but much bigger areas. I think. Were we up against Brighton for something? Brighton's a huge community. I trained in Brighton. I love my teacher training in Brighton College of Education. It's just maddening. We were the smallest, but we had the magic. we were at a stage where not a lot of people knew about live stream. But because of a certain group of people who don't promote the island, I found out about live stream because my son taught me. And that, you know, every cloud has a silver lining. So that's how I learned about live stream and the power and the magic that it has. And you know, to this day, I still say to people, you need to live stream. You know, it's just magical. It works so well. And I'm still trying to persuade people to do it, you know, because people don't, because they're frightened of being on camera. You can live stream without being on camera. You can be behind the camera and live stream and, you know, still promote things. So we just kept up, you know. We that's right. We were outside. On Monday morning, they were outside Tesco's in Ryde. So I was there on Monday morning outside Tesco's in Ryde to start the live streaming, and they had a horse there. And people were coming out of Tesco's, and there's a horse here. And actually, that attracts attention, doesn't it? Because why would there be a horse standing outside? You know, or why not? Anyway, so that was attracting attention. There were a group of, you know, supporters of Bodster, which is the charity. There were a group of supporters there, you know, catching people as they were coming out of Tesco's. I mean, with permission, obviously. They don't just put a horse outside Tesco's without asking first. And, you know, people coming out. They had T-shirts with Bodster written on it and Vote Bodster and all that. I said, can I have one of those T-shirts? Is there one that will fit me? And there was. Because not only was I there live streaming with them, but I had a week to help them get their votes in. And I travel on the bus, and I go around here, and I go around there. And this is the perfect place to vote, to advertise, you know. And I can even remember being on the bus, and I was knitting, going back after I'd been somewhere for a charity thing. And I was on the bus going back, and somebody saw me knitting. It happened to be a counsellor, I think. And he said, what are you knitting? And I said, I'm knitting cakes like you do. And I was knitting cakes for a charity. And he wanted to buy some of these cakes. I said, hang on a minute. Let me just tell you about something else. And I opened I don't usually flash my chest at people, but because I got Bodster, Vote Bodster written across it, it was the perfect thing to. I still got that T-shirt, and I should have brought it to the camera tonight. I'm not going to get it, and it's probably way too big for me now because I'm smaller. And so I said to him, look, I'll tell you about the cakes in a minute, but first, can I ask you to vote for Bodster? And this is how I did it. Everybody who spoke to me, I said, can you vote for Bodster? And, you know, this is how we won 50,000. You know, I did this. There were other people that they had going around talking. Lots of people could talk to people but didn't do the technology. And that's great. They were getting votes there. But the technology added the power, you know, it just because you can talk to one person at a time there. But while I'm talking to you in a group. You are now going away and voting while I'm still talking to the people as a group, and then lots of you might be sharing it. Sharing is caring. That's what it says at the top on the screen. I hope you can see that bit of screen because I can. Does it tell you? Does it say sharing is caring? And Go Live Granny in the bottom. So that's how. But it was so nerve-wracking because we didn't know, and I knew that we were a small charity. So I was invited to the opening of the envelope, right? This magical day. Thank you, Tracy. You can see that. So for this magical day when they were opening the envelope to see whether we had got £50,000 or 500. Everything was a bonus, but wow, what that could do for this tiny little charity that was not very well known on the island. And they had been invited to apply for this lottery funding because somebody had seen them somewhere along the line. I don't know how they got to be in front of the lottery people, but you get one chance for the 50,000. And so I wanted to come to the island. And so I was at the opening of the envelope. It was a foul day. It was wet, so wet. And I went out to Bodster. I went on the bus. Got to the bus, and then Giles came and picked me up from the bus stop, thank goodness, because it was so wet. And anyway, where you get off at the bus, there's a walk and there's no pavement and it is windy roads. So they came pick me up from the bus stop, took me there. Those of us who'd been out and about, there were some people out and about in Ryde, you know, talking to people and in all the towns on the island. And we were all invited to this opening of the envelope. And then there was a nerve-wracking bit of, did we do it? Did we do it? And they opened the envelope and it said, winner, 50,000. We didn't get exactly 50,000. They had to put in a bid. They had to say what, they had to cost what they were winning. So they won 49,000, so many, you know, and so many pounds and so many pence. It was not an exact 50,000. It was exactly what they needed for their thing. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You know, this is what happens when you work together as a community. I said to the guy from Meridian who was there, I said, I knew we had power, but we were the smallest group, and I really worried whether we had enough power and enough links. And he said, yes, he was too. He knew our project was pretty amazing. But I say our project, it was Giles and Joe's project. I came in on the side of it, but so happy to be associated with that. And I watch them now, and Joe live streams in the fields with the animals now, and it's just amazing to see and to know that our community was part of that. And you know, and I'm just looking at the clock and realizing I have been almost 5 hours. How on earth can I talk for 5 hours? Perhaps I better stop. Let's just go 6 more minutes, and then it will be the 5 hours, and then I will stop because Heather will be going to bed by then. Hazel's own, you know, Hazel, it's morning for Hazel, but it's bedtime for Tracy and me and those of you who else is. There are other people watching in. I'm not quite sure who's watching in because there's more numbers watching in than is commenting. It doesn't matter. You are perfectly entitled to watch in and not join in. That is okay. We allow that. So I just can't get over my amazing community. Yes, Heather saying I really need to get some sleep. So I tell you what, I will go and get some sleep because I was supposed to be having an early night tonight. Kath and John are going to come and pick me up. So amazing. Kath and John are amazing. John's coming back in the morning. I have got a lot of stuff that needs to go to the tip. They used to do tip runs for me when they lived on the island. They have offered to do a tip run in the morning, although they're here on holiday. And you're still here, but not going to bed yet. Oh, Susan's still there. Well, you know, you've got me for a few more minutes, okay? And I've got my my phone plugged in, so we didn't lose the battery charge. So Kath and John are going to pick me up in the morning. No, not pick me up. John's going to come and pick up some surplus rubbish in my garden, take it to the tip. Because when we got back from Arrington Barnes, we went on and we booked a tip slot. And I had to book it because Kath and John used to book it when they lived on the island. But they can't book it now because they don't live here. So it has to be a resident. So we've booked a tip slot for tomorrow. So John's going to come. I mean, this is the amazing community I live in. And I met them through the live stream. They saw me 4 years ago on live stream. And then we got to know each other because they lived here. So it was just fantastic. So they're going to take some of my rubbish because my garden has, you know, it was beautiful before I was ill. Beautiful container gardens. I won awards, and now I would win award for the messiest, most tidy garden. I don't want to do it anymore because my health is more important that I take more care of myself and not stand doing all that. I would love to do it, but I don't. It's not. I still love the knitting and the other things that I could do for the community, and so. John's going to take some stuff to the tip tomorrow, and then he's going to come back. He's going to get Kath and get me, and we're going to Arrington Barnes tomorrow because we got there late and we didn't see all round Arrington Barnes. There are so many little shops there that I want to tell you all about, and so we're going to go earlier in the day tomorrow. And so we're going to have the tip run first. So John's going to do that, and then pick up Kath and come back for me, and we are going to go to Arrington Barnes. We may have a meal there. We had a meal there. It was amazing. The Facebook reviews were good. Kath and John told me that. I had a jacket potato that fitted well within Slimming World, and it was delicious. And they had some lovely meals, which I will put the pictures of our meals if I ever get a chance. You thought you saw Messiest Garden, and your my name on the Red Funnel Award. You are funny, Tracy. You are funny. I'm up for an award. Could I get the messiest garden? Yes, I probably could. And Tracy has been very much part of my garden story, because Tracy was around when I started making that garden. I mean, she's been on that garden with a lorry, was parked on that garden before we made it into a community garden. She was on that lorry when we had a float in Ride Carnival, a Go Live Granny float in Ride Carnival, and that we have to, I'm sure we've preserved that live stream. And we just, Tracy then got on the lorry and was, while I was watching out of my window on the balcony, and we always have this banter, she was putting lights on the carnival float for the illuminated carnival, and I was standing at my balcony watching her. I told her she got a gold star. That was back in 2018. This year, she's saying, oh no, because I'm talking about the carnival. This year, I gave her gold star and some more gold stars. So she has had gold stars, but she deserves as many gold stars as the world could ever give her. She is such a good friend, such a good supporter of the Go Live Granny and the Go Live Granny community. Amazing, amazing, and a great friend to have, and her family. I sort of connected with her children, and I don't really know her husband, but he's usually at work or something when we meet up. But I'm sure he's a good egg too. I'm very sure of that. So, it's just amazing. This, I don't know if those friends, those people who don't see me as a supporter of them, and we won't mention them because it's not rude word time here, if they hadn't not done what they were supposed to do, I would not be sitting here now talking to you. So much as there's a bad thing going on there, it's good, I think, because it brought me all this friendship. Where would I be without all you lovely people in my life? Well, I'll tell you what, I would be asleep in bed. But who cares? Who cares? Yes, that's amazing. So Tracy knows this, that my garden was just once a plain piece of grass. She was on the carnival float in 2018 doing all that stuff. Then COVID hit, and then we ended. Oh no! So what year was that award? 20. I can't see what it says on the award. I can't remember what year I ran the award. So was that pre-COVID? I can't remember. Anyway. So we had the garden 2 beautiful years. Oh, so wait a minute. I was ill 2022, wasn't I? At the end of 2022. So I would have been doing the garden 21. I can't even remember what came. Oh, Hazel's going. Oh, Heather's saying goodbye to Hazel. Going to say goodbye. You're going for a walk while the sun is shining. Right, yes, otherwise it'll be your bedtime. And we still will be here chatting. Hazel, have a wonderful walk, and thank you for joining us, and thank you for voting. Did I say I was going to stop at 5 hours? Oh, it's 5 hours and 56 seconds right now. So I just finished this bit, and then I really must go, or I won't get to bed, and I won't be awake for when John comes in the morning. I will still be sleeping. So just finished the garden story. So so Tracy was very much part of helping me establish the garden. I was trying to put plastic squares down, plastic garden tiles, trying to put them down and make a pathway. I had limited funds. I couldn't buy, nice concrete pieces, slabs and things to put down. I didn't have the money. I was trying to do it as best I could. And I bought these files. You need to make a note of how long this stream was. Lol. Yes, absolutely. 5 hours, over 5 hours now. I cannot believe. And I can't believe I haven't even got a drink left in my cup. I don't think I have I? Yes, I have. A little teensy bit. I don't mind cold coffee. It's fine. So Tracy has done so much. She has been such a supporter of me. And Tracy, I've even forgotten how we met. I can't remember how we met. But it wasn't through live stream. It was before all this. I did live stream, but we didn't meet on live stream, I don't think. Was it through Mo? Tracy, I think it might have been through Mo. Tracy and I both have a friend, Mo, and it might have been Mo who connected us. But I am so glad that you came into my life. I'm glad you all came into my life. I can't see the people who are not identifying themselves, so I don't know who's viewing. But if you are part of my life, well, you're part of my community. It's great. But on this note, I really ought to go. So I'm beginning to get a dry throat now. Oh dear, I think this is a record breaker. And so, so Tracy has known me. We've known each other a long time. And just amazing. We went through Mo. Yes, we met through Mo when Mo was watching you, and I asked you if you could live stream. That's right. Mo was watching, and she knew what I did. And then Tracy, do you know, I didn't even. Tracy was back in 2017. We met. Right there, you are. She said it. So. Mo was a friend of mine. Mo was part of my White Buzz community. I don't know, I can't even remember how I met Mo, but Mo was she was doing photography as a side business. You know, she had another job, but she was doing photography, and I just loved promoting all the stuff she did. And she was part of my network group, and I helped that. And Mo was a friend of Tracy, and obviously, I was live because I started live streaming in 2016. So obviously in 2017, I was live streaming. And so Tracy found out that through Mo. And then Tracy helped with the Kezi Kindness, the first Kezi Kindness Fun Day. Now, again, a little explanation. Kezi is the little girl who left this world far too soon. And her mom, Nikki, was a friend of Tracy. And Nikki set up a charity in memory of Kezi, and it was called Kezi Kindness. And because Tracy was a friend of Nikki, she helped very much with the charity. And there was a fun day that they had at the beginning of their fundraising and the charity. And they asked me to go and live stream. And that's basically what I did. So we met through live stream. And it's isn't it appropriate that I've got bees on my head? And Tracy gave me this. I must have known this conversation was going to happen. Because it was they call it the Bumblebee Garden, don't they? The Bumblebee site. So this was it a fun day, or was it the opening of the Bumblebee Garden? Was that what it was? Tracy, I can't remember. So I know there is so Kezi loved bumblebees, or she used to. Was it because she liked bumblebees, or was it because she was buzzy around like a bumblebee? I mean, I wear them because I got a network group called White Buzz that I used to have, and I'm recreating. And then when I saw Tracy with these on her head recently, I said, I want some. Where can I get them? And she bought them in Poundland, but a long time ago. But she had a spare set she gave me. No, it was the first fun day. Oh, right. So where was that fun day? So they had a fun day before they had the opening of the Bumblebee Garden and a playground that was created. Yes, that came later, didn't it? So I don't even remember the first fun day now, Tracy, but I remember the Bumblebee Garden. And so, yes, so that's how Tracy and I met, through charity work, and it all comes round, doesn't it? All round in a circle. She used to buzz around like a bumblebee. There we are. That's why. And you see, and that's a bit why my network group was called White Buzz. White because we're the Isle of Wight, and Buzz because I buzzed around like a bumblebee as well. And my group was my group was called White Buzz. I remember my friend Tina, who lives here on the island, I was sitting with her in my van, so I was still driving at the time. I was sitting in the van, and I said to her, sorry, something else has just dropped into my head. I said to her, I need a name for my group, my network group. And we threw a few things around, and all of a sudden she said White Buzz. That was it. I just love it. It's White Buzz, as in Isle of Wight, and Buzz because I'm busy and I buzz around. And then they started calling me Mummy Buzz because I looked after people and nurtured them. So it was yes, Tracy, I remember it now. It was on the wreck at East Cowes. I remember it very well now. Yes, they had a big fun day, and there's a big the wreck in East Cowes near where Tracy lives, and they had things going on all around the field. That's right. And I came and I live streamed, and Steve-O was there. He's a magician, and all sorts of things happening. And I went around all of everybody and I live streamed, and that was it. There we go. I remember it well. And then later on, when they established a little play park, I went and live streamed that as well. So yes. So anyway, that's how I know. And Kessie Kindness as a charity, as I say, the charity was to put smiles on children's faces who might not otherwise be feeling very smiley, and they have done amazing work. Very, very sadly, we have recently lost Nikki, who herself then got ill and sadly didn't come through it. But what memories. So she's now reunited with her daughter Kessie, but what amazing memories. And Tracy, you must be so proud of all that went on and all that work. So just remind me, is the charity carrying on? I know that the idea was to make children smile, so they did all sorts of things to raise money to make children smile. So it was just amazing, and I just need to wrap up, but I'm so glad that came into tonight's conversation, because so many memories from so many things that have happened with so many wonderful people. And if I never started live streaming for the reason I did, I wouldn't be sitting here now. Goodness knows how all these wonderful memories would not be part of my life. We wouldn't know each other. I wouldn't be live streaming. I wouldn't know Heather. I wouldn't know Hazel, because they've come into my live stream. I wouldn't be live streaming, so I wouldn't know these people. Other than maybe, I might have connected in a craft group, just on Facebook. Don't know. It's amazing. You're now in the process of getting a bench put in Bumblebee Garden in memory of Nikki. What a great idea. So is that are you doing some fundraising for that, Tracy? I'm sure you must be doing fundraising. Let me know. But on that note, I think I really need to go. 5 hours and 9 minutes and 48 seconds. Heather saying she's honoured to be my friend. And you know what? I feel so good, Heather, that you're part of all of us here. It was my illness and my love of craft that brought us together. So, I might have nearly died, and I didn't, thank goodness. And so, every cloud, and that, being very ill was the cloud, but look what came out of it. Every cloud has a silver lining. I don't think my lining is silver. I think my lining is gold, sparkly gold, through and through. So, folks, I am going to go now. I have got to get to bed. I have got to get up in the morning. But you know what? I'm running on adrenaline, because you are amazing people. And those of you who have sat here and watched and watched and watched. Oh, right. Well, thank you so much. And good night. Thank you. I will see you again next Sunday, God willing. But I will probably be popping up and down in your live streams, because I am, going to have another amazing week this week. It's going to be not so intense with downloads this week. It's going to be, other things, but it will be fun all the way. You'll see my knitting projects grow. You'll see all sorts of things, but and you'll see me popping up and saying, please can you vote? Please can you share the vote? Because that's what I'm going to be doing this week. I want the votes in for Gordy. I want the votes in for the Star and Ale House there. So while I've still got breath in my body, that will be happening. So you have been warned. So right, okay. Thank you. Oh, Tracy's going to message me privately. That's great. Fantastic. Heather, I think that was Tracy who said that, didn't she? Yeah, that was Tracy. And Heather saying, sweet, peaceful sleep for you, Lynn. And you know what? I think I'm going to have a wonderful sleep. I probably end up dreaming about all you lovely people and all the nice things that go on, because, that would be nice. No nightmares for me, just good stuff. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you soon.